welcome you at this important event. I will be a presenter during this conference. My name is Marichka Dobenko. I'm the organizational consultant of DePol Ukraine. This is the organization that made us come together. We are people who want to help others have dignified life that is being stolen by Russian Federation. We wake up after night attacks and we see terrible ruins of our homes and of our lives. But our best defenders help us withstand that. And let's honor them with the minute of silence, those who gave up their lives for this country. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes. Lately, we've faced enormous amount of air alerts, and if there is any risk of ballistic attacks, we will stop the conference. In any other event, we will continue, but if you hear the signal of air alert, you can proceed to the shelter. This conference is named Conference on Addressing the Homelessness Crisis in Ukraine. We want this conference to start important change in our country. For that reason, we need political will and the vision. While organizing this conference, we wanted it to help both find political will and to create joint systematic vision on how to tackle this issue. The key role, important role, belongs to Ministry of Social Policy. Their participation is very much important. That's why we invited the head of the ministry, Mr. Denis Ulyutin. He was supposed to come in person, but he promised to join the event online. I hope he's already here. Denis, I'm here. Thank you so much. Thank you. We wanted to ask you, as the key minister in this regard, how is the ministry ready to reinforce their role in tackling homelessness in Ukraine during the war? Because these are internally displaced people, veterans, people who were affected by the war. I wanted to say that the war increased the risk of homelessness for many Ukrainians. The reason might be not only hard life circumstances, but the effect of the war. And international experience shows us that the shelter is not the solution. The countries who have successfully tackled homelessness invest not only in temporary housing, but also in programs that help people come back, return to independent life. We've seen the example of Sweden, how thanks to their programs, they've lowered the number of homeless people by 60%. That's why only in 2025 alone, through the system of social services, we have covered more than 18,000 people. The next step is to develop reinforced supported living and creation of digitalized registry. It will help us respond to risks more effectively and support those people better. But I want to say that no governmental system can tackle this problem alone. So we are very much grateful to charitable organizations and NGO who are the first to see this problem. So I want to say thank you for the participants, to the participants of the conference, since you are not only dealing with that problem, but you also prevented it, and we are ready to support you. Thank you so much. We are glad to work with you and to present the survey, the report that we were doing together with your team, and we hope that this further work will remain practical. You rightly noted that housing first is the principle that Ukraine has to stick to. We will speak about Finnish model, and the author of this model will join us online. Thank you so much. I know that you take part in an important event. But here we have Deputy Head of the Office of the President of Ukraine, Ms. Iryna Mudra. I would like to say thank you for finding time to join us. Please. Good morning, everyone, dear colleagues, dear friends. First of all, thank you for inviting me to this conference. Thank you for people who organized this, the Pole Ukraine team. Thank you for working tirelessly without empty words. Your daily work is the basis that enables us to remain effective. I would like to start with a simple but rough truth. You can lose your home in the night in Ukraine. We all witness that. We see how people say goodnight to their children in the evening, but that their home might be destroyed in the morning. Russian missiles destroy not only walls, but homes, everyday life, documents, belongings, and the sense of safety. So the war drastically changed the profile of homelessness in Ukraine. Among the people who lost their homes or who are at risk of losing it are IDPs, veterans, people from occupied territories, families whose homes were destroyed, people who cannot come back home for years. And I want to emphasize this in a political regard. In Ukraine, homelessness has the perpetrator, the Russian Federation. If home is destroyed, there has to be responsibility for it. If something is lost, there has to be a right for compensation. Based on this logic, Ukraine, together with international partner, is building international compensation mechanism. And I want to tell you more about it. Together with other stakeholders, with our partners, we insist that this mechanism start working as soon as possible. Our task is broader than to just help person survive first period after losing their homes. Social support is needed. Temporary housing is important. Activities by the Pole Ukraine is unnecessary, but the people who lost their home due to Russian aggression has to be proven, has to have the right to demand compensation, and that's the fundamental change of approach, from switching from the model of dependency on social services to the model when their losses are legally assessed and the aggressor is responsible for it. And the first element of this architecture is International Register of Laws that is already functioning. And I want to call on everyone, if you lost your homes, if your flats or houses were destroyed, please apply to that international registry. The next stage is compensation committee that will start functioning in 2027, the next year. And of course, the compensation foundation, because there has to be the source of payments. For the sake of today's conversation, these architecture foresees registry tracks that are connected with losing homes and a place of residency, whether due to damage or destroy of the fact that your home was destroyed. And this is principally important because these categories are officially foreseen in that registry. And they will be counted as the appeal to Russian Federation. The war makes you lose not only a home but it also makes people lose their rental, the place they rent, and very much often everything that they've had. Our task is to help the most vulnerable groups to be included in that mechanism of justice. We have to use the rights that we have. A person without stable housing might not have documents or access to cell phone, to digital services. They might not know about these compensational mechanisms or have no energy to go through all these bureaucratic processes. So here I can see how we can cooperate within the state, community, social services, and international actors as the Pol Ukraine, the organization that has already earned the trust from people. So together we have to help people affected by these circumstances collect the documents, claim their rights, and apply for international registry, and not to lose the right for future compensation. We would like this compensation to be provided after reviewing the case, after the person applies to the registry, but the reality is that today we cannot receive this money from Russia, but we are working on that. Thankfully, there are frozen Russian money, and we insist that that has to be the source of compensation. Russia cannot ruin Ukrainian cities, make people lose their homes, and remain irresponsible, unaccountable for that. It's not the community or the state that has to carry this burden. Neither state nor communities nor international organizations like the POL. Those who do harm have to pay for it. The person has to become the subject that has the right for compensation. So our joint task of the state, of international partners, and public sector and organizations such as the Pol Ukraine and other charitable organizations, our task is to make these people visible. This compensation helps them claim their lives back. Russia will be responsible for what they have done. Thank you so much, and I wish you fruitful work. Thank you, Iryna. We hope that we will be able to implement that mechanism, and we will work on that together. I want to do a small announcement. So journalists will be able to take a short briefing from Ms. Mudran. International partners are crucial for us. They're crucial partners for this conference, and they enabled us to organize that. We are That's also thanks to the Foundation Askol and Deer with the Norwegian Swedish funds. So I would like to give the floor to Natalia Klimova, Deputy Director of ISAR Jednania. Good morning, everyone. I will be short, but I want to say something personal at the beginning. As many of you, before the full-scale invasion, before the war, I used to think that homeless people are someone else. I will never be a homeless person. Neither anyone from my family will become homeless. But only after full-scale invasion, I realized that homelessness is about every one of us. And it's not only about Russia, it's about the lives we all experience. The scariest thing is not only about losing homes, it's about losing our documents, access to medicine, to education, and let's be honest, we are most afraid to lose our dignity. We are afraid of losing not only the home address, but our dignity. So while listening to Ms. Mudra, I realized how good it is that the state is with us. How good it is that after Revolution of Dignity, dignity has become such an important thing in everything that our country is going through, starting from our desire to become a member of EU. And thankfully, we see the system of social services not only as a necessity for marginalized groups, but something that helps every citizen feel their agency, something that enables people to take their lives in their own hands, feel that they can deal with their lives. I'm very much aware of that because in ISAR Jednania, we have been supporting Ministry of Social Policy for years, and we can see that this joint vision is shared by all the stakeholders we work with. We can see that how it is implements on practice also through the involvement of CSOs, and we can see how this understanding of partnership is shared by everyone. Right now, the state cannot deal with everything that the war cost, but the charitable organization volunteers are the stakeholders, the partners who are providing services on the field. They're implementing a lot of projects. They defend their home front while the defenders defend our front lines. So our organization supports charitable organizations a lot. We provide financial support, training, consultations, because we believe that capable civil society is the guarantee of Ukraine moving forward. Do you remember that Putin said that he would only bomb decision-making points? And then we started joking that every Ukrainian home, school, church can claim the status of center of decision-making. That's something that distinguishes us from Russian people. We have the sense of agency and we value our dignity. It's an honor for me to be here to say thank you to our partners, to DePaul Ukraine. Thank you for the work you're doing. And thanks to all the state representatives, we are here to support you. We don't want to overtake your responsibilities, but we are here to support you. Overseas, the public sector is only people who provide services, but in Ukraine, these are the people who initiate reforms, who write new laws, uh, who do a lot of other things. Let's say thank you to international partners for their understanding of the importance of civil society. I think Nordic countries are one of the biggest partners, and their support is sustainable. So very much thank you to both Norway and Sweden for your ongoing support and for the funds you provide for charitable and civil society initiatives. And I want to say thank you to everyone in this room for your daily effort. During the war, the uh, your home is not guaranteed, but thanks to your work, our dignity will still be there. Thank you so much, Natalia. Thanks to international partner for support. As homelessness is intertwined with the war, and there is the person who understands this very well. He dedicated a lot, many years of his life, first to homelessness and then to defending our country. Father Vitaly Novak, the founder of the Pol Ukraine, who is now serving Ukraine. Please.
Good morning to everyone, and let everyone be blessed with good health. So for me, this is a bit of a cultural shock, because after what I did yesterday, actually, I was supposed to stay on positions together with my guys, but the commander of the unit said, "Padre, you did everything you could. Now you need to go back." And I left the positions in the military zone, in the active hostility zone, and I said, "Okay, so commander, since you took me out of the active hostility zone, there is this event that's happening in Kyiv, connected to what my foundation is doing, to what I'm doing. We are talking about home today, about your permanent accommodation, the place where you live. And when you are on positions, when you are in a shelter, in a basement, bombed out house, and you are there to support the military service persons, I remember this time when I went into basically the ruins of a bombed out house. And you stand there among the ruins for a couple of minutes, and you realize that this is something that makes you reconsider your entire life. DPOL, for more than 20 years, is a significant part of my life, because all of this started more than 20 years ago. And from the perspective of all of that, I'm standing and looking at those ruins, and I see there a photograph on the wall, on the part remaining of the wall, there is a photograph of people who live there, this entire family who live there. And my first thought was, okay, so where are these people now? They're definitely not in this area anymore, because the enemy is destroying everything, bombing out everything. And so this is what you think about, and you realize that this is a great tragedy for the people that you are basically fighting for right here, right now. This is why you and your comrades are there on the front line trying to fight against the enemy. But there is this very tangible tragedy that happened to the people who used to live here, and now they have no home to return to. So these are my thoughts from just 2 days ago, and I never imagined that I actually would be able to be here today. This is what you think when you are there. So when the full-scale invasion started, when the full-scale war started, DPOL was already working by that point for 20 years on the street. 16 years we have been working for that period of time with homeless people. We started in Kharkiv. I completed my studies in Slovakia, theological studies, and I was sent to Kharkiv for my mission. And this is where I understood what we are dealing with. The second shock was me to discover what's actually going on the ground. And I really have been hoping and working towards what we're seeing right now, this kind of concerted effort. So we went to Kharkiv and we started working with the understanding that everyone has the right to be a dignified person leading a dignified life, because maybe they don't have a home, but they still have their dignity. At the time, people were saying, okay, so these are bums, these are worthless people. But I realized that actually this is not true. We started working with children, and Mark said, okay, they are children after all. That was our first point of contact. And people were saying to me, this is not really a problem. What you are insisting is a problem. I'm very happy that this contact happened, although it was negative in many ways, but we started working with the government, we started working with the so-called juvenile police, with the social services department. They were rather negative in their responses to our efforts, but at least we started working together. And I was not really well versed in how to work with homeless people. What they taught me during my studies is how to pray to God, and how to consecrate things, but I didn't really know how to work with people. And I called Mark McGreevy, and I asked him, well, what do I do? How do I work? And I think this is in our DNA, this international experience, this international consultations, this international cooperation. So I remember that I was at some point arrested in Kharkiv when I was working with children on the street because the authorities, the police simply didn't know what was going on. And I asked Mark, what do I do? How does this work? And he said, this also happened to me. Please don't worry. We are working right now with the government in the UK, and the government is seeing the importance of our actions. So Mark consulted me right from the very start, and he also came to Ukraine in order to share his experience with us in person. So maybe we didn't understand how things would work out, but this important international experience, British experience, the experience of DPOL International, the experience that actually goes hundreds of years back, and I'm referring here to our patron saint. So a lot of this cultural shock that I experienced at the time, that I'm still experiencing, is also coexisting with a lot of gratitude. I'm grateful to all of you for considering this topic, for giving your thoughts to this question without a systematic kind of solution. As we can see from the experience of our international partners, as they are telling us, it would be impossible to solve the issue of homelessness. So I can go out onto the street to feed the homeless people, to provide shelter, to provide clothing, to meet their most basic needs. But when we study the problem deeper, we also understand that we need political will, we need the active participation of the government, we need this kind of cooperation in order to truly solve the problem of homelessness. People who found themselves on the street, they're not just alcoholics. They have dependencies because of the underlying tragedy that happened in their life. So because of the tragedy of war today, a lot of people are losing their homes as well. And to other people, this loss of home is happening because of different other reasons as well. There are many homeless pensioners, old age pensioners, who are homeless not because they are, unworthy of living in a home, but because something happened to them. And by something happened, I mean there was a crime committed against them that forced them out onto the street. So being here today, I would like to thank God and to thank to all of you for making it part of your agenda, making the finding solution to these issues part of your agenda of everyday work. Dealing with the challenges facing the most vulnerable groups of population in Ukraine is extremely important. Today, a lot of my comrades are fighting. They are from Bakhmut, from Vovchansk, and at the same time, they have no homes left. They ask me, Padre, where do we return to? We have no place to go back to. We have no home. We are fighting, and meanwhile, we know that a lot of our friends and comrades returning from the army because they're being decommissioned, for example, they're returning to nowhere. So 20 years ago, I started working with homeless people in Kharkiv by going out onto the street. It's 20 years already. And what I can tell you from this experience is, even if you don't know what is going to happen, if you don't know how it's going to work out, you still need to continue working. 10 or 15 years ago, I remember a conference like that also took place in Slovakia. And I told my colleague, Jury, I'm so very happy that you managed to achieve this level of work of cooperation. And today, I'm also very happy to see the same happening in Ukraine, the same kind of representation, conference of the same high level. So yes, a lot of people are facing this crisis of homelessness, of having no home. There are lots of refugees and IDPs, people who are left out on the street. We need to make sure that they return to Ukraine, they return to a place where they have a home. Glory to Ukraine and glory to the heroes. Thank you. Thank you so much to Vitaly for everything that you said and also for everything that you do. And we are going to start our first panel discussion, which is actually dedicated to homelessness in the time of the war. Can we turn this crisis into an opportunity for systematic change? An announcement, DePaul Ukraine did the study that this panel discussion is going to be based on, as well as several other discussions. So you can see a QR code on the screen now. You can use that to have a look at the agenda. Also, photos from the conference are going to be published there. And also, you can find the study by using this QR code. And also, this is an opportunity for you to support homeless people, because our organization launched a pilot program for shelter for accommodation to homeless people. If you would like to donate to help in order for people to be able to receive the social housing that we provide, please use the QR code for that. I would like to invite to the stage the participants of our first discussion. So these are, first of all, Anna Skorek, Director of the DePaul Ukraine Charitable Foundation. Also, Ella Libanova, who is the director of the Demographics and Life Problem Studies Institute. Please come up to the stage as well. And we have with us also Helena Tretyakova, head of the Verkhovna Rada Committee on Social Policy and Protection of Veterans' Rights, and also Marina Honda, deputy head of the Kyiv City State Administration for the exercise of self-government powers. The panel is going to be moderated by Tatiana Goncharova. Please come up to the floor. Hello, everyone. We have an hour. So Marina, please take your seat in the middle, and then everyone else, please take seats as well. So I'm very happy to see all of you in this room, and I'm very sure that you are working with this topic very practically. Next time at a similar conference, I would definitely like to see more bloggers and media persons in this room with us in order to highlight this problem for the society even more. Because it's very important for Ukrainian society to see homelessness as a real problem. It's very important for us to highlight this problem, to make it more visible. Please use the QR code to vote. So I know you're all representatives of the sector, so this is probably something that you know, but still, how many homeless people do you think there are in Ukraine? Please do not cheat, do not look at the results of the findings of the study, just give us your approximate estimate. How would you estimate the number of homeless people in Ukraine? Meanwhile, our panel is going to look into the study done by DePaul Ukraine together with the Institute for the Demography and Life Quality Problems, but also within this hour, we will try to go from the general outline of the problem to particular recommendations from everyone on the stage. How do you see what the Ministry for the Development of Community and Territory should be doing? How do you see what the Ministry for Social Policy should be doing? What do you think the civil society organizations should be doing as well? So I would like to pose a question to Anna Skorek. The issue of homelessness became exacerbated during the full-scale invasion. Yes, we're seeing veterans who are homeless, IDPs who are homeless. How would you generally estimate the study? What were you struck by in particular? Which numbers? We had Vitaly, the chaplain, with us, who is the founder of DePol Ukraine, but currently you are the director of DePol Ukraine. So what is your take on the problem? We had homelessness before the war, we have it now. How has the situation changed? I'm very happy to be here. Good morning to everyone, and thank you for the question. Yes, as Father Vitaly noted, DePol Ukraine has been working for 20 years in Ukraine. We are working in Kyiv, in Kharkiv, in Odessa. Before the full-scale invasion, our main task was social patrols, as well as shelters, as well as working the places of detention. And we mostly worked with people who found themselves out on the street. And as mentioned, this happened because of different reasons. With each person, there is their own story, there is their own pain. They didn't manage to cope with this or that kind of challenge they faced in life. But then in 2022, February 24, we faced the full-scale invasion, the start of the full-scale attack. And DePol, of course, stayed with Ukraine and stood with Ukraine, and we saw that our services, our scope of work, these things are growing. So we were starting to receive requests from IDPs and so on. During the fourth year of the full-scale invasion, we also started to receive requests from veterans. So people who found themselves in different kinds of difficult situations in life, the different categories of this group of people became much, much wider than before. So we did the study, and we saw that there are 23% of IDPs addressing us for assistance, but that was before. Right now, when we repeated the study, during the fifth year of the full-scale invasion, the number changed, and this is what I was really struck by. Now the IDPs requesting our assistance, their number rose to 49%. So these are people coming to us for our help. And this is what we see every day, and this is what we see every night. People are losing their homes, they are losing everything they used to have. This also happened to me at the start of the war, because I'm from Kharkiv. So I understand these people really very well. Previous speakers noted every night could bring the loss of your home to you. So as an organization that has already accumulated its own experience and expertise, in November we're going to mark our 20th anniversary since the start of our work. We do see the category of homeless people becoming wider. So unfortunately, today on the street, we saw different categories of people who became homeless. Therefore, our services are also becoming wider in scope. We are doing everything possible to make social housing possible, because shelters, after all, are just a temporary solution to homelessness, not a sustainable solution. It's just for this temporary period of transition, when you take a person out of the conditions of the street, and then something has to happen next after that. So it's very important for us that the government is working right now on the draft law with regard to social housing, because the market of social housing should grow. And our organization is very much interested in cooperating with the government in this area, because we really want to help our people to again have a roof over their heads. And we understand that this approach has to be comprehensive, and it's not just about the services that we're currently providing. the end goal is for a person to once again have their home, because a dignified life is a life that you lead when you have your own home. Ella Libanova, can we invite you to comment on the matter as well? And then a question to the coordinators of our event: do we have numbers? Are people voting? Are people voting for the answer that seems more realistic to them? So which number are most people voting for? 500,000 people, 500,000. All right. So I am envious of your optimism with regard to this number. How did you measure within the study the number of homeless people? Can you comment on that? So today, unfortunately, all the studies are facing the problem of representation. This is what I always say as a disclaimer, even those studies that our institute is also working on or joining. All of the investigations, all of the studies of this kind, they suffer from this drawback. I mean, you still need to do research, you still need to do studies, but I would like to give you this metaphor. So let's say you are a mother and your child is ill, and even without using any special equipment, you would place a hand, for example, on the forehead of your child, or you would look at the color of their skin, and they are red, or the forehead is hot. You see that the child is sick, but it still would be better to have a thermometer. So according to our study, 1 million people are homeless in Ukraine. I think that everyone now understands what the issue is. We are underestimating while voting how many people are homeless. So the first thing is not all homeless people, especially if they are men, are ready to register as homeless people, and it's clear why, I think. Secondly, not everyone believes that actually registering as a homeless person will do you any good. And in this sense, to continue what you were talking about, you said shelters, they are just a temporary solution. They are even less than a temporary solution. In many cases, shelters are what provokes homelessness, triggers homelessness. I hope I am explaining this well. So in our study, there is an explanation of this particular point that I'm making, but to explain briefly, the thing is when a person loses their job, loses their home for this or that reason, or a variety of reasons. Anyway, if they are homeless and jobless, and if this person understands that he or she can count on assistance, that means there is a risk that the person will continue counting on assistance instead of looking for a job. And so in this regard, I would like to ask all of us not to repeat the mistakes of European countries, countries of the European Union, because they made a lot of mistakes in the sphere of welfare. Let's not repeat those mistakes. We simply cannot do that today, of course, because we are poor, but I hope that we will not remain poor forever. And so this is the first key point I would like to make. Secondly, what I was most concerned by, based on the findings of our research, of our study, is the following. We now are seeing homeless people who are veterans of the war in Ukraine. We need to do everything possible in order to make sure that this is no longer the case. These are people who shed their blood for Ukraine, for us. These are people who ensured that we continue living. They've been doing that for more than 4 years. And hopefully, they will also be able to continue fighting, and they will ensure our survival. So they need to be safer from homelessness. And here, I would like to pose a question to those organizations who are protecting veterans' rights, and personally to the person that I respect very much, the person who is sitting next to me. So, Halina, I understand that the executive authorities are facing a lot of problems, but still, you are the legislators, you are the legislative branch, and if you do not put pressure on executive authorities, they will simply do what the mandate tells them to do, very narrowly, very specifically. Let me reiterate, veterans should not be homeless. They should not be facing such risks. The second problem is, and I think it's very important, this is the problems of IDPs. So we have heard today already that with the start of the full-scale invasion, this is a problem that suddenly appeared. But no, this is not true. It's a problem that we started facing back in 2014. It's just that we're not really aware of this problem. The flow of people from the Crimea was not that big, but we did get a big influx of people from Donbass. But we did not really understand what was happening, and this is a problem caused by the inaction or slow action of research institutes as well as government. When we talk about all of this today, what I would like to focus your attention on is this. And this is something that, based on the findings of our study, do I still have time? Yes, a couple of minutes. So I was really struck by this. We asked people about this problem of homelessness, and everyone spoke about how dire the situation is, about the big scope, and then we asked them, okay, in your particular community or Hromada, what's the situation? And then people started giving a much lower estimates of how big the problem is, how dire the situation is. Things are not that bad, they essentially said, on the level of my community. And this is something that I think is very characteristic of Ukraine. This is what I'm seeing for many years. We think that things are very bad, generally speaking, but when it comes to my particular community, my particular locality, things are not that bad. So for everyone, the situation is very bad, but for my particular place, for my particular community or household, we'll manage, we'll be able to cope. So whatever you ask people about, their job, the situation with this or that, any question you ask them, this is going to be the answer. And this can calm us down a bit because, I mean, everything is, after all, decided at this very local level, the level of household, the level of a community, or Hromada, not really at the level of the Parliament of Ukraine, Verkhovna Rada. But if Verkhovna Rada, if the Parliament of Ukraine does not impose very strict boundaries with regard to what can be done by the executive authorities and what cannot be done by the executive, should not be done by the executive authorities, what should be done by the local authorities, what should not be done, what cannot be done by the local authorities. This means that this estimate, this number, 1 million of homeless people, probably will become much more concrete and tangible, and in a way that we are going to find not nice at all. So I am fully convinced that today we have something unique that we have gained during the war, because of the war, and this is our unity. Let me put it this way. I've been doing studies such as this one for more years than most of you are living for. And Ukraine, I can tell you for certain, has never been this united and this confident that it's moving in the right direction. And our main task is to make sure that this unity perseveres, does not dissipate. The only way to do this, the only precondition for this is there should be no exceptions. And so homeless people should not become these exceptions to what we do to our unity.
You mentioned 1 million that Ella has also noted. Thinking about what you've recently said, the population of Ukraine uh, went back. It reduced by 1 million. So this 1 million of homeless people can become the substitute for the million we lost. So yesterday during the committee meeting that you had, that you chair, you presented this research. What were you impressed by? Were you surprised by the million that was mentioned in that research, or something different? Of course, we are thinking about shelters, dignified jobs, medical services, everything that these people that mentioned here. Does executive government understand it? We need to pay tribute to Libanova. She is a great woman. Please don't laugh at me. She would always say truth. This truth, it's not always comfortable for government, for executive authorities, but this truth is crucial for society so that they can influence the government. We are citizens of democratic republic, and that means that everyone possesses the resources that we have in this country, including housing, but we choose executive authorities to manage our resources. I've had 8 points that I wanted to mention, but I want to note the seventh one right now in this discussion. This is the relation of the right to have your own property with other rights. The EU states that it's not possible to evict a person if they do not leave it voluntarily. It means deportation. This is deportation. And unfortunately, this is not stated in Ukrainian legislation, but I was promised that this will be added to the law on housing policy or social policy. But the right to have housing, the right to have property, what is stipulated by legislation? So if you cannot pay for your apartment, you can be forcefully evicted, which is not possible in any European country. So that right now my effort is concentrated on this issue so that we take over these European practices. Of course, veterans cannot be homeless. They should not be homeless. Although sometimes veterans are also displaced people. For those people and for people with disabilities, these people are covered by a budget program. There's a program by Ministry of Veterans. We are able to succeed in that program by 85%, but we need to expand this. But the instruments that we have is much more than just the instruments to provide social housing that the veterans are prioritized for. Another group is IDPs who lost their homes. It's not a secret, and it might be uncomfortable truth, but many people don't want to be evacuated from their home territories because they have no place to go. Or if they left their territories, they people choose to remain in occupied territories because they have no place to stay within the territory of Ukraine. If we started talking about hromadas or communities, Kyiv, unlike other oblast centers, has no shelters for IDPs. All the other cities have, but it does not have. Is Kyiv the poorest city for that? Or is Kyiv afraid to host IDPs? The problem, the right for housing, the right for housing is higher than other rights, than the rights of ownership for the same housing. We need to protect that right on the level of state policy because Ukraine is a republic and everything that is within the territory of Ukraine belongs to every Ukrainian. We have to protect this right. Let me mention a couple of other topics. Yes, the war did exacerbate this problem, but not only the war is the reason for homelessness. The problem is of homelessness is not only about the absence of housing, it's also about the risk of violence. 69% of homeless people suffer from violence. They cannot defend themselves. Oftentimes, these are people who have some kind of disabilities, who cannot find free legal support, and they're often affected by violence, not only from each other, but also from institutions like national police, Tzk and others. This is the permanent risk of violence. These are also health problems. A high number of homeless people report that 90% of homeless people have some medical issues. It's also the issues with employment. Many employers are very reluctant to employ those kind of people. Yesterday, during the committee meeting, we've said that unemployed and homeless people with health problems, it's very hard for them to find employment. In Kharkiv, when people are evacuated from one territory to another, so in those cases, homeless people support that evacuation, and they can be employed for that. They can be employed for park maintenance. There are many jobs that they can be involved in so that they can see that they're useful for society. But the society does not always sees them. So unemployment, that's another problem that we try to tackle when we try to introduce new social services that always lack funds for. We've stated that the social services that our former minister has launched have to be expanded and communities have to procure them more. But then we will have the source thanks to local or central budget and social insurance. How can we deal with these problems? This is not only about funds, this is about the change of policy. During socialism, we used to think if we pay some amount of money to a person, we've solved their problems. Of course, we can solve some problems with social payments, but also with social services and through the infrastructure. The pole is infrastructure that provides social services that protect a person, and this infrastructure has to be supported by the programs of Ministry of Social Affairs. this is not only about the funds, this is about the people who know what they are doing. Another problem is that homeless people, this category often encompasses third age people. These are people who are older than 65 years old. Our committee receives a lot of requests.
Стрибнув у Кривому Рогі з 8-го року, причому абсолютно свідомо стрибнув, вилізши з вікна,
I think
ставши
you've heard the news when in Kryvyi Rih, 80-year-old person committed suicide. He was 81. Another case when a male, 66 years old, who was who suffered from a fraud, and he was killed. He was thrown away from the bridge. He was diagnosed later on with dementia. The neighbors would say that he was not respectful towards his neighbors. His neighbors did not respect him as well, but he was a single person. He was suffering from dementia. His flat, 41 square meters, was the only housing. But he had a big debt on utilities. So the subsidies for utilities are ascribed only if you have no debts on utilities. So if you have debts, you cannot receive subsidies. So third age people cannot receive that support because of their debts. I'm not even saying that the minimal living cost, living payment is a little bit more than 2,000 hryvnias. The gender aspect here is also important. We paid attention to that in the research. Men, as homeless people, as single people, are affected by this problem more than women. I think Ella will mention that. I think their situation is worse in 4 times. Women might be a little bit more patient and persistent. The gender aspect, I don't know how to call that, it's not discrimination, but gender imbalance with men might be maybe because we demand too much from men. I don't know that they have to earn money and pay for their family. So maybe if they become third age people and they have no no means, can create too much pressure on that. So we've mentioned subsidies. Also, the flats are being taken away from veterans. 12%. We were surprised to see that figure. 12% of people become homeless because their flats were taken away from them. That's another warning signal, and some of them are veterans. For instance, one of the veterans joined the front line. He sent his family to the western regions. His third child was born there. He came back home, but his flat was taken away from him. He could not live there. His family could not live there because that flat belongs to another person. I see that as a deportation, and we need to stop that. It's not about the war, it's about the system from the capital letter, the system that we haven't fought. And so I'm convinced that 12% is the indicator that there are people who are being preyed on, single people, veterans. People prey on these flats, on these people. These flats are being taken away and sold. You can only name it taken away of their homes. I'm very glad that Oksana Zholnovych is here with us. We will speak about the Minister of Internal Affairs, and I'm working on the project of on the protection of housing, the only housing that people have, and it's important that we stipulate that in legislation. If you've heard about these cases, please talk to us. We recently talked to the National Association of Lawyers of Ukraine. There is an application that people can use for free to protect their flats. It's the problem that a lot of families experience. I need to interrupt you. As a journalist, I found out about many things. We want to avoid monologue, but how many people do really look deep into these situations? I can name you many more cases. How many people how many are there like-minded people? Are there some people who support you in this? Everyone who's here, these are the people who think about that. How many people in Ukrainian parliament? Our committee understands this problem. All right, that's enough for me. I want to talk to Marina. You represent the whole city. Your position is key in the city. There are no shelters for homeless people in Kyiv. Kyiv has problems with shelters. The situation with homeless people is better in Kyiv. It seems like that. There are many more places that they can stay the night. It's an irony. I'm not speaking seriously. We can see that the numbers are too low in the report. I haven't seen the research. I cannot comment on that, but I will share the numbers that I have that I work with. As any country in the world, Kyiv is the gravity center of homeless people. That's the fact. We analyzed the number of people. There are two centers of living centers for homeless people. One of them is outside the city. There are people that we take from hospitals. They can stay in a hospital for 2 weeks, and they have to be taken from hospitals. These are usually the people with disabilities, with low mobility or on wheelchairs. There are 300 places in that center. Right now there are 164 residents. I've paid attention to gender aspect, and I can attest that there are many more males than females. Why are there still 3 places? We need more staff. We need more people who will provide services for them. And social services are very expensive. Palliative care is very expensive. These people need not only a nurse, but the team with dignified payment. And we realize that in the future, social services will be much more expensive than medical services. There is another center where people can stay the night. They can take shower and go to work. There are 4,000 beneficiaries of that service in a year. 60% of them are not residents of Kyiv. These are people who come from across the country. And you often notice homeless people in winter, right? Unfortunately, 20% of them don't want to go anywhere from the street. The police cannot make them go somewhere. We cannot take them by force. If the person doesn't want to, we have no right to take them to a shelter. That's when we're speaking about social homeless people. The reasons can be very different. High percent of people are people who used to be in detention facilities, institutions, and they have no place to come back to. But what did the war show us? In winter, after massive shelling, when there was no heating, you could see that the number of homeless people dropped dramatically because they were in Dnipro, Darnica, or in other places where they could receive hot meals, or they would go outside the city. In Kyiv, there are more than 500,000 pensioners, and a lot of them are single or have minimal pension. Their family usually went abroad or they're just left alone. In winter, we found out some cases. For instance, bedridden granny signed an agreement with her caretaker, but that person left the country. And so, can the social social care system tackle all these cases? No, but unfortunately, the number of those cases grow. Speaking about housing, there are 69,000 families in Kyiv who are in queue to receive housing. More than 7,000 of them are combatants. When we were speaking about combatants and IDPs, we analyzed the figures and we realized that more than 5,000 combatant families are also displaced people. This is not the total number of people who need housing. We procured 100 flats for IDPs with additional vulnerability groups. After giving them those flats, the number of people in line grew. But right now, after massive Russian attacks, more than 1,000 families in Kyiv have the status of IDPs because their homes were destroyed. Kyiv faces all kinds of problems. Even with our budget, it's impossible to change the system with no changes in legislation. Many flats were given so the system of managing the housing can be introduced, and we used to have a great legislation when some number of new buildings was transferred to communities for providing flat lines. If there is no flat line, these flats can serve as social housing for combatants, IDPs. Halina, is it possible to introduce that change?
Speak into the microphone, please. If we introduce this norm back into the law, So we had a lot of social housing, but it has been privatized. There is nothing left. So this example from the Netherlands that we should keep in mind is 40% of the housing is social housing. Communities are in charge, municipal authorities are in charge, community has the ownership of the housing that they need. So maybe they need teachers, or they need museum workers, or they need hospital workers. They would need this housing, and they would use this housing to provide accommodation for the staff, for the workers, employees that the community needs. Provide accommodation for the teacher or the doctor, or maybe IDPs move to a certain community. The housing would be provided to them, but then someone could come to the community not on their own, but with their family. The community says, right, you want to integrate into our community, live here, you're provided with accommodation, we pay you all the utility bills for half a year, and then you start doing that. You're looking for a job, or meanwhile, your children go to our kindergartens and schools. We want them to grow up here. So the idea is the community creates this comfortable conditions for living instead of just being interested in, doing business. And this is the kind of approach that does not exist in Ukraine. For some reason, we think that communities are supposed to open up those big industrial business parks and so on. But that's not really something that the community should do. This is, for the Ministry of our Development of Communities and Territories. Communities should be thinking of the comfortable life for those people, for those local residents who actually live in the community. That should be their focus. Please allow Ella to make a comment as well. I think she wants to say something. You mentioned Gdansk and, development of communities and territories, and you mentioned Lugano. Gdansk, I'm familiar with. Lugano now as examples of, the development of economic zones, special economic zones and industrial and business parks. But anyway, what I wanted to say is, Helena was reminding us of the Ministry of Economy. We will not be able to do anything about homelessness if we do not create jobs. So unless we create jobs, we will not find a solution to this problem unless we teach these homeless people how to upskill and reskill and so on. In many cases, this is not really the problem for the Ministry of Social Policy. This is the problem for the Ministry of Economy. And secondly, when we talk about housing, and this is addressed to you, by the way, my dear Helena, let's not forget that the communal and social accommodation, it's a bad translation from the English language. So these are different things. And so what I'm in favor of is territorial communities or hromadas. Kyiv one, first of all, they should have communal accommodation, communal housing. So the problem is they don't really have housing of this kind that they could provide to people. And so we turn the problem of accommodation into a Soviet problem. That's the issue. I am sorry for interrupting you. You mentioned jobs. However, I read the entire study, or all the 52 pages. Thank you, by the way, for the research. So I read all of the study, and it says homeless people actually say that they need three things to feel dignified. They need a place where they can live, a home, they need a job, and they need healthcare. If a person is healthy, she or he can do whatever they want to do. So they are ready to welcome. They are ready to take on a job to truly feel dignified and live a full life. I just wanted to add that any kind of governmental policies based on social data from sociological studies and so on, we also do research. In Kyiv, starting from 2014, we have over 400,000 IDPs, approximately 200,000 or more starting from 2022, but you can't really check whether they are truly living in Kyiv, although they're registered in Kyiv. Maybe they moved out of Kyiv. The registers give us different kind of data. So if a person came here in 2014, maybe they had a chance to buy a place for themselves because the market was a bit different. And then there is a person from Bakhmut, and they left without anything in 2022. These are slightly different situations. In the absence of accurate statistical data, any kind of program or planning is not really possible. I think Helena knows and understands this, but we need to register all the people. We need to understand who they are and where they are. And this is one direction. With regard to statistical data, official statistical data is simply absent right now. I think maybe for the last 5 years, actually. So we cannot even officially, make a census with regard to specifically children, for example. So we have a difference of 6 times homeless people, 6 times more of them here than according to statistical data. So official data, obviously unreliable. We should think about registering them properly, counting them properly. That is the state statistical service. This is something they should do. I mean, with regard to my statistics colleagues, I would like to defend them, stand up for them. How do you think they could do this? The census occurred in 2001. Even during peaceful times, it was difficult to update the information, to make the census data current. And so what do you want from them in the conditions of the wartime? Right, okay. So a proper count, a proper registration process for homeless people, that should be priority number 1. And people need also to receive an opportunity to work. It's not just about sheltering them overnight, but giving them an opportunity to work as well. And also something that the poll talks about, we don't have the strategy for overcoming homelessness. We have a strategy instead of overcoming poverty. The poll lobbied for a change to the law on the basic principles of social policy. Anna, Marichka, correct me if I'm wrong, you are working on this new strategy with the ministry where there will be a sector on homelessness. But there is a lack of cooperation. So they are the Ministry for Social Policy and Family and Unity of Ukraine. I would like to give you the full title to remind you what they are in charge of. And then there is the Ministry for the Development of Communities and Territories. Between those two ministries, there is no good coordination. What do we do? How do we make them work together in order for them to find a solution to the problem of lack of dignified life? I think this is a common problem, not just a Ukrainian problem. The problem is just the way the whole system of working of the cabinet of ministers, how it is set up. So every ministry is a separate legal entity. The cabinet of ministers is not one whole unified structure where people are all taking care of the same thing, working in the same direction. So this is basically Soviet legacy, I think, in terms of structure. But there are changes happening, there is coordination happening. This is being done by the team of the prime minister. So every prime minister who comes to power, they should, with regard to Verkhovna Rada in society, they should signal how the coordination and interaction between different ministries is going to take place, and what each particular minister should have an absolute kind of power over. So like there are some general rules and there are some specific rules, regulations, decrees, some decisions, I mean, that are made specifically by a particular minister. But with cabinet of ministers, they represent this general matrix. In terms of management, this is a bit of a cumbersome or difficult structure. So it all depends on the team that comes to power, their vision, their interaction, and so on. After our meeting, if this number appears in the media, 1 million homeless people, I think this will be already an indication for people, decision makers in power, with regard to what they should see as a priority. So I have a question here to Anna. So you advocated for these changes with regard to the strategy on homeless people and homelessness. We have Helena with us, we have Marina and Ella with us. for civil society organization, how difficult it is for you to lobby, to advocate for that. And with regard to priorities, what would you say they are? Is that registering all of the homeless people? Is that shelters, network of shelters? What would you focus on? For us as a civil society organization, cooperation with government, with the state is really important, and the support from the state, the support from the government. We are a small organization, which means it's difficult for us to advocate, to lobby for particular questions, to overcome legislative hurdles. We need the state to invest into such organizations as we are. We are right now mostly funded by international donors. So we are doing the work, well, I don't want to say that the state should be doing, but we are helping them to a great degree to overcome the problem of hopelessness. And with regard to social housing in particular, this is not something that we can do on our own. We need governmental authorities, we need ministries to work together with us and provide us the opportunity to actually provide people with the social housing, provide them with jobs, and so on. As of now, I can see interest already. Today and during the previous conference that we also organized, we saw that the state started hearing us and started being open-minded, but still we need a lot of work, a lot of other steps are needed to happen. Because currently we are working on our own, state is working on our own, but we are starting to be heard. So it's important for us that this law on the basic principles of social policy already mentions homelessness and already talks about a systematic approach to resolving this issue. So Ministry for Social Policy, Ministry for the Development of Communities Territories, who is mostly responsible for the fact that 1 million homeless people are not enjoying their right to dignified life in Ukraine. I don't want to put blame on people, point fingers, and thank you to Helena for explaining how it all works, but still, who do you think the responsibility rests on mostly, or let's put it this way, who is more ready, as you see it, to take this responsibility upon themselves and be actively looking for a solution? It's difficult to answer, we're not that much in contact with them. Got it, thank you. Helena, so the DePaul study done together with with Alice team, the findings tell us that we need to go through different stages of the moral career of the homeless people, which is providing the services, inviting them to the support center. You just mentioned that Kyiv has 2 shelters, 168 people, 300 beds, but no one to actually provide the services. Can we, in these conditions, fill those 300 beds if there is no staff, no one to take care of the people we invite to come there? I would say the question should be posed in a slightly different way. So you asked about, line ministries. Social policy ministry, they are in charge of the comprehensive support. So there is the social service, the social sphere starts taking care of the person once they already find themselves in a difficult situation. But this ministry, the social sphere, is blind to the situation where the root causes of their future problems first appear. So, social sphere starts helping the person once it's clear that they are now in a difficult situation. So we can help with the social services, social sphere can help with the social services, and there should be a clear standard for that. But let's be honest, no organization, no department, no city will be able to provide all of the social services of support. And so the first question is the legislative regulation of social housing, fair distribution of this housing, and also I think that this is mostly the area of responsibility of the Ministry for the Development of Communities and Territories. They are introducing legislative changes with regard to this. So the question is, a person should be interested in actually getting the service in order for them to make this decision. Let's say they are on the street, they have alcohol dependency. You need to talk to them faster, and you need to help them to overcome the dependency. How do you do it? Hospital. Can we send them to the hospital? No, not really. If they are having some mental health problems, can we send them to the hospital? Forcibly, no, we cannot do that. So it's not just a question that should be addressed to one particular ministry. The way people sometimes ask me, please come with your social services because there is this person sitting there, they need help. Okay, but you personally, what are you doing? The person, writing to me. Did you actually approach this person that you saw sitting somewhere on the street? Did you ask them what the problem is, how you could help? So the question should be addressed to all of us with regard to what should be done and who should be doing things. 2 days ago, I talked to Svoboda battalion, military service persons, and there was this military guy who said, I saw homeless people on the street and I helped them. And when the war is over, I want to go back to that again. I want to help homeless people again. And I asked what his motivation was. Were you scared of becoming a homeless person yourself, and that's why you helped other homeless people? And he said, no, I just want to help them to get back to a better life. We don't have much time left, and I would like to summarize and wrap up our discussion. There are a lot of experts on this topic in the room. I want to address all of you. We need to disseminate the information about this 1 million of homeless people. We need the society to sit up and pay attention. Who are these homeless people, though? They are people like everyone else. They are in no way different from other people who are more lucky in life. And with this million homeless people, we need to support them. We need to help them become like other people, more successful people, those luckier people. So Helena, you mentioned a lot of steps that your profile committee, line committee is working on. Please focus our attention again on 3 things that are feasible. They can be done by the government, by Verkhovna Rada, in order for homeless people to have dignified life. All right, so changing the rules for utilities, subsidies and subventions for older people, even if they have utility debts, protect people against eviction. And also, I have this initiative, a legislative initiative, if there is a forcible eviction with regard to people. First of all, there should be consultations carried out with the Ministry of Veterans Affairs and Social Services. And this is what we are already doing when there is a criminal proceedings, criminal case involving a veteran. There should be a different procedure. There should be public defenders and lawyers and legal experts and psychologists involved. So when the same happens, with regard to evictions, social services should be involved as well. Social services know what the needs of those people are who are affected by forcible evictions. They should be involved. So the Ministry for Social Policy should be more involved. Communities, I would say, as responsible for the provision of social policies, the ministry creates the general framework, the general regulations for the entire state, but we all live within specific local communities. And any one of us can become homeless, and being aware of this risk, of the risk of becoming homeless people, being truly aware of that means every one of us should start helping. For communities, we should give them the necessary mechanisms. We should empower them to actually protect people. In the event of, for example, forcible evictions, which do not take into account the status of the person. Maybe this is an IDP, an old age pensioner suffering from an age-related disease, a veteran, and so on. In many cases, vulnerable categories are simply unable of protecting themselves. We need to remember that we can end up in the situation as the situation that these people are facing. This is why I'm very afraid of aging, of old age myself. Marina, since you represent the Kyiv community here, the city of Kyiv, let's say that I see a homeless person cowering under a balcony, afraid of emerging from their temporary shelter. And this is still a person who has a right to dignified life, but they feel that they have no dignity, and I also feel undignified in the situation because I feel helpless. What can I do? As a person who simply is a passerby, a witness, what can I do to help them? You can definitely suggest that they can go to a shelter, and we also have mobile teams. They address cases such as the one you're describing. Hypothetically, when we receive a call, if a person doesn't want to go to a shelter with a mobile team, we can at least leave some information, a leaflet, and so on. Food can be provided, help can be provided. Usually, if a mobile team is called to help, and some people refuse the assistance, but normally this does help. So if you give us a call, the mobile team will maybe team up with the police, because sometimes a document check should be carried out as well. After all, we're living in the conditions of wartime, and sometimes you need to check who the person is, to check their documents, especially in cases where, for example, the person actually stands, lies somewhere next to a building that belongs to the government, and potentially there is a risk of this homeless person doing something that could put this governmental object at risk. So anyway, police and social services are contacted in those cases where a homeless person is discovered, but then for social services to be involved, I feel that there is a lack of intersectoral cooperation. Also, we can see that when we look at the cases of veterans who are detained by the military enlistment and registration authorities, simply because when they returned from the front line, there was no proper cooperation, the level of community, letting the military enlistment and registration authorities know that this person is actually a veteran who already was in the army and returned from the war. So DePaul Ukraine has been working for 20 years on the problem of homelessness in Ukraine. Priorities, very briefly, to wrap up our discussion. So yes, we are very much motivated, and we can orient ourselves very well in the situation. Now that we have the findings of the study, we understand that we need to build the system of comprehensive social services that we would be providing together with the state to homeless people. And our task is to move forward and to insist on the importance of social housing, which means working with the communities, with the Ministry for Social Policy, and so on. Definitely, because we will be unable to do it without them. Thank you very much, Tatiana Honcharova. I was very happy to moderate this discussion. No one left the room during the first panel. I'm very thankful to you for your attention. And I hope that you will be as involved and as engaged during the next panels. Thank you. Just very briefly, Tatiana, thank you very much for moderating this discussion. Thank you to all of the participants of our panel. This was a very heated, very engaging discussion. And right now, I would like to invite us to the second panel on the face of homelessness during the war. And I think the best way for us to see this face of homelessness is by actually looking at homeless persons. So we invited two homeless people who used to live in our shelters. These are veterans, military servicemen. They are our defenders. As Halina Tretyakova noted, they definitely must not end up in the situation of homelessness. But unfortunately, we see that this is happening to such people. It's very important, therefore, to provide them with the assistance right from the start, at the point where they start needing our assistance in order for them not to remain homeless, in order for them to get a way out of this situation. So I would like to invite Yaroslav Holovko and Oleksandr Bily to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Yaroslav. My call name is hairdresser. This call name I received in the Armed Forces of Ukraine. I became homeless when I was 19 or 20 years approximately. I'm from Nikopol city. This is my hometown. My mother found another husband, and I had a bad relationship with him, so I had to leave my home. I started working. I did have a job. For a year, I was going from one place to another. I would live in different places, but then I would go to a village to my late father in Dnipropetrovsk region. I was living there for some time, and after my father died, I realized that I need to go to Nikopol. There I lived with my uncle. I had a job. I did have both a job and housing. I was comforted by having a older brother, but he died from diabetes when he was 35 years old. And then I realized that I have to go to another place. So in 2021, I decided to move to Dnipro. I will say it in Russian, to look for better fortunes. So I moved to Dnipro. I had a job there. It was quite a good job. I worked in Bartolomeo. This is the one of the places for rich people. When the full-scale invasion started, I lived with my friends on their rented flat. I was woken up by my friend, and he said that the war started. At first, I did not believe him, but then we went to another room. The TV was on, and so I listened to news. Of course, I lost my job. My friend moves away, his girlfriend moves away too, and I end up alone with no place to live. I ended up in a construction company, but it was converted in volunteer center. We were sorting humanitarian aid. I worked there for a little while, but from humanitarian aid we switched to reconstruction. We stopped sorting humanitarian aid. Even our president would come to us. I also had a surgery on my finger because of an accident. And later on, after surgery, after rehabilitation, I joined the same company, and in 2024, I was mobilized in the armed forces, in the Navy. I joined the 35th Brigade, and then I switched to 39th Navy Brigade. I started serving in Khersonsk direction, and there on Kherson front. I tore my ligaments and I was evacuated to Odessa. I had 2 surgeries in Odessa. And then I lived for half a year in Chornomorsk, Odessa region. I was renting a flat from my comrade. And then I received the disability status. And so my comrade would tell me, I'm selling this apartment. You have a week to choose another place. So I once again ended up in a situation. I had problems with the with my residency. And through the veteran hub in Odessa, I found out that there is an organization called the Pol, and our organization, Veteran Hub, referred me to them. They told me to talk to them to ask about housing. Of course, I came to the office of the organization and I met with our management. We talked through my situation, and so I started living in their center. I was living there for 6 months. I didn't have any payments, no documents that I needed. And at the beginning of February, I received my first pension. The whole sum I received 160,000 hryvnias. And together with my comrade, we made a decision. I told him, let's move out from Dipol. We rented municipal flat. Right now, we don't have money for a better place, but we found a municipal flat in Odessa, 2,000 hryvnias for room. Conditions are good. There are all necessities. And in February, we moved there, and we are still living in that municipal flat. I want to personally say thank you to Dipol Odessa. Thank you for giving us a chance to live there. Your attitude was great. You treated us very well. So I'm very much grateful to your management, and I'm glad that there are such organizations as Dipol. Thank you. That's it for me. I will be short. I think Yaroslav painted a bigger picture. My name is Oleksandr. I'm military serviceman of 81st Brigade. In 2022, I voluntarily joined the military. At the end of 2024, I was wounded. Before full-scale invasion, I worked in construction field. At the end of 2024, I was wounded. I was under mortar shelling, and at first I was evacuated to Kramatorsk, then to Dnipro, and then to Odessa. I was sent to a hospital, and I spent there approximately a year. And when I was discharged, I had no place of residency. And through Veteran Hub, I also found out through the head of the hub, Volodymyr Yermakov, about the Pol. Yermakov is the officer of my brigade. I was referred there, and I talked to a director, Mr. Oleg. He's here, he's from the Pol Odessa. I talked to him. I received there both legal support and they also supported me in receiving all the documents I needed. And then I met Yaroslav there, and in 6 months we moved out. DPOL, personally for me, it gave me an impetus. After frontline, you are very much frustrated, you feel unheard, but when you are understood, when people understand you, when people give you hope, you have a zest for life. And so DPOL gives you an impetus and it helps you move on. Right now, I support homeless people myself with medical assistance. I used to be a medical professional on the front line. And I move on. I will be studying psychology. I want to comment, together with my comrade, we are chaplains assistants. Every Monday in Odessa, we organize evening meetings for homeless people. We provide food for them. My comrade provides medical assistance because he's paramedic. I'm a preacher. I'm also the cook's assistant. We found our niche in that service. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks. Great gratitude to our defenders, to people who ended up in such a hard, difficult situation. Not only that, they also support others who ended up in such hard situations. That shows us that support for veterans matters, especially the support in the first moment, because there is a notion of more career of homeless people. It develops within 6 months when people change their self-perception, when they take on the identity of the homeless person. So it's important to support those people in these first 6 months so they are not left alone. The next panel discussion is about the profile of homelessness in Ukraine today. We should have had the Deputy Minister of Social Policy, Solodka. I was just informed that she will not join us. We did not expect that because we think that Ministry of Social Policy is important in this issue. But there is Oksana Zholnovych, Minister for Social Policy of Ukraine. In 2022-2025, the former minister who knows a lot about it. The next guest is Iryna Tuliakova, head of the Coordination Center for the Development of Family-Based Care and Child Care. And Ruslan Prykhodko, who was late. He couldn't reach London in time. So Tamara Biloshapko will join us, the representative of Ministry of Veterans. Another guest is Sergiy Kozyr, member of Ukrainian Parliament, the head of the group IDPs of Ukraine. He will join us online. I know he is there. This panel will be moderated by Natalia Fedorovych, Deputy Minister of Social Policy of Ukraine, in 2014-2019, vice presidents of the National University of Kyiv-Mohyla Academy, the head of NGO, the Center of Social Initiatives Perspective. Thank you so much. That's extremely important topic. Thank you for being so sensitive to this topic. I have a question to you. You have heard the numbers, statistics, key findings of the research. Please tell me, what do you think? Who is uh, what who is at higher risks to become homeless? What kind of people? I came here for this purpose. Yulia Tartemchuk, NGO Donbas SOS. For me, high risk of homelessness is often associated with people who were evacuated from frontline territories and who are diagnosed with HIV. Thank you, that's very important. Shelter, that's very important when we think about the shelter, and something we have to work on state level. We have to consider those categories. Thank you. What do other people think? Who is at biggest risk to become homeless? People with addictions, alcoholic addiction, drug addiction, people released from detention institutions. Thank you. We've combined these categories in the law that was released in 2005 that started the work with homeless people in Ukraine. Third age people that we mentioned, whose family leaves and goes abroad and they cannot cope on their own. That's also residents of psychoneurological institutions. There is an ongoing reform of these institutions, so a lot of people end up on the streets. Thank you. One of the studies that was conducted in 2019 says that approximately 12-15% of residents of psychiatric institutions need further diagnostic because they are not as impaired as it seems. Let's look at the statistics. Dear colleagues, you can see the figures on the screen. To the left, you can see that in the research paper that you've received, the most vulnerable groups according to the research. Groups at highest risks. We focused on that while thinking about this panel. Oksana, I have a question to you. For 6 years, at the beginning as an advisor of the minister, then the head of the department, and then as a minister, you worked on the social policy. What do you think was your biggest success in working with homeless people? What would you do now, and what is the biggest challenge right now? I think the biggest advantage was that we started talking about social services. Before that, social policy focused on payments. We were talking about them a lot. We used them as the measurement of our work. But during previous panel, we said that the payment is not the solution. The solution is the support for the people so that they feel that there is someone for them during the crisis. People cannot always cope on their own. We mentioned eviction. People had pensions, people had some income, but being third age person, fraud, debt makes them end up in such situations. I think the achievement was the onset of the conversation about social services, the involvement of NGOs, and I think that's a big step forward, and I'm convinced we have to move in that direction. We cannot distinguish between between civil society sector and governmental sector. The state has to procure social services, and we've already done that for IDPs with disabilities. The state procures supported living from NGOs for third-age people, IDPs, and for people with disabilities who are also IDPs. DPOL, as civil society organization, can take part in that and receive state funds to provide social housing for those who can afford it. That was the first step, and I think it was the right step. When we look at statistics right now, 50% of people who became homeless are IDPs. When in 2020, when we started procurement in 2022, I had no data about that, but we rightly focus on them, on the people with disabilities, on IDPs. They're at higher risks. These are not people with addictions, and I want to draw your attention to this fact. Addictions summed up to 10%. Drug addiction, even less percent. We stigmatize those people when we say that people with addictions become homeless. There are various reasons for that. Even the Shalin-Givashneva shows that 90 buildings were destroyed. These people became basically homeless because we have no program that would provide them with housing. Unfortunately, we don't have solution for and pathway for those emergency cases. Of course, they have friends and family and colleagues, but they cannot stay there for forever. They will need a year or two to rebuild their homes. Will they be able to use their networks? How many of them will become homeless in the nearest future if they don't have enough energy and stamina to withstand? I have a story. My friend saw a person who was styling poetry next to his home, and that was a homeless person. He started interacting with him and he offered his support. It turned out that this man, he's approximately 65, has university degree. He used to work as an editor of the first Ukrainian newspaper. He was one of the founders of that paper. He has some achievements. He has a trade, but due to different reasons, family reasons and other reasons, he could not resist those hardships, and there was no one to support him in that state. So he became homeless. He developed that moral career of a homeless person, and then another homeless person would take his money away, and he remained invisible. My friend promised him housing in a village under the condition that he will quit drinking. He has been sober for the last 6 months, and now he wants to find a job because he wants to be useful. And that's the profile of a homeless person. It can happen to anyone. Everyone might lose their home during the war. Disability, age, sickness are the risk factors we can all face. Sometimes there are legal reasons, artificial deaths, and that's a huge challenge. I listened to the previous panel, and I did not agree with the representative of the local authority who said that they have no influence over it, because the the basis of support for those people is social support is by talking to people and starting with small steps. And social accompaniment is a critical service that cannot be provided by ministry, but it can be provided by communities, by hromadas. And I think we will be answering the question how we can help communities or hromadas do that.
Чи центральна влада в особі конкретного міністерства чи місцевих
So the discussion about who is not doing enough, is it central executive authorities, as in ministry, is it communities? It's an eternal discussion, isn't it? I mean, we cannot say that we are doing enough, all of us, and any of us, we definitely should be doing more. One of the key aspects here is understanding the scope of the problem, how profound it is. So what do you think about why the ministry has not managed to properly record, properly register, account for the social problems, the number of homeless people, social problems leading to the homelessness and so on? I mean, you cannot simply find out whether the person is homeless based on the register. You only truly find out whether the person is homeless or not is through approaching them in the street. And I think this is the right approach, and also this is the approach that DePaul used, talking to the person, finding out which shelters they go to, and so on. Maybe we need a new methodology on how to record such people using the methods that basically already exist. Essentially recording who is homeless and how many homeless people there are. If you do nothing after that, they don't make any sense. So maybe we record 500 people or 200 people or 1 million people with facing homelessness. But if we do nothing with regard to prevention or overcoming this problem, the statistical data will be of no help to us. I agree, but also to a certain degree, I think that your point about this is quite interesting and debatable. First of all, the ministry is the statewide coordinator of this issue. You are responsible for a number of directions, for a number of institutions, including those on the local and regional level. And you determine what the standards are for this kind of work. The Ministry of Social Policy also is this institution which is supposed to ask local authorities what they are doing with regard to implementing this national policy. Why is it not quite working? Why are we having these discussions about local self-government, and these discussions dominate over the key point statement which should take precedence here, which is this should be a policy that works throughout the country. I think that we need a law on and a clear mechanism on bringing local authorities to accountability in those cases where they do not implement the national mechanism. Because there is a procedure, there is the money given to the local authorities based on the decentralization reform. The money now comes to community level, and they get twice as many resources, twice as much funds as before. And as my colleague said, people within our community now gained the mandates. They were empowered, they received the funding to develop communities, but there is nothing in the legislation of Ukraine on the accountability for the non-provision of essential services on the local community. So there should be control and monitoring, and there should be personal accountability for not organizing these services on the level of community. But unfortunately, this law has not been adopted yet, or this amendment to the law has not been adopted yet, because the local authorities are lobbying for the non-adoption of this amendment. They don't think, those local authorities, that social services is something that should be their responsibility. I'm not saying that, ministers, including me, are always doing everything correctly, but in this particular case, social services do rest with the communities. The responsibility for them rests with the community. We do have the legislative framework for that. We do have the funding, but unfortunately, we don't have the local ownership. I would say that Resolution 654 on interagency cooperation with regard to prevention of family abuse and violence. This is probably the first piece of legislation which clearly says that deputy heads of local hromadas, communities, district and regional administrations, they're personally responsible for not preventing, not acting in this regard, and so on. So thank you for saying that, because when the law was debated in the parliament, the law on social policy, and there was an attempt made then to establish the responsibilities of the community with regard to, for example, how much staff they should have for social policies, for social services. Unfortunately, this amendment was only introduced for voting when there were not enough parliamentarians, less than 200 in Verkhovna Rada, and I think this is not how it should be properly done. I mean, introducing an amendment when there is simply not enough parliamentarians in the room to vote for this amendment, this is clearly wrong. Dear colleagues, I would like to give the floor to Tamara. At this point, Tamara is responsible within the Ministry for Veterans Affairs for housing projects. Tamara, I know that you also work in one of the committees of Verkhovna Rada. While working in the committee, you were responsible for these issues. Housing programs for veterans, in particular, was your area of responsibility. The current legislation, the current programs for veterans, are they enough? Are they sufficient in order to ensure that veterans do not end up homeless? Good morning to everyone. First of all, thank you for the invitation to be here, to speak here. I do think that the problem we are discussing with you today is very topical, very important. It's something that is important for all of us as citizens of the state, for the state as well. Veterans, unfortunately, are no exception here. They're also part of this problem. They're also impacted by this problem. I know that 6% of homeless people, veterans are 6% of the homeless people. As far as I know, talking of a profile of a veteran who became homeless, of course, the main cause of this situation is the war. Also, psychological issues affect the situation, because veterans return from the war with amputations. Some people lose eyesight. So in terms of healthcare, the situation can be very dire, and perhaps family members are unfortunately unable to take care of the veteran, unwilling, unable to do that. There are divorces. A lot of aspects of social support in terms of caring for veterans, rehabilitation, medical care, finding a job. There is this new position introduced of a person providing social support for the veteran. Lots of things are being done. There are veterans, of course, whose homes are no longer accessible because they come from territories that are currently occupied and so on. And so on community level, the state tries to do the assessment of needs, including housing needs. With the Ministry of Veterans, we do have housing programs for veterans specifically. They're being implemented starting from 2016. First of all, taking care of the disabilities, people with disabilities belonging to the so-called first or second category of disabilities and IDPs. So there are budget programs aimed at the payment of benefits and compensations. When veterans get the money, they can buy housing for themselves. So this is how the problem is being taken care of, because now the accommodation that you buy is your own, but then, of course, there is the risk of this housing, of this home being destroyed again. So you buy a new place as a veteran based on the payments you receive from the state, but then no one is really fully protected against the war, armed aggression we are facing. You could lose your home once again. We also have a program for people who are on the waiting list, waiting for a place of their own. Over 45% are people who served in the military, took part in active hostilities. And so the number of veterans is growing every day. Generally, I would say that today we also have a statistical data with regard to veterans. We looked at this issue in particular, and the coordination center and the president of Ukraine, headed by Iryna, also looked into this. So there are veterans registered with the centers for homeless people. Unfortunately, we cannot add them to the waiting list, housing waiting list. This would go against the current legislation, but we are currently working on changes and amendments to this resolution 619 on the payment of compensations for family members of military service persons killed on the front line and with disabilities, the first and the second category. And so in order to ensure a sustainable solution to this problem, we are introducing these changes. You can also have a look at our suggestions on the official website of the Ministry for Veterans Affairs. I also want to mention that we have been implementing housing programs since 2020, and until now we have paid compensations amounting to more than 20 billion hryvnias. We are going to continue providing compensations for people and providing housing for people for over 13,000 veterans. Veterans who are also IDPs, can you talk about that? So there is a program for that. There is a resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers that is still in force. But this resolution provides for IDPs, however, not for veterans who were listed as IDPs after the start of the full-scale invasion. We currently have approximately 300 veterans who are also IDPs, for whom benefits were appointed, and then they joined the army, and then they were in captivity, and then they returned. They were unable to receive this compensation in a timely manner, but right now they are in contact with us. We are currently working specifically with 100 people in this situation. so 200 people remain. Unpaid compensations are due to them. We also have the Ukrainian facility mechanism, the money from the European Union. In 2024, Ukraine signed an agreement with European Union, and also this agreement ensures some steps on providing housing. So human capital is the topic under discussion, and aiming to retain this capital and protect veterans. And there is this mechanisms of payments of compensations. IDPs are also mentioned in the context of that agreement. Currently, we need approximately 500 million in order to take care of those 300 people. And so we provide our suggestions with regard to the budget when the budget is being formed. Currently, this year, we don't have the line in the budget and for that, but we are really insisting that the people to whom payments are due, that they actually receive the money, that the funds are actually channeled into this, in order for them to also sooner or later be provided with housing. So it's still an open issue, an open question, but we are working on it. Thank you. And we talk a lot today about IDPs. Specifically, we are happy to have with us the parliamentarian Sergiy Kozyr, who for many years has been working on the issues of IDPs. Sergiy, the floor is yours. You mentioned recently that in the second reading, the draft law was adopted, which is very important because it provides for the assessment of needs of each particular person, a tailor-made assessment. Could you speak to us about which are the aspects you think are important and what you expect from executive authorities, from civil society organizations with regard to this issue? Good morning to everyone. Unfortunately, I am unable to join you in person for reasons related to the state of condition of my health. I will just mention that I am an IDP myself, starting from 2012. So there is a lot, of course, I can say on the topic, debating these issues with each of you, because becoming IDPs, this is something that me and my family faced. Throughout the years of the full-scale invasion, we are conducting many meetings with IDPs, thousands and thousands of people. We are also contacted all the time by IDPs about the problems that they are facing. With regard to the draft law that you mentioned, I initiated it in December 2020 in answer to the findings of the ad hoc commission that looked into the law of IDPs, the pre-existing law that does not fully reflect the reality of our time. I would say here that even this newer law, 12301, it's currently a bit outdated. The realities are changing, which means that the government should also develop its strategies of response. You noted quite correctly that one of the important aspects of this law is the analysis of the needs of IDPs. So based on my example, I'm an IDP starting from 2014, and any ministry, any local authority we mentioned, no one at no point analyzed my needs. No one can also tell me until when I will remain an IDP. And so in response to what you've been talking about, I think that the only possible solution is to adopt this comprehensive strategy with regard to human capital, including IDPs and veterans and homeless people, thinking about all possible categories, vulnerable categories of population. We also see the situation where IDPs and veterans end up in the situation of homelessness. So we are talking about a greater need for this comprehensive approach. Secondly, we saw this year how pensioners were queuing up in order to have their patients properly paid by them by the pension fund. And in order to do that, they need to collect this cumbersome package of documents, documents that are also difficult to obtain for people who got relocated from the areas where they lived previously, and so on. So this bureaucracy should definitely be swiftly dealt with. And also in the draft law, whatever the draft law is or the law is, we need to understand that the legislation just provides us with a general framework of how things have to be done, and then the responsibility rests with the executive authorities. We are ready to assist and advise executive authorities at any point where they need our assistance. We have been consistently doing that. The law that we are talking about today, over 300 parliamentarians voted for it, which shows that there is an understanding and support of these issues. Also, there should be just one body of executive authorities that coordinates and lies down the general framework for how we should be taking care of the category under discussion. There should be just one body of authority coordinating it all. The Ministry for Social Policy is performing the function according to its mandate. The same goes for the Ministry of Education or Ministry of Healthcare. They are acting according to their mandate. And the mandates that they have do not specifically mention IDPs. Generally, their task is to serve the Ukrainians. So in terms of IDPs, we need to remember about their particular interests. And when it comes to, for example, the State Employment Service or the Ministry of Economy and other ministries, they should remember that that IDPs are people to serve, to take care of. We don't currently have the register that would really provide us with the comprehensive data with regard to IDPs. We don't really know what's happening to them. We see, for example, looking at specifically the Pokrovsk community, that starting from September, over 70,000 people moved out of it. But what happened to people who used to live there previously? Are they abroad? Are they in Ukraine? What's happening with them? So I always emphasize that in terms of working with the population, engaging with the population, there are a couple of priorities that we currently have. First of all, of course, we need this nationwide, statewide effort of defending Ukraine. This is the first priority for us, defending our country. But secondly, we need to take care of the IDPs because the impacts of the war are affecting a lot of people. Almost 8 million are currently refugees, more than 4 million are currently IDPs. So adding all of this up, and I think the data that my colleagues, today's conference speaker spoke about today, those figures are probably quite accurate. So we are seeing a truly global level challenge, unprecedented. So we need to unite our efforts to work together. And once again, there should be one body of executive authority which formulates human capital policy on all levels, thinking of, for example, the demographic situation in the future as well, about the level of births in Ukraine, thinking of veterans and IDPs and rebuilding and recovery. What do we do with people who moved abroad, leaving Ukraine? So these are 8 million people, according to the data we have from our European partners. 50% of those plan to come back. So let's say half of those are people who lost their homes. Is the state ready? Is the government ready to receive those 2 million people and pay them money, pay them benefits? So I support Oksana with regard to Vishneva, for example. Basically, we need to have a reserve of housing in order to respond to the challenges, new challenges we're facing every day. And we also have the situation in Kherson, which is also really dire, where people are dying because of the safari that the Russian military organizes, targeting civilians. People die, people move out, people lose their homes. So we need a comprehensive response to that. Thank you for your attention to this very sensitive and important topic. So we are hearing very important points today. One of our speakers said the process of finding solutions to a problem begins when we truly become aware of the problem. Father Vitaly mentioned that 2006 was an extremely important year for him, for me as well, which is where this is the year when the Lviv authorities started looking into the problem of homelessness. And we faced, of course, a lot of negative feedback among the members of the city council, of Lviv city council. And comparing the attitudes that I saw back then to the attitude that we saw today from Sergiy, from other colleagues, parliamentarians, this is really heartening because it means that today there is a lot more awareness and readiness to work on the issue. Iryna, I'd like to address a question to you. You are known for your work on the issues facing children. Homelessness with regard to children, what are the key issues and what are the mechanisms for their elimination, resolution? With orphan children, according to the findings of this survey, the figures are not that great, but today we generally have over 45,000 people. These are children who are either orphaned or deprived of parental care. Only 67 such people, although they are all on the housing waiting list, received accommodation. So we are talking about significant risks. There is a child, a minor, without the support of an adult, of their parents. They leave the institution where they lived, where they received education, and now they are out in the world and they don't have a place of their own, so they are facing significant risks. In terms of homelessness, this leads to the situation of dependency on social services instead of empowerment. We also have challenges because a lot of young people are returning to government-controlled areas from temporarily occupied areas of Ukraine. Their houses, their parents are left there in the occupied territories, and they're here, but they are alone. Within the framework of the programs of return of young people from the temporarily occupied territories, we provide the opportunity for them to live in social housing, temporary accommodation, in order for them to adapt and figure out what they want to do, education, employment. And then there are also social hostels or dormitories. So things are being done. But also in terms of housing in Ukraine, a key role is played by the communities, and I'm very happy whenever I see that, for example, Lviv Military Civil Administration, together with the city council, make a decision on providing housing to a person, an orphaned young person, upon their graduation and the end of their stay in a residential living facility. But yes, we are not doing enough. Not enough is being done. We need to find maybe other solutions, temporary accommodation, providing compensation for the rent, and so on. Also, government is supporting the realization, the implementation of the European Guarantee for Children. Housing there is an important part of the full set of policies, including those of school education, extracurricular activities, and so on. So housing is one of the policies that are widely discussed today in European countries. So I heard from you about 1 million homeless people. Unfortunately, I don't know yet how you came up with this figure, but according to European statistics, currently within Europe, 1 million, that's the number of the homeless people. 400,000 out of those, these are minors, these are children. So in Europe, homelessness is to a significant degree involving children. And when we're talking about guarantees against homelessness, this also includes making sure that children have a place to live. They also have the opportunity to study, to grow and develop, which is impossible to truly provide for in a situation where a child has no home. So for us, the European Guarantee is this umbrella initiative that allows us to develop different projects and programs. Clearly, we will not be able to answer all of the challenges at one and the same time, but when we unite our efforts on the national and regional and local levels, when we look for maybe unorthodox solutions according to the Ministry for Development of the Communities and territories, we do have some reserve housing we can use. The question is just to identify it and to make sure that it is suitable for meeting the needs of those people we need to support. And also, crucially, we need to support families, we need to support young people before they become homeless. We need more work done in terms of preventing homelessness. We need to be particularly attentive to, for example, orphan children who used to live and receive education for a long time within a residential care institution. We needed to make sure that they are empowered not to rely on institutions in the future. And we also have to remember that at the community level, a child should receive comprehensive support from education, from healthcare, from other sectors. Unfortunately, we do not, in many cases, channel funds into prevention and only respond to the problem when it truly emerges as a problem. So you mentioned good examples. I think that good examples from communities, from regions, if we accumulate them and share them and make more people aware of them, that would lead to the adoption of good practices. So Lviv also has a program on compensating for orphan children and children deprived of parental care, compensation of the payments they need to make in terms of utility bills. We know that in many cases they lose housing. Let's say they inherit an apartment upon reaching the age of majority, but the apartment comes with debts, utility bills debts. So Lviv community takes care of those debts. It's a good practice. It would be good to see it scaled up and adopted by other communities. You also mentioned interagency cooperation, which is an important aspect as well. I would like to address this question to colleagues in the room, to our audience. Yes, I remember that we need to be quick and to wrap this panel up in time, but also this is an interesting question I would like to open up for wider discussion. Would you like to share a very brief example of interagency cooperation at the local level with regard to specifically, let's say, the prevention of homelessness or the solution of other problems? But also it's a question to the panelists. I think that it's important to mention, because Iryna is not going to mention that probably, I recently visited their supported living facility for young children with disabilities. If every community in Ukraine had the same level of services like that have, I think this would change the situation tremendously. So, in many cases, a person with disability is just left to their own devices, facing many challenges. And this is a very good practice, very good example what Iryna is doing.
Good morning, Natalia. NGO Ukraine is us. I work in the rehabilitation area of heavily wounded military amputees, people who lost their sight due to war. We also work with children with Down syndrome and cerebral palsy. They will take part in the championship in Kyiv. They are involved in swimming, and we are the first country to do that. We haven't worked with homeless people, but social workers would call us on the railway station. There is a person who lost their limbs and they have no prosthetics, and so they stay in the railway station. We didn't have a rehabilitation center that we have right now, but we were the part of a Protestant church that I am a member of for the last 20 years. We attend the church every Sunday, and we provide food for homeless people. So we came to the railway station. We saw that person with the amputation. That man had no documents, and we didn't know what to do with him. He turned out to be a veteran, and we didn't know how to respond, whether to take him home. Our facility was not finished yet at that time, and so we found a place for him at the rehab center that functions at church. And so he started attending church with us. At first, he was struck. He didn't know how to respond. He didn't know how to respond to prayer when other people prayed. There was a training course at our church, the basic catechism and Bible studies. I underwent those studies myself, and I was so happy for that veteran to do the same. Now he works with our rehab center, and I'm very happy for him. I was struck by the numbers you mentioned. Thank you for this awesome event. I came from Odessa with two of my comrades who lost their legs. They're our heroes. Denis, all country knows him. His legs were rotting for 12 days, but he survived. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You raised an important issue. The state calls this social policy, but the church calls it service. You mentioned Lviv. The head of the overnight shelter for homeless people is also a spiritual person at the father, so the church supports us in that service a lot. Colleagues, could you mention the case of interagency cooperation? NGO Protection of Women in Zaporizhia. We created a network of shelter for women with children, Sergiy people, and together with Kharkiv partners with Cardiac Center, we created a transit shelter for people with low mobility and people with disabilities. In the last 6 months, we have already hosted more than 600 people, and it's always fully occupied. So I'm very much surprised that there are free beds in Kyiv. Thank you for your service. Dear uh, uh, panel discussion participants, could you please sum up this panel discussion? Summing up, I would like to emphasize that our approach to homelessness cannot be the same. It's important for us to know the profile of a homeless person or potentially homeless people. First of all, these are the people who cannot take care of themselves. These are people with disabilities, third age people who are left alone. And it's important to provide supported living for them as a social service. We have this possibility for IDPs, but we have to create it for other categories. If when people are left on the street, they have to have social accompaniment so that they are heard, seen, because 90% of studies say that they want to come back to regular life, but they don't have internal resource for that, and they lack psychosocial support. So this is the first step to help them recover. I think approximately in 2017 there were 76,000 homeless children. These are the last figures that we know before the onset of full-scale invasion. We don't know how many homeless people there will be after the war, and we cannot count their number. So we don't want the profile of homeless people to be about children. So we want to support young mothers, third-age people, and all those people who take care of children. Children should not be homeless. Ministry of Veterans was created to protect veterans, but on practice, we see that veterans are the best support for each other. We've mentioned specialists on accompaniment, and I looked at the veterans who came here from Odessa. We have issues with interacting with local authorities. One veteran from Dnipropetrovsk region who came to Kyiv was registered in the registry of homeless citizens because he lost his documents and he had to receive pension and he also had the first category of disability. He was not saying that only he needed that support. He was also advocating for his comrades. So that's what we want to work on. We need to combat the crisis of homelessness of veterans, of the defenders who are the first who have the right to have a home. I want to add that the decree 280 was initiated as a result of a conversation about homeless veteran. And Thanks to the support of committee and thanks to your work back then, we created the program. Why do I mention this? That was not the reason, that was the thing that just gave the impetus to introduce that change. We've mentioned the necessity of understanding the depths of the problem, not only the statistics. We've also mentioned the registry as one of the instruments, the first step to provide necessary services. We talked about the right to have access to information. We mentioned interagency cooperation to work on the standards, mechanisms of cooperations, mechanisms of implementation of decrees. We are very much grateful to all the members of the discussion and to DePaul that you managed to invite people who are important in tackling these problems and people who can respond to them adequately. Housing is a must. It's a must. It's a condition that enables people to recover from homelessness. We also talked about the right to work and about different programs. We hope that our colleagues who are here, our guests from other countries, are the people who are actively listening to us. You have no other option. You must listen to us. We know the Danish experience. We know Dutch experience and experience of other countries in how they provide services for homeless people. And we need your support. We need you to hear us. Thank you for being here with us, and we hope for your support in the future. Dear colleagues, thank you so much, and many thanks to DePaul and everyone who is here. Thank you. Thank you, Natalia. Many thanks to the participants of the discussion. Thank you for being here and for the contribution you make to help people recover from homeless state. Now we have a lunch break, 30-minute break, because the next panel will be even more interesting. Thank you.
Звуть мене Катерина, сама з Херсонської області, з лівого берегу. Чоловік у мене з Сумської області. До війни ми жили в Сумській області. Я була в декреті, бо в мене 5 дітей, це я вже 6-та вагітна. Чоловік працював. Будинок взяли під виплату, все було, як кажуть, добре. Жили з дітьми, діти в школу, в садочок ходили. Коли прийшла війна, то ми в Глухові жили. Це 7 кілометрів від кордону. До війни за 2 роки ми домовились, нам власниця під виплату дала будинок. Ми мебель повністю, ми ремонт зробили, ми провели воду, туалет, ванну, все зробили повністю. Поли муж сам міняв, все повністю. Ми вже виїхали, коли там сильні прильоти почались, і нам вже сказали, що будинку немає. 28 лютого ми якраз і евакувалися звідти. Буквально ми 3 дні просиділи в підвалі і зв'язалися з колоною, зібралися з людьми і виїхали. Поля ми в 9 годин виїжджали до Києва, а потім уже з Києва в Франківську їхали. Ми приїхали в Франківськ, ми знімали подобову квартиру, бо ходили по центрам. Ніде з проживанням не було допомоги. Ми знімали квартиру дуже дорого, нам ніхто з дітьми не хотіли здавати. 1,5 місяця назад сюди приїхали. Моя родичка, вона в Києві проживає, і вона отримувала просто гуманітарну допомогу. І вона побачила, що вийшла програма допомоги сім'ям іменно з проживанням. І дуже нас добре тут зустріли, і коли ми приїхали, ми ще буквально через неділю ми отримали грошову допомогу. Чесно, і такого фонду я ще ніде не бачила. Тому що за 3 роки війни ми ніде не отримували грошову допомогу. І скажу, що проживання тут дуже добре. Ми приїхали, нас зустріли, Шодиполь, там зустрів нам зразу продуктовий набір дали. І тут, в хостелі, в цьому, дуже нас добре зустріли. Нам, так як нас з чоловіком 7 чоловік, то нам предоставили повністю кімнату. Ми самі в кімнаті. Все чистенько, все постіль, все чисто. І дуже руководство хорошо відноситься тут. І ще Поля, позвониш, вони по всім питанням все відповідають, допоможуть. Ось чоловік тут влаштувався на роботу. З вересня місяця від Поля буде працювати водієм. Ой, надійна буде, з проживанням треба вирішувати, тому що у нас проблема, то, що у нас багато дітей і ніхто не хоче, чесно. Тільки ось дзвониш по об'яві, тільки чують, скільки дітей, все, до побачення.
Я Катерина, 46 лет, я приехала из Запорожской области, город Приморск, небольшой курортный городишко. До війни останній час працювала в коммунальном предприятии мастером участка, руководила участком благоустрою. Получилось так, что у меня перед самой войной заболел ребенок. Мы, когда началась война, лежали в Запорожской областной больнице на обследовании. Получилось, день мы еще так сидели, на 2-й день нам уже сказали, все, собираем вещи, начинается эвакуация. Всех с больницы эвакуировали по домам, мы ждали результатов анализов, и вот только дождались результатов, нам назначили какое-то лечение, и стал вопрос уезжать домой. Муж договорился в нашей больнице, нас эвакуировали скорой помощью. Быстренько нас посадили, вещи собрали, мы уже ехали, конечно, видели наши войска под Васильевкой, видели уже горевшие машины вдоль дороги. Еще ходила, конечно, какое-то время на работу, все ждали, что это скоро закончится, все вот-вот-вот-вот, потом, когда уже пошли войска, видели, когда уже начали орки потрошить отделение полиции, машины, начали вытаскивать оттуда матрасы, все такое. Работали, нам выплачивали зарплату, но когда уже пришло новое руководство и сказали, или вы подписываете заявление, переходите работать под новое руководство, или уходите. Ну, соответственно, мы написали заявление и ушли. Оккупация у нас получилась буквально, наверное, через неделю, как началась война, ну пусть 2, я толком не помню, но очень быстро. Я с первых дней была категорически против этого русского паспорта, потому что они нам столько зла и горя принесли, и стать гражданином этой страны просто для меня это, ну, вообще недопустимо. Мы нашли ссылку на бесплатную эвакуацию, связались с волонтерами, реально рассказали нашу ситуацию. У меня брат военнослужащий, у нас было много раз в обыске ФСБ, что нас жаловали соседи, приезжали и ко мне. Выехали, конечно, ехали 3 дня. Маршрутка была очень неудобная, водитель тоже такой был, не совсем. Ну, выехали, конечно, все. У меня дома осталось родители пожилые, муж остался дома. А здесь я с дочкой приехала. Потом получилось так, что мы же постоянно на связи с Деполем. И я хожу на профориентацию, рассказала же специалистам, что с киберзахистом у меня ничего не получается. Думаю, давайте щось таке плюс-минус педобразование, которое дотычное. Мне предложили, а попробуй логопед. Логопед вроде бы как и не... зарплата тоже небольшая, но частные уроки очень сейчас востребованы. Я все занятия, которые были, посетила. Специалисты Центра занятости научили, как писать резюме. Я никогда этим не занималась. Тоже мне специалист Центра занятости посоветовал еще рассмотреть вариант учителя украинской мовы. Получилось так, что я когда оформляла заявку на помощь от Деполя, я писала, что мне психологическая помощь не нужна, я как кремень. А у меня ребеночек, ей 13 лет, вот сейчас 14 скоро будет. Ну, у нее подростковый период, то есть свои проблемы, свои эти нюансы. Я писала, что мне нужна помощь психолога для ребенка. Так мы с ней, конечно, с психологом из Деполя хорошо поговорили, ну, обсудили то, что у нас было, мои проблемы, правильно ли я их понимаю, правильно ли мы движемся, в нужном ли направлении идем. Все-таки верю и надеюсь, что я получу ту профессию, которую я хочу, найду ту работу, которую я хочу, которая будет нас кормить, устроится жизнь у нас в Киеве, все наладится, ребенок выздоровеет, ну, конечно, закончится война.
Я Степанов Алексей. Сам я с Херсонской области, с города Геническа. Приехал я сюда, лет 10, может больше назад, на заработки. Потому что там у нас была только сезонная работа. Ну и здесь, в Киеве, оказался, грубо говоря, на улице, из-за алкоголя. Ты утром встаешь, у тебя первая мысль пойти у каких-то знакомых, взять каких-то пару гривен, чтобы пойти взять дешевой водки, выпить.
Если что, то может, підемо пару цих.
На второй день войны мы пошли на вокзал, и 1,5 месяца я разгружал гуманитарную допомогу. Ковельский поезд, день в день 5 вагонов мы разгружали. Жили в метро, как в бомбоубежище. Мы сюда еще не обращались, мы купались зимой в Лебеди, чтобы у нас был человеческий вид. Стирались и купались мы именно в Лебеди. Потом шли на вокзал, сушились, а потом вот я попал сюда. Люди просто дали возможность опять встать на ноги. Я без документов, документов у меня нет. И возможности нету сделать, потому что мой город оккупирован. Сейчас на данный момент во время войны. И я пока здесь. По совету знакомых я попал сюда, вот, благодійный фонд «Деполь». Я 3 ночи здесь переночевал. Я поехал, потому что я сам не мог бросить алкоголь, я поехал в репцентр на реабилитацию. Я уехал в Винницкую область, пробыл я 1,5 месяца, вышел от алкоголя. И когда уже вернулся с реабилитации, я пришел сюда. Если бы не эта организация, да, я бы уже давно спился, замерз где-то бы зимой на улице, это 100%. Я работаю в охране, посменно, я хожу на работу, алкоголь не употребляю. И я более-менее выгляжу как человек, а не так, как я выглядел раньше. Если бы меня видели, когда я употреблял спиртное, то это небо и земля. Разница такая была, что ты постоянно грязный, вещи грязные, борода вот такая. Ну, а здесь просто люди помогли, дали возможность почувствовать себя человеком, жить. Здесь практически есть все. Здесь я могу спокойно покупаться. Здесь я сдаю стирку, постирать. Я сплю на постели, выдается чистое белье. Коллектив хороший. Те, кто проживают здесь, тоже переселенцы есть. Практически все бездомные. Никто не ругается. Мы здесь как одна семья. У каждого есть своя мечта, по-любому это. Чтобы все восстановилось, как было до этой войны, как бы сказать, проклято этой войны. Чтобы было как у всех. Семья, работа.
Саша, 37 лет, Луганская область, Лещанска. У меня 2 деток. Как утром встала, поубирала, кушать приготовила. Ну, все как у домохозяйки. Все было спокойно, нормально, пока орки не ворвались. Слышу прилет, только бабах. Опа, думаю, точно, все, война началась. Но мы никто не верили в это. Мы думали, знаете как, ну, месяц там какой-то побудет, ну, там где-то поприлетает. В 2014 году тоже ж прилетало, но не так сильно. А это реально... 3 месяца мы там жили, получается, уже ни воды не было, ни света, ни газа. А боялись, почему не выезжали? Боялись даже пройти. Там у нас эвакуация была на пожарной системе. И туда даже страшно было дойти. Транспорт не ходил, ничего не было. И туда, чтобы дойти, пока дойдешь, может и град засыпать. И с детьми, ну, страшно было. Нам парень просто ВСУшник, Царство Небесное, он умер. Он нас просто довез от калитки до эвакуации, посадил нас на броневик, и мы уехали в Киев. Воду муж ходил там привозили воду или на родники. Покушать готовили. Сначала газ был, потом, когда его выключили, На улице костер разжигали под бомбежкой. Ты сидишь, готовишь, то есть дома ты нарезал, там сидишь уже в котелке, там готовишь, и только видишь, как ракеты. Шифер на голову сыпется. Я даже как-то так готовила кушать. Муж говорит, ой, что-то там прилеты все ближе, ближе. Я говорю, что-то мне жор, говорю, сыпется на голову. Он ложись, говорит, ну, а то земля уже, ну, просто там ужасно было. Нам даже до сих пор говорят, там, если созваниваемся где-то с кем-то, он говорит, вы уже не въездные сюда, вас сразу там расстреляют, убьют, завезут россияне, потому что нас не любят там, так как мы любим Украину. Мы вообще поехали, честно сказать, без копейки денег, ну, там 2000 гривен было там на карте. Мы не знали вообще, куда мы едем. Просто никуда. Сюда, когда приехали, я в интернете, в Фейсбуке нашла ваш хостел. Позвонила мне Ира, администратор, приезжайте, ну, как бы ничего не переживайте, пока адаптируйтесь, пока там работу найдете. На 3 месяца пока, говорит, тут поживете. Ну, здесь и оказались. Честно сказать, я даже отсюда не хочу. Мы даже с мужем думаем так. Когда закончится срок, мы, наверное, квартиру не будем снимать. Мы, скорее всего, тут будем платить и тут жить. Мы настолько уже привыкли. Ну, как бы тут контингент хороший, мне понравился. Кушать, например, мы готовим все дружно. То есть никто никого не толкает. Там посуду никто не бьет. Ну, нам тут нравится. Душ чист. Тут всегда, вот тетя Галя у нас, например, да, уборщица. По комнатам нас заходит администратор, смотрит так, все, чтобы чисто было. Ну, то есть нам тут нравится, реально нравится. Соцслужба приезжала, ну, и записывают деток, как, в каких условиях. Предложили работу помощницей воспитателя в садик. Ну, я согласилась, но у меня Еву положили в больницу. И Лена, ваша с Деполя, звонила туда в садик. Ну, вроде как попросила подождать, пока у меня все стабилизируется с детьми. Не знаю, думаю, обустроимся. Как-то это будет. Муж устроится на работу, дети, кто в садик, кто в школу. Сейчас мы на онлайне учимся. Я, наверное, тоже на работу. Не, наверное, уже, если в этот садик пойду на работу, туда и Еву устрою. Ну, ладно, естественно, свое жилье нужно. Всю жизнь ты в хостеле не будешь жить. Даже и платно. Думаю, все поменяется.
Мене звати Юля, ми з Херсонської області приїхали сюди до міста Києва, з міста Берислав. Мені 38 років. Приїхали ми разом із сім'єю, з мамою, з чоловіком, з 2 дітьми. Пізніше до нас приєднався батько чоловіка. У нас було маленьке, чудове місто, у нас дуже гарний парк. У нас була собака, з якою ми весь час прогулювалися зранку, лабрадор, яку прийшлось нам лишити. Діти ходили до школи. Да, було дистанційне навчання, але ж все-таки була своя школа, були друзі, з якими вони спілкувалися. Я працювала в приватному БТІ, складала техпаспорта. Мама працювала в адміністрації. 24 лютого, близько 5-ї години, прокинулася з того, що було зарево. У нас вікна виходять на місто Каховку, і вона вся світилася. Був дуже великий шум, зриви. Я дзвоню своєму начальнику, і він каже: Юль, ну я розумію, війна, все. Війна війною, а робота за розкладом. І виходь на роботу. Я кажу, як? Стріляють на Хесі у нас росіяни. Магазини закриті, банкомати закриті, ніхто ніде не працює. Кожен постійно на телефоні, зв'язок то є, то немає. Коли вони заїхали, і я була на кухні, і чую, коли малий кричить: мама, у нас за вікнами танк. Чесно, ми не знали, куди діватися. Ховатися в ванну, ховатися, і ми не знали, чи зайдуть вони до нас, чи ні. Вони окупували все місто. Ми перебували там 10 місяців, тому що допомагали літнім людям, носили їсти, гуманітарку, прибирали в кімнаті, допомагали їм. Запам'яталися перші дні війни, коли не було закриті магазини, в тебе на карточці гроші, а ти їх не можеш зняти. І не купити нічого за карточку не можна, тому що немає інтернету. Але коли почали привозити продукти в магазин, це видавалося по 300 грам на сім'ю. 300 грам макаронів, 300 грам пшеничної крупи, наприклад. Ти можеш взяти 2-3 види. але інколи не вистачало на це грошей. Взагалі всі рашики, вони дуже-дуже полюбляли випити. Дуже. І коли у нас за вікном з однієї сторони п'ятиповерхівка, з іншої сторони, і троє п'яних, неадекватних рашиків, вони просто почали стріляти з автоматів. Ми виїхали, тому що там уже більше з дітьми дуже важко було знаходитися. Це якби рулетка. Попаде в твій будинок, попаде на вулицю. Чисто так випадково моя подружка подзвонила мені і каже: Юлю, тут в інтернеті я знайшла, волонтери Деполя пропонують хостел. І коли ми приїхали, я дуже вдячна волонтерам, тому що вони не тільки якби дали нам прихисток, вони розказали, як до них добратися. Вони нас зустріли, вони нас напоїли чаєм, розпитали. З дітьми поспілкувалися психолог. Нас привезли до хостела. Нам надали гуманітарку, того що зрозуміли, що в нас, окрім речей, ні продуктів, толком, ні грошей не було нічого. Тому я дуже їм вдячна, що не лишили нас наодинці з проблемою. Вони допомогли нам психологічно. Вони спілкувалися з нами, вони спілкувалися з дітьми, допомогли нам освоїтися і трошки забути оту ситуацію, яка була, і жити далі. Окрім гуманітарки, вони також нам допомагали речами. Це от ця стартова подушка, яку ми від них отримали, зараз дала нам поштовх в дальнішу життя. Ми можемо зараз жити спокійно і можемо допомагати іншим. Да, ми переживаємо за будинок, да, ми все втратили, але ми живі. Мрію відбудувати наше місто після перемоги, і я надіюсь, яка буде скоро зовсім. І так як ми мріємо з нашою подружкою, волонтершою, на руїнах ГЕСа зробити рок-концерт.
Деполь Ukraine щодня допомагає людям, які опинилися у скруті. Ми працюємо, щоб підтримати кожного, хто потребує.
Ми виїжджаємо щодня, з понеділка по п'ятницю, окрім суботи та неділі. У нас мобільна команда, називається наш проєкт «Допомога на колесах». І ми надаємо допомогу людям у вигляді гарячого харчування, речей або те, що потребують люди, намагаємося задовольнити їхні потреби. У нас унікальний проєкт в тому, що може люба людина, яка нужденна, звернутися без будь-якого запису попереднього. Зараз до нас приходять це люди, які живуть на вулиці, бездомні, люди, які приїхали в місто, це тимчасово переміщені особи, також люди, які залишилися похилого віку самі в Харкові, або яких розбило житло їхнє, також можуть звернутися про допомогу до нашого фонду. Надихає те, що коли бачиш, як люди змінюються, як вони міняються, як вони стають вже повноцінними членами нашого суспільства, коли ти їдеш з ними в одному транспорті, бачиш, що в них все добре. І це дійсно надихає, коли ти бачиш, коли вони були в самому низу, і коли вони вже поруч з нами, і ніхто навіть не знає, яке в нього життя було до цього.
Щодня сотні людей отримують від нас гарячі обіди, одяг, засоби гігієни. Тут можна зігрітися, випити чаю, знайти підтримку.
У них є 2 притулки, в які можна прийти, помитися, попрати, попити гарячого чаю, поголитись, привести себе в порядок, переодягтись. Принаймні, у щось чисте будеш нормальний. Чистий, ситий, поголений, переодягнений. Все просто добре. Супер чудово. Чому? Тому що 5 днів на тиждень завжди свіжий суп, гарячий, різний суп, приготовлений на курятині, плюс хліб. І друге є, і бананчики, і яблучко, і цукерки. Ну, як кажуть, вже занадто.
Шанс на нове життя можуть отримати всі. Ми будемо поруч і підтримаємо на цьому складному шляху.
В нашому притулку люди отримують проживання, прання, харчування. Є душові кімнати. Можуть попрати свої речі. Також можуть, якщо нема що переодягтись, віддаємо їм новий одяг. Бездомні люди часто стикаються з проблемою, що в соціальних службах їх не чують. І також треба їх супроводжувати, доводити, що вони такі ж люди, як і ми всі. Деполь реально мені допоміг перезавантажитись після місць позбавлення волі. Мені насправді було важко сприймати цю реальність, тому що я був іншої думки. Взагалі з іншого світу, скажімо так. Тут мене направили правильним шляхом, надали можливість жити далі, почати побудувати своє життя. Мені багато чим допомогли, включаючи житло, включаючи все, роботою, усім. Ну, звісно, я вдячний співробітникам, якнайбільше б таких організацій, які займаються цим, бо держава нічим не допомагає людям.
Ой, це найстрашніше, що є у світі, розумієте? Без дому жити, хоч і сусіди там добрі, але дім є дім. Я відчуваю, що я зараз начебто вдома. Знаєте, тут є спілкування, а вдома я ж завжди одна. А тут колектив і спитають, як ти, бабусю Свєта? Мене називають хто Костянтинівну, хто бабусю Світлану. Дуже добре. Дуже добре. Я така задоволена, що хотіла вмирати, а зараз навіть і не хочеться вмирати.
Психологічна підтримка допомагає впоратися зі стресом війни, втратами і тривогою. У нас працюють досвідчені фахівці, які допомагають дорослим і дітям.
Наш центр працює вже рік, і він створений в якості допомоги місцевому населенню, яке відчуває на собі вплив війни. Ми допомагаємо людям адаптуватися до цього стресу, бо вони не можуть ніяк вплинути на те, що відбувається в нашій країні, але ми маємо жити. Так? І наразі в нас є 2 проєкти. І для жителів міста Харкова наш центр психологічної підтримки, але ми розуміємо, що з передмістя, з області до нас ніхто не приїде, це незручно. І тому в нас є другий проєкт, який називається «Мобільна команда психологів», який працює з тією ж самою категорією, але виїжджає вже в Харківську область і надає ті самі психологічні послуги. Тобто всі наші працівники, вони кваліфіковані, вони мають сертифікати, вони мають свідоцтва про підвищення кваліфікацій. У нас немає фахівців-новачків, всі сертифіковані. І якраз це і є таким способом допомогти людині в цей невеличкий період швидше адаптуватися до фахівця, да, і краще пропрацювати свій запит.
Разом ми можемо більше. Диполь Україн поруч із тими, хто цього потребує.
Так, наша організація є частиною Диполь Інтернешнл. Основна така місія – це бути поруч з людьми, які опинилися в найважчій ситуації, в трудних ситуаціях. А також, як і було від початку існування Диполь, це боротьба подолати бездомність, щоб кожна людина мала то місце, як ми говоримо, яке може назвати своїм домом, і почувалася там безпечно і добре. Це найважливіше.
Звуть мене Катерина, сама з Херсонської області, з лівого берегу. Чоловік у мене з Сумської області. До війни ми жили в Сумській області. Я була в декреті, бо в мене 5 дітей, це я вже 6-та вагітна. Чоловік працював. Будинок взяли під виплату, все було, як кажуть, добре. Жили з дітьми, діти в школу, в садочок ходили. Коли прийшла війна, то ми в Глухові жили. Це 7 кілометрів від кордону. До війни за 2 роки ми домовились, нам власниця під виплату дала будинок. Ми мебель повністю, ми ремонт зробили, ми провели воду, туалет, ванну, все зробили повністю. Поли муж сам міняв, все повністю. Ми вже виїхали, коли там сильні прильоти почались, і нам вже сказали, що будинку немає. 28 лютого ми якраз і евакувалися звідти. Буквально ми 3 дні просиділи в підвалі і зв'язалися з колоною, зібралися з людьми і виїхали. Полями в 9 годин виїжджали до Києва, а потім уже з Києва в Франківську їхали. Ми приїхали в Франківськ, ми знімали подобову квартиру, бо ходили по центрам. Ніде з проживанням не було допомоги. Ми знімали квартиру дуже дорого, нам ніхто з дітьми не хотіли здавати. 1,5 місяця назад сюди приїхали. Моя родичка, вона в Києві проживає, і вона отримувала просто гуманітарну допомогу. І вона побачила, що вийшла програма допомоги сім'ям іменно з проживанням. І дуже нас добре тут зустріли, і коли ми приїхали, ми ще буквально через неділю ми отримали грошову допомогу. Чесно, і такого фонду я ще ніде не бачила. Тому що за 3 роки війни ми ніде не отримували грошову допомогу. Ну і скажу, що проживання тут дуже добре. Ми приїхали, нас зустріли, Шодиполь, там зустрів нам зразу продуктовий набір дали. І тут, в хостелі, в цьому, дуже нас добре зустріли. Нам, так як нас з чоловіком 7 чоловік, то нам предоставили повністю кімнату. Ми самі в кімнаті. Все чистенько, все постіль, все чисто. Ну і дуже руководство хорошо відноситься тут. І ще Поля, позвониш, вони по всім питанням все відповідають, допоможуть. Ось чоловік тут влаштувався на роботу. З вересня місяця від Деполя буде працювати водієм. Ой, надійна буде, з проживанням треба вирішувати, тому що у нас проблема, то, що у нас багато дітей і ніхто не хоче, чесно. Тільки ось дзвониш по об'яві, тільки чують, скільки дітей, все, до побачення.
Я Катерина, 46 лет мне. Я приехала из Запорожской области, город Приморск, небольшой курортный городишко. До війни останній час працювала в коммунальном предприятии мастером участка, руководила участком благоустрою. Получилось так, что у меня перед самой войной заболел ребенок. Мы, когда началась война, лежали в Запорожской областной больнице на обследовании. Получилось, день мы еще так сидели, на второй день нам уже сказали, все, собираем вещи, начинается эвакуация. Всех с больницы эвакуировали по домам, мы ждали результатов анализов, и вот только дождались результатов, нам назначили какое-то лечение, и стал вопрос уезжать домой. Муж договорился в нашей больнице, нас эвакуировали скорой помощью. Быстренько нас посадили, вещи собрали, мы уже ехали, конечно, видели наши войска под Васильевкой, видели уже горевшие машины вдоль дороги. Еще ходила, конечно, какое-то время на работу, все ждали, что это скоро закончится, все вот-вот-вот-вот, потом, когда уже пошли войска, видели, когда уже начали орки потрошить отделение полиции, машины, начали вытаскивать оттуда матрасы, все такое. Работали мы. Нам выплачивали зарплату, но когда уже пришло новое руководство и сказали, или вы подписываете заявление, переходите работать под новое руководство, или уходите. Ну, соответственно, мы написали заявление и ушли. Оккупация у нас получилась буквально, наверное, через неделю, как началась война, ну пусть 2, я толком не помню, но очень быстро. Я с первых дней была категорически против этого русского паспорта, потому что они нам столько зла и горя принесли, и стать гражданином этой страны просто для меня это, вообще недопустимо. Мы нашли ссылку на бесплатную эвакуацию, связались с волонтерами, реально рассказали нашу ситуацию. У меня брат военнослужащий, у нас было много раз в обыске ФСБ, что нас жаловали соседи, приезжали и ко мне. Выехали, конечно, ехали 3 дня. Маршрутка была очень неудобная, водитель тоже такой был, не совсем. Ну, выехали, конечно, все. У меня дома осталось родители пожилые, муж остался дома, а здесь я с дочкой приехала. Потом получилось так, что мы же постоянно на связи с Деполем, и я хожу на профориентацию, рассказала же специалистам, что с киберзахистом у меня ничего не получается. Думаю, давайте щось таке плюс-минус педобразование, которое дотычное. Мне предложили, а попробуй логопед. Логопед вроде бы как и не... зарплата тоже небольшая, но частные уроки очень сейчас востребованы. Я все занятия, которые были, посетила. Специалисты Центра занятости научили, как писать резюме. Я никогда этим не занималась. Тоже мне специалист Центра занятости посоветовал еще рассмотреть вариант учителя украинской мовы. Получилось так, что я когда оформляла заявку на помощь от Деполя, я писала, что мне психологическая помощь не нужна, я как кремень. А у меня ребеночек, ей 13 лет, вот сейчас 14 скоро будет. Ну, у нее подростковый период, то есть свои проблемы, свои эти нюансы. Я писала, что мне нужна помощь психолога для ребенка. Так мы с ней, конечно, с психологом из Деполя хорошо поговорили, ну, обсудили то, что у нас было, мои проблемы, правильно ли я их понимаю, правильно ли мы движемся, в нужном ли направлении идем. Все-таки верю и надеюсь, что я получу ту профессию, которую я хочу, найду ту работу, которую я хочу, которая будет нас кормить, устроится жизнь у нас в Киеве, все наладится, ребенок выздоровеет. Ну, конечно, закончится война.
Я Степанов Oleksiy. Сам я с Херсонской области, с города Геническа. Приехал я сюда, лет 10, может, больше назад, на заработки. Потому что там у нас была только сезонная работа. Ну и здесь, в Киеве, оказался, грубо говоря, на улице, из-за алкоголя. Ты утром встаешь, у тебя первая мысль пойти у каких-то знакомых, взять каких-то пару гривен, чтобы пойти взять дешевой водки, выпить. На второй день войны мы пошли на вокзал, и 1,5 месяца я разгружал гуманитарную допомогу, Ковельский поезд, день в день 5 вагонов мы разгружали. Жили в метро, как в бомбоубежище. Мы сюда еще не обращались, мы купались зимой в Лебеди, чтобы у нас был человеческий вид. Стирались и купались мы именно в Лебеди. Потом шли на вокзал, сушились, а потом вот я попал сюда. Люди просто дали возможность опять встать на ноги. Я без документов, документов у меня нет. И возможности нету сделать, потому что мой город оккупирован сейчас на данный момент во время войны. И я пока здесь. По совету знакомых я попал сюда, вот, благодійный фонд «Деполь». Я 3 ночи здесь переночевал. Я поехал, потому что я сам не мог бросить алкоголь. Я поехал в репцентр на реабилитацию. Я уехал в Винницкую область. Пробыл я 1,5 месяца, вышел от алкоголя. И когда уже вернулся с реабилитации, я пришел сюда. Если бы не эта организация, да, я бы уже давно спился, замерз где-то бы зимой на улице, это 100%. Я работаю в охране, посменно, я хожу на работу, алкоголь не употребляю. И я более-менее выгляжу как человек, а не так, как я выглядел раньше. Если бы меня видели, когда я употреблял спиртное, то это небо и земля. Разница такая была, что ты постоянно грязный, вещи грязные, борода вот такая. Ну, а здесь просто люди помогли, дали возможность почувствовать себя человеком, жить. Здесь практически есть все. Здесь я могу спокойно покупаться. Здесь я сдаю стирку, постирать. Я сплю на постели, выдается чистое белье. Коллектив хороший. Те, кто проживают здесь, тоже переселенцы есть. Практически все бездомные. Никто не ругается. Мы здесь как одна семья. У каждого есть своя мечта, по-любому это. Чтобы все восстановилось, как было до этой войны, как бы сказать, проклятой этой войны. Чтобы было как у всех. Семья, работа.
Саша, 37 лет, Луганская область, Лещанск. У меня 2 деток. Как утром встала, поубирала, кушать приготовила. Ну, все как у домохозяйки. Все было спокойно, нормально, пока орки не ворвались. Слышу прилет, только бабах. Опа, думаю, точно, все, война началась. Но мы никто не верили в это. Мы думали, знаете как, ну, месяц там какой-то побудет, ну, там где-то поприлетает. В 2014 году тоже ж прилетало, но не так сильно. А это реально... 3 месяца мы там жили, получается, уже ни воды не было, ни света, ни газа. А боялись, почему не выезжали? Боялись даже пройти. Там у нас эвакуация была на пожарной системе. И туда даже страшно было дойти. Транспорт не ходил, ничего не было. И туда, чтобы дойти, пока дойдешь, может и град засыпать. И с детьми, ну, страшно было. Нам парень просто ВСУшник, Царство Небесное, он умер. Он нас просто довез от калитки до эвакуации, посадил нас на броневик, и мы уехали в Киев. Воду муж ходил там привозили воду или на родники. Покушать готовили. Сначала газ был, потом, когда его выключили, на улице костер разжигали. Под бомбежкой ты сидишь, готовишь, то есть дома ты нарезал, там сидишь уже в котелке, там готовишь, и только видишь, как ракеты. И шифер на голову сыпется. Я даже как-то так готовила кушать. Муж говорит, ой, что-то там прилеты все ближе, ближе. Я говорю, что-то мне жор, говорю, сыпется на голову. Он ложись, говорит, ну, а то земля уже, ну, просто там ужасно было. Нам даже до сих пор говорят, там, если созваниваемся где-то с кем-то, он говорит, вы уже не въездные сюда, вас сразу там расстреляют, убьют, завезут россияне, потому что нас не любят там, так как мы любим Украину. Мы вообще поехали, честно сказать, без копейки денег, мне, ну, там 2000 гривен было там на карте. Мы не знали вообще, куда мы едем. Просто никуда. Сюда, когда приехали, я в интернете, в Фейсбуке нашла ваш хостел. Позвонила мне Ира, администратор, приезжайте, ну, как бы ничего не переживайте, пока адаптируйтесь, пока там работу найдете. На 3 месяца пока мисс говорит, тут поживете. Ну, здесь и оказались. Честно сказать, я даже отсюда не хочу. Мы вот даже с мужем думаем так. Когда закончится срок, мы, наверное, квартиру мы не будем снимать. Мы, скорее всего, тут будем платить и тут жить. Мы настолько уже привыкли. Ну, как бы тут контингент хороший, мне понравился. Кушать, например, мы готовим все дружно. То есть никто никого не толкает. Там посуду никто не бьет. Ну, нам тут нравится. Душ чист. То всегда, вот тетя Галя у нас, например, да, уборщица. По комнатам у нас заходит администратор, смотрит так, все, чтобы чисто было. Ну, то есть нам тут нравится, реально нравится. Соцслужба приезжала, ну, и записывают деток, как, в каких условиях. Предложили работу помощницей воспитателя в садик. Ну, я согласилась, но у меня Еву положили в больницу. И Лена, ваша с Деполя, звонила туда в садик. Ну, вроде как попросила подождать, пока у меня все стабилизируется с детьми. Не знаю, думаю, обустроимся. Как-то это будет. Муж устроится на работу, дети, кто в садик, кто в школу. Сейчас мы на онлайне учимся. Я, наверное, тоже на работу. Не, наверное, уже, если в этот садик пойду на работу, туда и Еву устрою. Ну, ладно, естественно, свое жилье нужно. Всю жизнь в хостеле не будешь жить, даже и платно. Думаю, все поменяется.
Мене звати Юля. Ми з Херсонської області приїхали сюди до міста Києва, з міста Берислав. Мені 38 років. Приїхали ми разом із сім'єю, з мамою, з чоловіком, з 2 дітьми. Пізніше до нас приєднався батько чоловіка. У нас було маленьке, чудове місто, у нас дуже гарний парк. У нас була собака, з якою ми весь час прогулювалися зранку, лабрадор, яку прийшлось нам лишити. Діти ходили до школи. Да, було дистанційне навчання, але ж все-таки була своя школа, були друзі, з якими вони спілкувалися. Я працювала в приватному БТІ, складала техпаспорта. Мама працювала в адміністрації. 24 лютого, близько 5 години, прокинулася з того, що було зарево. У нас вікна виходять на місто Каховку, і вона вся світилася. Був дуже великий шум, зриви. Я дзвоню своєму начальнику, і він каже: Юль, ну я розумію, війна, все. Війна війною, а робота за розкладом. І виходь на роботу. Я кажу, як? Стріляють на ХЕСі у нас росіяни. Магазини закриті, банкомати закриті, ніхто ніде не працює. Кожен постійно на телефоні, зв'язок то є, то немає. Коли вони заїхали, і я була на кухні, і чую, коли малий кричить: мама, у нас за вікнами танк. Чесно, ми не знали, куди діватися. Ховатися в ванну, ховатися, і ми не знали, чи зайдуть вони до нас, чи ні. Вони окупували все місто. Ми перебували там 10 місяців, тому що допомагали літнім людям, носили їсти, гуманітарку, прибирали в кімнаті, допомагали їм. Запам'яталися перші дні війни, коли не було закриті магазини, в тебе на карточці гроші, а ти їх не можеш зняти. І не купити нічого за карточку не можна, тому що немає інтернету. Але коли почали привозити продукти в магазин, це видавалося по 300 грам на сім'ю. 300 грам макаронів, 300 грам пшеничної крупи, наприклад. Ти можеш взяти 2-3 види. Але інколи не вистачало на це грошей. Взагалі всі рашики, вони дуже-дуже полюбляли випити. Дуже. І коли у нас за вікном з однієї сторони 5-поверхівка, з іншої сторони, і 3 п'яних, неадекватних рашиків, вони просто почали стріляти з автоматів. Ми виїхали, тому що там уже більше з дітьми дуже важко було знаходитися. Це якби рулетка. Попаде в твій будинок, попаде на вулицю. Чисто так випадково моя подружка подзвонила мені і каже: Юлю, тут в інтернеті я знайшла волонтери Диполя, пропонують хостел. І коли ми приїхали, я дуже вдячна волонтерам, тому що вони не тільки якби дали нам прихисток, вони розказали, як до них добратися. Вони нас зустріли, вони нас напоїли чаєм, розпитали. З дітьми поспілкувалися психолог. Нас привезли до хостела. Нам надали гуманітарку, того що зрозуміли, що в нас, окрім речей, ні продуктів, толком, ні грошей не було нічого. Тому я дуже їм вдячна, що не лишили нас наодинці з проблемою. Вони допомогли нам психологічно. Вони спілкувалися з нами, вони спілкувалися з дітьми, допомогли нам освоїтися і трошки забути оту ситуацію, яка була, і жити далі. Окрім гуманітарки, вони також нам допомагали речами. Це от ця стартова подушка, яку ми від них отримали, зараз дала нам поштовх в дальнішу життя. Ми можемо зараз жити спокійно і можемо допомагати іншим. Да, ми переживаємо за будинок, да, ми все втратили, але ми живі. Мрію відбудувати наше місто після перемоги, і я надіюсь, яка буде скоро зовсім. І так як ми мріємо з нашою подружкою, волонтершою, на руїнах ГЕСа зробити рок-концерт.
Диполь Ukraine щодня допомагає людям, які опинилися у скруті. Ми працюємо, щоб підтримати кожного, хто потребує.
Ми виїжджаємо щодня з понеділка по п'ятницю, окрім суботи та неділі. У нас мобільна команда, називається наш проєкт «Допомога на колесах». І ми надаємо допомогу людям у вигляді гарячого харчування, речей або те, що потребують люди, намагаємося задовольнити їхні потреби. У нас унікальний проєкт в тому, що може люба людина, яка нужденна, звернутися без будь-якого запису попереднього. Зараз до нас приходять це люди, які живуть на вулиці, бездомні, люди, які приїхали в місто, це тимчасово переміщені особи, також люди, які залишилися похилого віку самі в Харкові, або яких розбило житло їхнє, також можуть звернутися про допомогу до нашого фонду. Надихає те, що коли бачиш, як люди змінюються, як вони міняються, як вони стають вже повноцінними членами нашого суспільства, коли ти їдеш з ними в одному транспорті, бачиш, що в них все добре, і це дійсно надихає, коли ти бачиш, коли вони були в самому низу, і коли вони вже поруч з нами, і ніхто навіть не знає, яке в нього життя було до цього.
Щодня сотні людей отримують від нас гарячі обіди, одяг, засоби гігієни. Тут можна зігрітися, випити чаю, знайти підтримку.
Шановні гості, ми будемо продовжувати. Я сподіваюся, що у вас
Dear participants, we are continuing our conference and hopefully you are filled with new energy. Our next panel is extremely important. So we are talking about homelessness today and about homeless people, and we probably understand what this is all about because we are working in this sphere, but what about the society at large? Do they have an understanding of this phenomenon? Is there stigma? Does maybe society blame people for being homeless because supposedly being homeless is their choice? So I would like to invite to the floor to talk about this Oleksiy Antypovych, director of the Sociological group rating. With rating, by the way, we did the study that we have mentioned more than once today, and which you can also have a look at in its printed form. So Oleksiy knows quite well what people within Ukrainian society think about homeless and homelessness. And we have with us also Oleksandr Osipov, representative of the Commissioner for Equal Rights and Freedoms, Rights of National Minorities, Political and Religious Views. Ian Brady, this is our guest from abroad, Director, London Homelessness Foundation, Zaroslava Lilchak, Director of the Center for Social Services, Джерело. Welcome to the stage. Zaroslava, by the way, also their center took part in this study as well. And I'm inviting here Danilo Dudnik, member of the Youth Council under the chairman of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. The Youth Council also joined the organization of this conference. And our moderator is Andriy Kulikov, prominent Ukrainian and well-known Ukrainian journalist. Good afternoon, everyone. To quote Marichka, our presenter and our host today, yes, we do hope that you are energized after lunch, but also paradoxically, lunch tends to relax people in many cases. And so the applause I had from you, I think, helped us to wake up again. But my suggestion for everyone would be to once again join in the round of applause for our interpreters, Marta and Oleksiy. Without the interpreters, we would not be able to communicate properly. But essentially, things that seem obvious and evident are not always simple. In fact, far from that. And so we have another surprise from our organizers to energize us and to help us wake up at the very start, even before Oleksiy Antypovych takes the floor with the presentation he would like to share us. There is something that you can do to participate, so you have a chance to answer this question about the attitude within the Ukrainian society to the issue of homelessness and to homeless people. So on the screen, we're going to see the QR code, and using that, you can go and answer this question. What do we think the attitude is? Is that the same QR code for the program and materials and also this question? Okay, so it's one and the same QR code. You can find the questionnaire by using the QR code and then answer this question. So what do we think the societal attitude is to homeless people, to the problem of homelessness? Please do it right now. And we are gradually getting the results here. Answers, we can see how the answers are changing. So we see that 67% of those present, of those who took part in this survey, think that in Ukraine, the society has a generally negative attitude to homeless people. But things are changing. 50, 33, 17, 17% think that it's difficult to answer. Well, in order for you to feel easier while answering this question, in order for it to be easier for you to answer this question, we have DePaul and other organizations who are actually explaining what's happening with the phenomenon of homelessness in Ukraine. We'll give you 1 more minute to vote. If you haven't voted yet, use the QR code and do it. And you can use the code you can see on the screen as well. Either that or the QR code. Okay, so 47% think that the attitude is negative. 40% say neutral attitude is how Ukrainian people perceive this problem in general. And then 17%, and there is someone still voting after we officially close down voting. So 13% said it's difficult to answer this question. No one said that the attitude is positive. No one voted for that option. 41% and 41%. Okay, so for some people, it was very difficult, apparently, to answer this question. They were the last ones to vote, and they voted for it's difficult to answer. That currently stands at 18%. All right, so for everyone here, for our panelists, I would give each of you a minute to comment on these results. What do we think about the results of the survey? Zaroslava, starting from you. So thank you. Gera Law Center is helping homeless people starting from 2023. Natalia mentioned Lviv shelter, working even for a longer time for homeless people. So every day we see how the residents in our community see homeless people. And unfortunately, for the most part, what we see is that people pity homeless persons, but they are not ready to actually approach the homeless person, talk to them, ask what's needed, and so on. The best case scenario, they will call us instead and say, okay, so I see a homeless person there and there, they seem to feel bad, maybe they need help, but they will not themselves approach the homeless person, they would not even call an ambulance. Thank you to Zaroslava, and 1 minute for Oleksiy Osipov to comment. Everyone, thank you very much, and I'm happy to see you here. So we can see the results of the survey on the screen, and I will be brief. I'll just say that it confirms one of the points that I always make, which is that the issue of homelessness is not the issue of having no roof over your head. It's an issue of losing your connection with the society around you. So basically, this is what we see today. Thank you very much. Ian Brady?
Agree with that, really. I think a lot of people, certainly in the UK and obviously here in Ukraine, they get their impression of homeless people from what they see on the street. And quite often they see people who are in terrible conditions, maybe haven't taken drugs, taken alcohol, and that's the image in their head of what a homeless person is. And again, my experience in the UK is if you start to get more information out about actually why people become homeless, how many people become homeless, how many people come out of institutions, family conflict, family breakdown, the more you can explain the reality behind the homelessness, then you can start to move public opinion on.
Thank you very much. Danilo Dudnik.
Danilo Dudnik, and thank you to our previous speaker. Good afternoon, everyone. So based on this survey, and I'm happy here to represent the Youth Council, so the voice of the youth, I would say young people today are very empathetic towards homeless people, and the reports we have, the findings of research we have seem to say that young people try to do everything to help. Thank you, and wrapping up the results of these short survey, to wrap up this part, we will allow Oleksiy Antypovych to speak, and then he will present the results of the study. Well, to give you a teaser, the third and the fourth option chosen by people here, they basically correspond generally to what we saw when we did this study. So generally, I would say that the people in the room, the same people, they are very much representative of the general opinion in Ukraine. Okay, so then the presentation of the results, the outcomes of the research project that you did. Yes, so first of all, I would like to thank DPOL for this opportunity to study the phenomenon of homelessness in Ukraine because, and this is on a personal note, I have a younger brother who is a very creative person, a journalist, a writer, and so his first journalistic job was he was a fresh graduate of the Lviv University, and he went to the city of Lutsk, also in the west of Ukraine. And his task was, I do not remember which particular outlet he was working with, maybe Postop, maybe Express, they were media outlets in Lviv. So he interviewed homeless people in the city of Lutsk, in the neighboring region. And I remember that his piece was very empathetic, and I was a bit surprised, and I asked, okay, how did you talk to them? And he said, I took with me a bottle of a strong alcoholic drink, and I went to talk to the homeless people. But generally, this was a very empathetic piece. Again, these people were displaced. They were forced to live on the street. They didn't choose that. So yes, and coming back to the results of our study, they are going to be presented. You will see them on the screen as well. Basically, we have two big parts here. So one part was looking into the number of homeless people. This is the Ptucha Institute task. And then the sociological part, which is expert interviews, interviews with homeless people, interviews with Ukrainian citizens done by the rating group. Within this presentation, I will just talk about the general mood, the general attitude, and the level of community. We talked to 1,200 respondents in Ukraine about homelessness. And first of all, I need to say that Ukrainians are generally quite empathetic on a personal level to homeless people. Almost all consider homeless people to be full members of society, 89%, and then significant number of people, more than half, they are very positive when thinking about the fact that potentially somewhere close to their house, a shelter for homeless people could be opened. And in terms of a personal meeting with a homeless person, what Ukrainian people say is my first emotion would be empathy. And this is 2/3 of our respondents, which is a wonderful result. Some people say I would be concerned, 25%. Some people say disappointment or sadness, 23%. But with regard to shame or fear or indifference or going numbness, these are just a small portion, or these are small portions of the answers. But then asking our respondents how they think Ukrainian society treats homeless people, what's the general attitude? Here we have basically the same answer that all of you provided. Almost 40% say the attitude is negative within society, almost 40% say the attitude is neutral, and somewhere around 14% positive attitude, a very positive attitude. So you can see the stark difference. I will go back to these figures. You can see them on the screen. So 90% personal positive attitude, but hardly 14% say that on the level of the entire society, the attitude is positive. And we also asked our respondents how their close circle of friends and relatives treat homeless people. Almost half said neutral attitude, 14 positive, and 1/3 positive attitude. So what Ella Libalova said at the first panel, the problem is somewhere there. So like on community level, me, my friends, my family, the attitude is good. There is no problem here, but somewhere over there, society generally, the problem is there. We also saw some stereotypes with regard to homeless people. For example, 80% of our respondents say that the majority of homeless people are of working age and could work if they wanted to. 70% agree that homeless people have dependencies, alcohol or substances, drugs. Approximately half say yes, agree with the statement that homeless people are choosing their own lifestyle. A homeless person is a person who sleeps in the open. They also agree that veterans are at the risk of becoming homeless, as well as IDPs. So people agree with these statements for the most part. So stereotypical thinking, as we can see. But on the other hand, we also focus here, zoom in here on the categories that we actually are talking about today. Veterans and IDPs, they are recognized to be people at risk, groups at risk in terms of becoming homeless. Do you think that the situation with homelessness in Ukraine is critical? 70% say yes. So again, personal empathy exists. But generally, people in Ukraine recognize that this problem does exist, and the changes caused by the war are negative. 3/4 of the respondents say that the situation became worse with the full-scale invasion. Personally, have you ever helped homeless people? That was another question. More than 40% said I donated clothing or footwear or some everyday items of food, which means that Ukrainians are very much engaged. And again, it confirms that they are empathetic towards homeless people. Only 16% said that they never helped homeless people, which means every sixth Ukrainian citizen who is responsible for solving the issues. People say central authorities or local authorities. 16% say society is responsible. 2% said civil society organizations are responsible. evaluating the activities of the organizations that help homeless people in Ukraine. People mostly focused on the role of charitable foundations, civil society organizations, local government, self-government and executive authorities of central level. A smaller percentage of Ukrainians think that these are doing a good job. So we have this kind of generally good attitude to homeless people, positive, but also Ukrainians are waiting for the authorities to take charge and find a solution. Thank you. So this was a very brief and very effective presentation. And Oleksiy Antypovych at least once did this thing where he placed his hand over his heart, which I think on the level of body language and, gestures, unconscious gestures, confirms that he's very much concerned by this whole topic, and he is telling us the truth. All right. So we have... I would say 38 minutes for the rest of our panelists. Each of you will have 5 minutes to present your point of view. We'll reserve some time for the exchange of opinions and then hopefully also talk to our room. Mr. Osipov, we would like to learn more from you. You gave us this one particular point. That is a priority. I'm reminded of the Soviet times when homelessness was basically punishable. Soviet authorities saw homelessness as people protesting against the authorities, against the regime, protesting against the mandatory registration at a certain address. So as the representative of the Commissioner for Equal Rights and Freedoms, please comment. You have 5 minutes. I will be brief and I will try to adhere to the timing. So I will continue what I started talking to you about the loss of a connection to society. A homeless person is basically someone who becomes invisible for the society and for themselves. Today's discussion, I think, is very important because of that. Thank you, by the way, on behalf of my colleague and on behalf of myself for this wonderful conference. And I'll go back to my thoughts, to my presentation. So it's very important that today Ukraine is a social state governed by the rule of law. Our constitution defines that the health and the dignity and life of a person is of the highest value, and the European Social Charter says the same. It's very important also that international standards see homelessness not as a problem of a particular person. Instead, it's seen as a challenge for the governmental policies and a challenge for the society. In current conditions, where we are facing the full-scale invasion of the Russian Federation against Ukraine, when we compare today's realities to what was in the past, previously this was poverty and family conflicts that made a person become homeless. You're fired or you resign from your job. You have a dependency, but today also this is the loss of your home, the occupation of the territory where you used to live, the impossibility for you to return home. New reasons are added to the list of those causes that make someone homeless. So it's not just something that can be seen as a problem concerning other people. Another aspect that is of concern to me is human trafficking. Homeless people are at the risk of becoming victims of this crime. Sometimes under the guise of helping people who are homeless, some individuals actually want to make them part of a crime, essentially exploit them in different ways. And also, we talked about the local government and the responsibilities of central authorities. one of the things that we do are monitoring visits. I will tell you about concrete results. So Kropivnitska community, we did a monitoring visit. The local population is approximately 200,000 people. Over 600 people are currently registered as homeless. There is a center for homeless people for their sheltering and reintegration. Within this year, 126 people used the services of the center. Kamianets-Podilsky community, local community, the results are similar. So again, these are findings from the monitoring visits. In Kamianets-Podilsky community, there is a program helping people to get their documents reissued, to get registered, providing them with food and hygiene products, and also helping them to get access to housing and social services. The problem is, however, not everyone who is offered the assistance from the state is ready to accept this assistance. What we sometimes see is that when even people get their documents reissued and receive social services, at the point where they are offered different services by the Center for Social Support, they refuse to get registered to receive follow-up support. Maybe these people at some point should have received mental health support. Maybe we should have done something else in order not to lose contact with them, but we do lose contact with them because they refuse to continue working with us. We should, I think, deal with this through the provision of comprehensive support, like in Kamianets-Podilsky, for example. They have the center that step-by-step helps the homeless person with every aspect they need help with. I think I have 1 minute or a minute and a half. So very briefly, I'll just say that there are wonderful European projects and programs, like in Finland, for example, the housing first policy, where first you're given housing, you're given accommodation, and then immediately after that you're provided with this full range of social, psychological services. Great Britain, same way. You're not just provided with temporary shelter, temporary housing, but also the aim is to ensure the full reintegration of a person into a community. In Ukraine, it was important to have the law and the basic principles of social policy adopted. However, gradually, however slowly we are moving, apologies. However, we are moving slowly. The adoption of the law is just the starting point, and then everything depends on a specific concrete regulations and bylaws. A lot depends on the social housing, whether we are able to find it or build it. And also, we are working in the conditions of the war, which means that the situation with funding is quite bad in quite many spheres. I think, however, that working together with charitable foundations and civil society organizations that are able to organize events like this one today, for example, we have an opportunity to join our efforts, work together. I truly believe that it's only in cooperation between the civil society, private sector, and public authorities we will be able to come up with feasible working solutions. Our choice as a country, as a state, is to become a member of the European community, EU community, which means this topic is very important for us. Thank you to our speaker, and I hope that we can actually demonstrate quite good adherence to standards. Our standards are actually quite good. When you say European standards, basically we're talking about different other countries with different standards. The situation is different depending on the country. We are going to give the floor to Ian Brady. At this point, the question would be, so Oleksandr mentioned this cooperation between the public sector civil society sector and state sector. And the civil society or public sector, this was the first element here that he mentioned. What is the situation in Great Britain like?
Thank you. I think in my time working in homelessness, that situation's changed quite considerably. When I first went into work for government, for Tony Blair's government in 1997, I had previously been working in the NGO sector. And I think the relationship between NGOs and the central government was quite confrontational. It was like, you know, you won't recognise the problems of homelessness in the area, you won't put enough money into it, and we were always kind of telling them they were doing things wrong. So the government called our bluff, and they asked me and some other people from NGOs to go in and work for the government. Right? So they turned the problem on its head, right? And said, okay, rather than argue about this, come in and help us with this, right? But some of that, what we then had to do, one of the problems was some of the kind of stereotypes or stigma associated with homeless people was actually at the heart of government. So we had to challenge that. So most of the attitude of the UK government at that time was that homelessness was about people on the street. It was about people who were older men, who had drug, who had alcohol problems. And the only target we were given by Tony Blair's government was to reduce rough sleeping on the streets, right? So we did that. We put great programs together to do that. But what we learned over time was if you wanted to keep the numbers of people on the streets down, you had to understand the background, the reasons, what were the drivers, why were these people coming onto the streets? A lot of which is in this excellent bit of research that you've done. You have to go kind of upstream, if you like. You have to find the drivers. You have to look at, and then you start to understand homelessness more. And it's not just about street homelessness. It's about, again, it's all in your report. It's people coming out of institutions, care, prison. It's people, family breakdown. It's people losing their job. And in your case, exaggerated because of the whole problem of the war and IDPs. But once we in government started to build up our better knowledge of that, then we realised we had to switch the approach. So as we moved to not just get people off the streets, but keep them in housing, and that involved making sure we had the right support for them. And if you move forward 25 years to where we are now, the whole agenda in the UK is to prevent people becoming homeless and to get in early to intervene. In fact, local authorities in the UK have a statutory duty to prevent homelessness. So the idea is not to wait until people are homeless. But that whole change from reacting to street homelessness and seeing it's all about drunks and people who are on the streets with drug problems, alcohol problems, to recognising that it's a societal problem, that anybody can be touched by homelessness. The biggest problem in the UK on homelessness is actually families, keeping families away from homelessness and temporary accommodation. So for me, there's a governmental level where this has to be tackled. And if I may just very briefly, one other point. At the other end of the scale, because I've also run many homelessness projects, is you sometimes challenging stigma and movement happens at a very, very local level. Right? So, for example, I went to see the new project DePaul, Ukraine are opening, lovely project for homeless people in Kyiv, great emergency bed spaces, supported accommodation. It's in a lovely part of Kyiv. Right? And already people are organising a petition to say, we don't want these homeless people near us. And I think when you have problems like that, at that very local level, you then have to reach out to the community. Yeah. You have to find ways to bring them into the project. You have to find ways to explain to them that these people are people that with problems just like you and I, and start to break. You get people locally to volunteer. There's lots of things you could do locally to challenge local stigma. So I think you have to do it at a national level and at a very local level.
Пане Бреді, дякую.
Thank you so much. We have an additional question to you. We meant both local and central authorities that Oleksiy represented. I know that legislation in the UK is different. There is Scotland, there is England and Wales, and there's also Northern Ireland. What is the difference in approaches in these three parts of the UK, and which are the most successful ones?
Good question. And not easy to answer in 30 seconds. I would say...
Take 45.
45, that's very kind. I think the big shift over the years in the UK is it's not seen as central government's problem to solve. Right? It is genuinely a partnership between central government that has to recognise the scale of the problem, has to argue for the resources to tackle the problem. It's for local authorities to then look at how they develop the partnerships locally. And by and large in the UK, most of the direct services for homeless people are run by NGOs, either charities or even social housing is mostly run by what we call housing associations. So it has to be as a strategic role for central government. It has to be devolved down to a local level, to a local authority, or in our case, mayors that understand the local position. And then ultimately it has to be then done in partnership with NGOs. That's the three-pronged approach.
Thank you very much. Зорислава Люльчак і
Thank you so much, Zorislava Lechak. You have already mentioned important information about the situation in Lviv, and let me start with it. There is a huge influx of forcibly, internally displaced people, but not always forcibly. How does it affect the number of homeless people and attitudes towards them? If you mention Lviv, unfortunately, other Western regions not always have centers to take care of homeless people. That's why Lviv faces huge tension, because many displaced people are referred to Lviv. People who are not registered. It seems to be a formality, but it's not a formality, because without a formal place of residence, you cannot receive payment, you cannot have a declaration with family doctor, and so on. There are a lot of IDPs in Lviv, and a lot of them stayed there. We have two institutions, two organizations that take care of them, if you're speaking about municipal organizations. There is a center for IDPs and a huge shelter, which hosts a lot of IDPs. And as a center, we provide assistance to IDPs who are coming or who came without any documents and who cannot be enlisted in the shelters that require documents. So they end up in our center. Most of the forcibly evacuated people are our potential residents. And so we need the work of social workers to renew documents, because oftentimes these people don't have documents. We need to find their family, their relatives, and do everything we can. Speaking about the hardships, the challenges we face, the bigger part are IDPs who ended up in Lviv or western part of Ukraine. And that's work with homeless people is complicated, it's complex. We provide support to different groups, and it's hard to find professionals who are ready to work with homeless people. You are nodding, so I can see that you understand me. It's pretty hard to find those professionals. It's hard to work with these stories, with these people. We have a psychologist who works with us, and we thought it will reinforce our team. but there are not many professionals who are ready to provide support for homeless people. So it's important to support these helping professions who work with homeless people. Speaking about societal attitude towards homeless people, unfortunately, it's hard to accept the otherness of the other. We kind of accept it, but it's not always the case on practice, whether it's a homeless person or a person with disabilities or the veteran that you don't know how to talk to. And we have to work on that a lot. So neither charities nor municipal organizations cannot deal with that on their own. We as a society as a whole have to understand how we can live with it and have to take responsibility for the future of our society, for who we will become. We cannot get rid of that responsibility because every one of us can become a person with disabilities or a homeless person. Zoroslava, even if I didn't know who you are, what is your occupation, I would say that you are not a lawyer because you use the word people. Thank you. I have a question to you as to an economist. Temporary or permanent ongoing employment schemes for homeless people. Is it easy to create them? And how can these schemes help homeless people? Employment, it's a hard question. We realize why. Because a lot of employers are influenced by stigma. We try to help find employment for homeless people, and usually they are unofficially employed for some short period of time for trial period, and if they fail, they just get fired. You cannot force an employer to officially employ those people. We have different experience. The night shelter that we had in Lviv, its aim was to meet basic needs. The stay for the night, clothes, food, but right now we are trying to work on resocialization. We also have supported living for homeless people that we have recently started. And the employers try to help them find employment, but it's a small percentage of success cases. I'll be honest with you. If it is a family, if they are working together on that, that has more potential. But if that's a single person who ended up in difficult life circumstances, usually it's hard for those people to retain their employment. Maybe we ourselves lack skills and experience in that. Do you give, is that housing ready, or do these people have to work on them? No, it looks like a hotel. You have to take care of your daily needs, but you don't have to work on the accommodation. Danilo Dudnik, member of Youth Council. I talked to the founder of DePaul before this panel, and he recalled how 20 years ago they started working in Ukraine with children. Children grew up. You start as a young person and you proceed to adulthood. How is attitudes of young people? How are attitudes of young people different to homeless people? And do young people often become homeless? Good day. Thank you so much for the invitation for this event, for raising these important questions. Speaking about young people, when we think about homeless young people, I think young people are the smallest category of them all. From my personal experience, from studies available to us right now, I had a chance to get acquainted with your research. Thank you for it. Young people is very tolerant to homelessness. And thanks to their level of consciousness, to their active position, they want to join the creation of policies to address homelessness of IDPs. As the Youth Council, we try to create those conditions. We try to raise awareness so that young people understand how their active public position can help create policies on homelessness and homeless young people in particular. What about the youthful desire to flee their home, to travel, and to become homeless themselves? Speaking about segregation from parents, I think it will always be the case. Young people want to be independent and they want to function separately and to prove that they can do it. Speaking about homelessness, there are conditions for this category. On the 28th of June, I took part in the grand opening of the social housing for young people from 25 years old. The conditions of that accommodation are great. Young people can use it, and if you're I would say that young people don't want to become homeless, they want to become independent, they don't want to become homeless. It seemed to me that Ian wanted to say something. I think you wanted to comment Zoroslava. Do you want to respond to something she said? If not, I have a question to you. But I have a question to you, another question. When we were speaking about the schemes of employment for homeless people, I also meant the journal that was issued in the UK that was given to homeless people, and they would sell it for £1.50, and they would receive some portion of the income. Another option, I asked whether that housing was hotel-like or that you had to work on. Sometimes people would give the abandoned home to homeless people, and after that they have not only rights for that building, but also the sense of ownership because they work on it.
On the first point, we do have street newspapers in the UK and across most of Europe. Many of these, they were brought in to provide an alternative for begging. I think if you want another example where the public are put off trying to help homeless people is they actually don't like beggars. They find begging quite intimidating. So there was quite a movement in the UK, mostly from the organisation called The Big Issue, but there's others across Europe, to encourage people to sell the paper. They get a proportion of that, so they don't beg on the street. The public get a good publication. The young person, or not restricted to young people then would earn some income. And then it was negotiated with the government that they wouldn't lose benefits when they did that. And it was a very constructive way to help people come off the streets. And there's lots of initiatives in the UK and across Europe, all kinds of. The most popular one at the moment in the UK is to train homeless people to become baristas and work in coffee shops, for example. There's lots of examples of that across London and the UK. So there's lots of different ways to do it. As a state, you have to make sure that the benefit system, we have a benefit system, a welfare system, and you have to make sure that encourages people to take work and allows them to then move away from the streets. So as long as those things are in place, I think it's true. And I think young people are particularly good at taking advantage of those schemes. Sorry, I missed your second question.
Well, it's about, це про те, що людям...
That's about that people can be suggested to work on the abandoned cabin, and they can renovate that and then live in it. That not only gives them the housing, but also a chance to work on that project.
I think there's been lots of attempts at that. We would call that self-build projects, where people can come together, learn employment skills while they're building their own house with the help of professionals at the same time. There's been some very good examples of that. I think it's been quite hard and mostly aimed at young people, but there's no great evidence of it being done at scale.
Дуже дякую, колеги. Ми підійшли.
Thank you so much, colleagues. I think it might be the most interesting moment. You will have a chance to ask a question in 3 minutes. But before you can ask your questions, I want to ask Oleksiy Antypovych, what do you think? Does this information correlate with the results of your survey? I was very much struck by this event. I was impressed. I listened to great people. I can see how well you can understand the societal attitudes. So when we speak about young people, veterans, IDPs, it's important. We can say that the reason of the homelessness lies in the deep tragedy of any person. So first and foremost, we have to speak about the reasons, to ask the question why a person becomes homeless. We need to focus on that. We need to focus on psychological support, and I think that's the basis. Andrei, you mentioned renovating the old home. It's a good example, but we just need to start doing something, and the example of DePaul is the best here. Just start doing something. It's just start doing that, but it's so hard. We have 10 minutes for questions and comments, please. Other people in audience can also raise their hands so that I can see them. Natalia Fedorovych, I want to say that we has also been issuing the newspaper in 2008 till 2017. It was called Under the Open Sky. It was issued by the funds of social projects. We have the competition of social projects. We use those funds to fund different initiatives. It also funded the work of Zoroslava, also the work with people with disabilities, with homeless people and other categories, and together with the funds of the partners. The organization that was headed by late Ms. Solodka created the workshop of renovation of furniture. That's one of the cases when CSOs and expert environments talk about the problem, they have an initiative, and then the state takes it over and implements that. And Lviv is the prime example of it. Other questions? By the way, I would like to hear about the role of religious organizations. I'm a representative of Kyiv Registry of Homeless People. Mr. Ian, what do you think? What's the percentage of the homeless people in the UK, and how were you able to decrease the number of them?
I have two answers to that. One is, when it came to street homelessness, we were for a long time very successful at getting the numbers down and sustaining that for quite some time. And that did call for a very targeted program, which was razor focused on who was on the streets, what was their background, what was their needs, and making sure you tailored the services specifically for them. That's separate from grand strategies to end homelessness. You need a particular approach which focuses on the street, getting people off the street very quickly. If somebody's on the streets for more than a week, 10 days, they're more likely then to be there for 2 years. So you have it's very important that you get people as early as you can. But as I say, as I mentioned before, the challenge, you can get people indoors with the right techniques, the right outreach techniques. The challenge is then to understand what are the problems, what are the traumas behind that have led them to be out on the streets, and make sure you put the right support around them so they don't fall back out onto the streets, so as you don't create a revolving door. But you can do it. The second answer to that is actually, if you look, since the UK has moved to a more preventative-based model, actually, statistically, government statistics, homelessness has gone up. Right? Because if you actually widen the net to say we want to stop people becoming homeless, right, then you bring people in before they go out on the streets. So we have a whole category now of people who are in what we call temporary accommodation. We have families. They're all in temporary accommodation, so they're not near the streets, but they're technically under our laws classed as homeless. Right? So we have 135,000 families in temporary accommodation, 175,000 children in accommodation, but they're not on the streets. And because they're covered by preventative legislation, there are then support in place to help them move away from homelessness. So, two answers to the one question, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much.
Дозвольте, друзі, подякувати всім організаторам.
A big thank you to all our organizers, to the panelists, to Andrei Kulikov, our host and MC, Mr. Bondarenko from the Expert Council affiliated with the Ministry of the Defense. My question is, so we learned here about these truly tragic cases where military servicemen return from the war and they become homeless. How do we prevent this from happening? How do we support these military servicemen and women? Maybe we should raise this issue at the highest level, present it to the highest authorities in Ukraine in order for this tragedy not to grow and develop. This is a very good question, very well put, but a bit rhetorical, I would say. But if you want to try and answer, go ahead. My question would be to you, essentially. So very often simple decisions become popular, but are they truly simple? You know, what has been mentioned, give someone a house that has been abandoned somewhere in a village. I mean, I myself work with IDPs. I represent an NGO, sorry, I didn't mention. So yes, such suggestions are sometimes made, like, look, we have abandoned houses in the rural areas, give them to IDPs. But in order to make the solution work, you do need a lot of effort, because very often the houses are not really habitable, so it's not really a simple solution and not much of a solution. But this becomes something that people talk about, and so when this is suggested with regard to homeless people, people seeing homeless persons not jump at the chance to relocate to a rural area and take up this project, they think that homeless people are lazy. But in fact, no, that's not true. Thank you. And we have 3 minutes left for anyone willing to take the floor and speak. I would like to address this question which was posed. So as of today, we already have a range of instruments that could be used to help homeless people, including those targeted specifically at returning service persons. Do we have enough instruments? Probably not, but we'll continue working. I will just briefly add in the context of military service persons, but not just with regard to that. So some changes were introduced to how a person can be deregistered to this procedure. So we all know the owner of the accommodation can deregister the tenant of the building. And so with military service persons, let's say they suffered from an injury, they now have a disability, they don't have a place to live, and they're also not registered anywhere, which means a more difficult access to services and so on. So you're not registered anywhere, which means in terms of receiving your pension, being registered for your disability benefits, those bureaucratic things become a problem. We have a lot of petitions, so we're working on that. And Mr. Osipov? Here, I also would like to focus on the question of return and the state policy with regard to veterans. This is a priority for the government. All of us are waiting for the moment of Ukrainian victory. We do know that a lot of people will be returning from the front line, from the army. We'll have a lot of veterans. And so it's the first duty of the state to ensure for the possibility of socialization, reintegration of everyone returning from the combat zone, from the army. And so this is why in our work, in particular, with regard to the Commission and his office, we are working on the problems of veterans, and we do analyze, we do pay attention to the state policy with regard to the veterans. We do know that the government should do everything possible in order to protect people who are bringing us step by step closer to victory. Thank you very much.
My final remark is, if I've learned one thing from all my time working in government on homelessness and tackling homelessness, whether it's on legislation or it's delivery programs, is the best. What you need is good data and good information on what you're actually dealing with, because if you don't have that, you come up with the wrong policy solutions and you come up with the wrong practice on the ground, which is why, and I should have said this at the beginning, I really welcome this research report. I think it's groundbreaking, I think it's excellent, and I hope you're going to build on it in the future.
Ну і те, що сказав Ен Брейді, себто ви маєте
So yes, you have to have good data, you have to have good information, and that means that we can go to our Mr. Antypovych, because sociological group rating is very much working with data. Well, I think that I don't remember actually who said it during the previous panel. Maybe this was Ella Libanova. But anyway, someone said in order to solve a problem, you first need to truly recognize it, truly understand that it exists. I think that our society currently acknowledges the problem, the government as well. And if, society and government work together, it means everyone works together and things will move along. So let's do more research and let's continue working. I actually think that, a couple of ideas occurred to me in terms of how to present the topic of homelessness in comparison with the problems faced by IDPs and veterans. I will definitely continue working on research of this topic. Okay, so then let's move along and go into our next panel, next discussion. Maria, I would like to give the floor to you. Andriy and everyone, thank you very much. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you to our MC and host for this moderation. So we referred more than once today to international discussion. We talked to that again and again. We talk about the Housing First principle. Can actually this principle work in Ukraine? Which international best practices can work in Ukraine when it comes to European countries and the global context? How are governments preventing or fighting against the phenomenon of homelessness? So this is our next panel dedicated to international best practices in combating homelessness and what Ukraine can adopt. I would like to take the floor, Mark McGreevy, founder of DePaul International, the organization that we are part of, because DePaul Ukraine is part of DePaul International. DePaul International is working in 80 countries around the world. Also, we are inviting to take the stage Professor Nick Hardwick, expert London Homelessness Foundation, who has a lot of experience working on the topic. And by the way, he's familiar with the war context, specifically countries with the experience of the veterans' return. How did they manage to overcome this problem? We will have with us online also Maria Ohisalo, European Parliament member of the Special Committee on the Housing Crisis in the EU. Ms. Ohisalo is from Finland and can share Finnish experience with us on Housing First. Also, Maria Jose Aldanas, head of Housing Department and Housing Rights Watch coordinator from Fianza, also will join us online. And also Peter Mackey, director of Institute of Global Homelessness, will talk to us as well. And the panel is going to be moderated by Ian Brady, director of the London Homelessness Foundation.
Breath. This is going to be a challenge because this presentation is going to come from 3 different countries, Ukraine, UK, and Finland. But let's see how it goes. I was very taken, Mark, by the opening, the remarks from Father Vitaly and how important it was for him to have somebody at the phone, in this case you, being part of a bigger international organization and someone to reach out to. I find that very encouraging. But I think you're in quite a kind of unique position, actually, with DePaul International working, well, in 8 countries, but having a reach all around the world in terms of the other work of the Vincentian family. Maybe start with you then. Mariska mentioned Housing First as a principle. What for you are the kind of main principles that underpin a good approach to tackling homelessness?
Okay, thanks, Ian. Can I start by just making 2 initial observations in advance of what I want to put forward? The first is that DePaul does work directly in 8 countries, including Ukraine, but we build houses in 80 countries across the world. So we have a big reach. And the only thing that I can tell you for sure is that when it comes to tackling homelessness, one size doesn't fit all. Yeah, so there isn't one solution, and especially in a country like Ukraine that's at war at the moment. So whatever the solution is in the short term for Ukraine or in the long term, it will be unique for you. Yeah, that's the first thing I'd like to say. The second thing is that around the world, definitions of what we mean by homelessness, methodologies for gathering data, how that's interpreted differ as well as you move around the world. So I'm sure that that will lead to strong views about this report that's been published today, as we saw examples this morning, and that's fine. That's exactly how it should be within that dynamic. So I just say those two things at the beginning. But those to one side, there are things that I think we can bring to the table from our international experience that might inform your thinking, and that's what I'd like to do now. So as Ian said, I'd like to suggest a very, very simple framework of how you might think about ending homelessness. Afterwards, maybe a couple of thoughts on perceptions of homelessness from an international perspective as well. But firstly, the framework. So Ian touched on the fact that Tony Blair's government came into post in 1997 in the UK, and that it made this pledge to the public, a policy pledge that it would reduce street homelessness by 2/3 within a 3-year period, which was a very bold thing to say. But to reduce street homelessness, you've got to think of this almost like an iceberg, that the street homelessness is just the tip of this iceberg. So to reduce the visible number on the street, you have to reduce the invisible number. Who's already caught up in the system of homelessness? Who is it that's yet to arrive on the streets? All of these things need to be thought through. So it was Baroness Casey who was given this job by Tony Blair, and Tony Blair was telling me one time about her interview. And he said when she came to interview, she only brought one slide with her, and it was this one, right? A bathtub. This was the only slide she brought with her. Now, I have a daughter called Hannah, who's 27. But when she was a teenager, I think she flooded the bath about once a week on the top floor of our house. The water would spill over and the ceiling would start to collapse. It was a regular occurrence from my daughter, who I love very much, by the way, but not for this kind of behavior. And if you think about this, if in your house a bathtub was overflowing like this and you ran up the stairs, what would you do first? What would be the first thing that you did? The first thing that you would do is you would turn off the water. That's the first thing that you would do. The second thing that you would do is you would pull out the plug, yeah? And then the third thing that you would do is you would mop up the water that's on the floor. That's what we would do logically, yeah? Now, let's think about this image as the homelessness system, yeah? Homelessness as a whole, yeah? So if you imagine that the water that's coming out of the faucet, out of the tap, is homeless people arriving on the streets, yeah? So these are people that are arriving because of displacement at the moment, but in more normal times because of debt, or because they've got rent arrears, or because they've got addiction problems, or because they've lost their job, or because of mental health, because of disability, family breakdown, all of these reasons that lead to people arriving at our services, yeah? The bathtub, imagine that is the homelessness system. We heard today about shelters and hostels, but they get filled up. So there's nowhere that they go. So you have to pull out the plug. And pulling out the plug actually means giving an option out of the system. And that, inevitably, is housing. This is why housing and the building of housing is so important. It allows people out of the system altogether, yeah? And then the third thing is the duck that's there, that you can see. Imagine that's the homeless person, yeah, that's living on the street, yeah? And then we have to deal with mopping up the water and making sure that the duck is safe, yeah? This is the important thing to do. When we look at homelessness, we don't do the logical thing, do we? We don't turn off the water. We don't prevent homelessness enough. We don't pull out the plug from the system to create the housing that lets people escape. What we do is we just look at mopping up the water and saving the duck. That's what we do, yeah? So if we want a strategy to work that's going to tackle homelessness, it needs to be about all three of these things happening simultaneously. And Ian might say something about that in a moment. One more point, just on perception of homelessness from an international perspective. I was in New York a couple of years ago, and somebody asked me the question, or in fact made the remark, don't people just choose to be homeless? Don't people just choose to be homeless? And my answer was that if people choose to be homeless, why don't rich people choose it? Yeah? Why don't rich people choose to be homeless? Homelessness is about poverty, material poverty. Homelessness is about a poverty of health, a poverty of mental health sometimes, a poverty of addiction, a poverty of family breakdown. But nobody chooses it, or if they do, very, very rarely. So I think that this report I really welcome for its challenge on the perceptions of homeless people, because as somebody said this morning, it could be any of us that are there. That does lead to challenges. Very last point, which is not everybody who is begging on the street is homeless. Not everybody who is street drinking is homeless. And one of the challenges you'll face in public perception is how do you separate out those issues moving forward? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Very interesting. I'm amazed Louise kept a job if that's the only slide she took in to meet Tony Blair, but we'll put that to one side. Just a quick follow-up, as a person who then worked on this rough sleeping unit to deliver that strategy. Some of the turning the tap off, some of it we got it right. So, for example, in the UK at that time, there was lots of care leavers and children, young people out on the streets, and we stopped that. We introduced legislation to make sure that didn't happen. We clarified who was responsible, whether it was housing departments or social services, and we were very successful. If you go onto the streets of London at the moment, you will not find somebody under 18. I'd be pretty sure about that. We didn't get it right on prisons. And at the time, a large number of people were coming out of prison, represented on the streets. And sadly, some 25, 30 years on, there's still a large number of people coming out of prison on the streets. So we need to go back and learn from that one. And also the thing about a tap is you have to keep going back and understanding what the flow is. So for example, in London at the moment, a lot of homeless people are migrants or asylum seekers, and we didn't have that problem back in the 1970s. So you've got to keep going back and looking at what the flow is. Thanks, Mark. Nick, maybe on to you. You've got huge experience on homelessness and also in the criminal justice system. But maybe for the purposes of today, because I know we've spoken about this before, I think obviously it's a challenge for Ukraine tackling homelessness in the middle of full-scale conflict, and I just wondered if there's lessons from the UK or maybe beyond. I know you worked in former Yugoslavia about how you tackle this in the midst of those kind of circumstances. Thanks. You need your mic.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Ian. And I think the first thing I would like to say is what a privilege it is to be back in Ukraine talking to you again. This is my second visit to Kyiv since the full-scale invasion. And I'm always really impressed and humbled, really, by all of your ability not just to, the resilience you need just not to manage everyday life, but the courage it takes, I think, to plan for the future. And I salute you for that. And this time in particular, one of the reflections I've had, I've been thinking about my own parents' experience in London, where they lived through the Blitz in the Second World War and the destruction that happened. And I feel I understand their experience, having been here, more than I did when they were alive. I wish I'd asked them some of the questions that now occur to me, having been here, that I never did ask. And I think also, as Mark said, you have to be really careful about saying, this is our experience in a different place, different time, this is what you should do. So I'm definitely not doing that. But if you take what I say as a menu, you can take from it what you want. So for Britain, the UK, after World War II, we had 2 million houses had been completely destroyed or damaged beyond use. We didn't have the problem with internally displaced people, but we had a huge amount of war damage. But what's important to know and to realize, that was just the start of our problems. So you have all of that damage, then you have the soldiers, sailors and airmen coming back from the front line, back to the UK. And one of the things that then happened is a lot of family structures changed. So on the one hand, sadly, people have been away from home, families split up. So whereas before you had one family to house, now you had two. And the other thing that happened, perhaps not surprisingly, is after war end, the birth rate shot up. So there were a lot more people to house. And so the consequences of that, for instance, in terms of housing need, a direct result of the war wasn't really apparent for housing need for maybe 20 years afterwards. So it was a long-term issue. And then what also happened is the economy changed. The move from a rural economy to an urban industrial economy accelerated. And so people moved from the country to the towns, creating housing need. So the destruction was only one part of the problem. All of those other social consequences lasted for years and in some ways were harder to deal with. But the UK government, I think, did, at that time, it's got a lot wrong since, but it got some things right at that time. So, and three things I'd point to. So the first thing, and I'm still impressed by this, they, like you, started planning for the end of the war and what they would do afterwards in the early 1940s. The real thinking went on when the conclusion of the war was not yet clear. In the darkest days, people were thinking about, well, what will we do when we win? What kind of society do we want to create? So, as you are, they thought about it early. They didn't wait for the war to end. They started to plan early. The second thing I think that they got right was that they did not just focus on physical reconstruction. They also focused on social reconstruction. The argument was they did not just want to go back to how things were before the war, they wanted to build back better. Right? And there was a huge amount of quite radical thinking around how the society they wanted to create after the war would reduce homelessness, want, squalor, and need. So there was a social dimension to what they planned for that was important as their physical planning, and I think that paid off. And the third thing they did, which I think worked in the short term, but not in the longer term, in the short term, they had very strong central national government control of the housing program. So the central government said where the houses were going to be built, told the workers where they had to be to build them, commandeered the materials that were needed. So there was a high degree of central control. And in that emergency situation, perhaps that was the right thing to do. But as time went on, that sort of central government bureaucracy wasn't flexible enough to meet people's needs. So there was a period after that where you started to see the growth of civil society organizations, charities, faith groups that somebody mentioned earlier, local authorities beginning to challenge national government for control. And in the end, we moved to a period that I think Ian was describing earlier, where now central government may commission services, but on the whole, it'll be delivered by the community and voluntary and faith sectors at a local level. So there is a distinction between what was needed in the years immediately after the war and what was needed in the longer term. And just one kind of final point, I think, that Ian mentioned, so I might have to say that, a more recent example of kind of post-war planning is what happened in the former Yugoslavia. And the country I'm most familiar with what happened was in Bosnia-Herzegovina. And there are some more difficult lessons there, I think, because the settlement that ended the war in Bosnia-Herzegovina did not create a strong, stable government that could direct the housing programs that were needed. They had huge amounts of displacement, as you would hear, and that led to huge amounts of property disputes because people had been displaced once, twice, 3 times. So whose home it was very unclear. And some of the religious and ethnic tensions that had caused the war remained, although there was a peace, those tensions remained. And so you go back to Bosnia-Herzegovina today, and they still have not recovered in a way that some other states that have been able to resolve some of those sorts of issues have. So this is all like big picture things, and it may or may not be relevant to you. But that point about early visionary planning for the end of the war, I think was really important. And the idea of social reconstruction going hand in hand with physical reconstruction, I think are probably lessons that apply to any post-conflict situation.
Thank you, Nick, and my apologies for not giving you your full title at the beginning, Professor Nick Hardwick. Now, I'm very pleased. I think the technology is working because I think I can see Maria in front of me, and now she's behind me. Very good. Are you in Finland at the moment?
In Strasbourg, in France, we've had the plenary meeting here of the European Parliament. So. Hi from France. Hope you can hear me.
We can hear you very clearly, and thank you so much for giving up your time for this. I was particularly keen to, no insult to the rest of the panel, but particularly keen to hear from you because I followed, many years back, I followed the wonderful work of the Y Foundation, and I know you were heavily involved with them. And Finland, quite rightly, has been held up for a model going back all that way for the way you've tackled and taken on homelessness, and I think it'll be great for the people here in Ukraine to hear your story. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation, dear participants. Let me really want to apologize, first of all, of not being able to participate in Ukraine. I've been there once meeting with ministers and also with President Zelensky while I was acting as a minister in the previous Finnish government. But unfortunately, this time I had totally impossible logistical challenges with the plenary and the voting, which is one of the most important tasks of the members of European Parliament. And then coming there, I would have loved to, but I will come there again. Some words about the background. You also mentioned the Y Foundation. But right now, I'm working as a member of European Parliament in 2 specific committees that are dealing with housing and homelessness. First of all, I'm the Greens coordinator, so the group responsible for the Employment and Social Affairs Committee. And then we also have this special committee on European housing crisis, which of course, you don't solve housing crisis with a special committee in 1 or 2 years. It's a European-wide crisis, and we need all the tools in our hands to tackle it. But prior to my political career, or at the same time doing both, I've also worked as a researcher, and I worked at the Y Foundation for some years in Finland, which is a non-profit housing provider, and one of the most important actors in eradicating homelessness in Finland. And they are also doing a lot of international work, trying to push forward the good idea of the housing first principle. And last government term, as I mentioned, I also served as the Minister of the Interior of Finland and also Minister of the Environment and Climate Change, and also having the responsibility of housing. And one of the things I'm quite proud from the previous term, we had a hectic term while Finland, everybody faced the COVID crisis, and then Russia started this brutal attack, and we started the NATO accession process and so on. But still during that time, we were able to lower the numbers of homelessness in Finland, even though I was quite afraid that the opposite would happen. And this is very much of a result of the housing first principle and the decades of successful work in building a housing system that is based on affordability, first of all, and on also prevention of segregation, that I'm also going to say some words about. But firstly, I would really like to recognize those thousands of individuals, both soldiers and civilians, who lost their lives in the war, those who have been wounded, and those millions of people who have been forcibly evacuated or are displaced. In addition to this human cost, the destruction and damage of over 200,000 buildings and structures, and massive destruction of critical infrastructure, and the enormous environmental damage are altogether having a tremendous impact on every facet of life in Ukraine. And I can only admire the perseverance of Ukraine, and I can say from behalf of my country, we as Finland are supporting you in every ways we can, and hopefully being able to do it well, and we try to continue. And I can mention, I also yesterday met with a delegation from Japan, and this was members of Japanese Diet, their parliament. And we talked a great deal about Ukraine and supporting Ukraine. You have support from all over the world, even from Japan, as you know. But all this destruction and the impact of war is also driving, of course, homelessness. The millions of displaced people and veterans need homes, of course, so there is a new pressure on the housing sector and a need for wholesome solutions. And I want to really echo the previous speaker, Nick, here, and want to thank him for bringing the idea here that actually right now is the best time for this radical thinking, early visioning, what will follow when you and we help you to build back better, what will follow then? And it's now a good place to bring in the new ideas. And I can understand that shelters are often seen as a solution to respond to the crisis. But even at best, shelters are only a band-aid, I would have to say. They are never a sustainable solution to tackling housing crisis or homelessness. In fact, I think shelters can even do more harm than good in the long run. They further break down family relationships, increase the risk of disease transmissions and violence. They provide limited privacy, make mental health issues even worse, and they fail to provide long-term stability and address individual needs, just to name some of the shortcomings of shelters. And solving homelessness must be part of a wider integrated urban recovery in post-conflict settings. The process of reconstruction must entail an idea of building back better, as mentioned, tackling inequalities, strengthening the capacities of local actors, and pursuing a green, resilient, and inclusive economic recovery anchored on sound spatial planning, design, and policy. And as part of that package, public, cooperative, and social housing must be recognized as the backbone of the housing system. Not just to say, as often in the European Union, we tend to say that we can solve the whole housing crisis just by getting new investments, private investments to the housing market. This will not solve the problems. There is no city in the world that would have solved the housing crisis or homelessness by only investing in private housing. You always need the affordable houses and homes there too. And across Europe, social housing has been a crucial economic and societal backbone, providing affordable, stable homes to a wider demographic, not just actually low-income earners. And social housing has stabilized overheating markets, reduced poverty, driven the green energy transition, and fostered inclusive mixed-income communities. And in Ukraine, I believe efforts should be put into developing a widely accessible public and social housing sector. Many European countries provide great examples of how non-profit and social housing can be developed, starting from the land use to accelerating funding and improving the quality of housing. For example, in Finland, social housing, known as state-supported affordable rental housing, is subsidized and managed by municipal housing companies and non-profit organizations and foundations often. Tenants are selected based on social needs and financial circumstances. Y Foundation in Finland, for example, manages almost 20,000 affordable homes in 60 different towns and municipalities. And I want to also emphasize the important role of municipalities in this work, because they know the needs of the people and how to prioritize and to address them, and should be strengthened to, and I think they should be strengthened to take a lead in this. So dear participants, shelter or temporary housing exists all over Europe, of course, particularly in large cities. But Finland makes an exception here, as the use of emergency and temporary accommodation shelters and hostels has actually dropped to extremely low levels. We can name it by like counting with our fingers pretty much how many shelters we have in the country really left. For example, the number of homeless people living in hostels or boarding houses fell by 76% between 2008 and 2017. And this happened for two reasons. Prevention work stopped people from becoming homeless in the first place, and old approaches were replaced with housing first and housing-led models. These new models largely replaced the emergency shelters. So there might have been an old emergency shelter that was transferred into homes for people. Everybody got their own key, their own apartment. And there are an endless number of studies showing that the shelter system was actually also very expensive. Social housing, of course, also costs, but it costs less than the shelters. And social housing, of course, often should come with social benefits too. These benefits help a person build a stable life step by step. So it's not only bringing the walls and the roof for the person, but it needs to have the specific tools. Let's say it's the benefits or it's some sort of services brought to this person. And the biggest difference is this: emergency shelters don't create the long-term benefits, but social housing does. Dear participants, ending homelessness is not only about housing, in Finland, the Housing First principle has been the cornerstone in eradicating homelessness. And I would like to underline that the Housing First principle is something that radically has turned around the way we think about homelessness and housing in general. That previously the idea was that person living on the street has a problem with, let's say, drugs, alcohol, has mental issues, and has no job. So first the person would need to climb up the stairs in order to first get rid of the substance abuse problem, then get a job, then maybe get whatever more social relationships in their lives, and then here get the apartment. But the Housing First principle brings it all back here. Everything starts from housing and homes, because that's where you can start your life, really. And the idea of housing as a human right, that's the cornerstone of Housing First principle. Housing is a human right. It belongs to everybody. We don't question it. Your life starts from your home. And I'm confident that in Ukraine, and in particular in the case of veterans, this thinking should be applied to as well. And we can all imagine the needs for support whether veterans have. Many of them face severe challenges, including complex physical injuries like amputations, widespread post-traumatic stress disorders, and paperwork problems to receive social benefits. So veterans also struggle with high unemployment, social stigma regarding mental health, for example, a lack of accessible infrastructure, and difficulties transitioning from military to civilian life. For a person like this, a shelter is the last place where they can start building back their lives. Social housing, which is coupled with social support, is surely the only way forward to many of these people. And I would like to remind that the drivers of homelessness are multifaceted, from lack of affordable housing to loss of jobs, to breakdown of families and health issues. Recognizing these various root causes also means that we cannot respond to homelessness only by providing housing, but that housing must also come with other services and supports. So, dear participants, let me end by and finish by saying that it is important to remember that homelessness is not a significant problem only from the point of view of the individual, but also from the whole of society. Homelessness is one of the most tangible manifestations of poverty and social exclusion, and we can end it if there is enough political will. These are not laws by nature. Poverty is not a law by nature. We can end it. It's a political solution, and we need to decide to end homelessness. And that's why we here in the European Union level are fighting for us to end homelessness still by 2030. I think it's going to be challenging, but we are also wanting Ukraine to join European Union, and we want to support you on this. And the social model of the European Union is something that I think there are a lot of values that we can already share now together. And I really once more want to thank you for your willingness to talk about new solutions, even in this situation. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Maria. I hope you can hear the applause, and that was inspirational. And as I say, I think Finland and its approaches are just a beacon for so many countries across Europe. And yes, like you, I look forward to Ukraine being a member state and can tap into all the experience of you and your colleagues across European Union. Thank you very much for your time. Very much appreciated. Now, if the technology works, we might have another Maria. I can't see her at the moment. I think it's the next person who we should have up soon. Here we have. It's Maria. Sorry. Hi, welcome. Can you hear us? Okay.
Yes, I can.
Oh, excellent. And we can hear you, which is great news. Maria, thank you very much for joining us. just explain very briefly, Maria's from Fianza, which is the coordinating body for around 130 homelessness agencies, I believe, across all of Europe. And Maria and her team have been instrumental in, I would say, in getting homelessness pretty high up the agenda for the European Union. And we've just heard from Maria Horsalo from Finland, who ended by saying how important this was to the European Union. So it's a good segue in, Maria. So welcome. And we'd be very pleased to hear about the work of Fianza in this space.
Thank you, Ian. And thank you very much for the invitation to the conference of the Pole International. I hope you can hear me well.
We can.
I also would like to take the chance to congratulate you on the research that was presented today, and to all of those who work on homelessness in this challenging context in Ukraine. I do work for Fianza, and we are based in Brussels. So this means that we're pretty well based in order to lobby the institutions, particularly the European Commission. We're probably the only European NGO dedicated exclusively to the fight against homelessness. And one of our members in Finland is the Y Foundation. So Maria Hoysalo, thank you for your input, because it really makes my job easy. It will, at some point, go in the same direction. Okay. And first of all, let me start by saying that we are very humble to be able to share some ideas here, especially since Fianza has never worked in this kind of challenging context. We must acknowledge the uniqueness of the Ukrainian context, the ongoing invasion, the displacement, and the reconstruction under extreme pressure. I'm not going to repeat some of the facts that have been shared today in this conference. So from Fianza's perspective, I don't come with ready-made solutions. The EU experience offers some lessons, some cautions, and maybe some guiding principles, but obviously not models to be copied. Tackling homelessness in a context of war and reconstruction is exceptionally challenging. But I think if we can say something meaningful, it has to do with saying that it is at this moment that long-term policy choices matter. So about the momentum at EU level, Fianza has advocated for the EU level to help the fight against homelessness for many years now. Homelessness is not an EU competence, so EU added value lies mainly in the agenda setting, in data, monitoring, research, knowledge and exchange, and funding, and also, of course, taking into account homelessness in other EU policies, like migration policies, where international displaced people could have a place, for example, or equality, health. And over the last years, homelessness has moved to the center of the EU agenda. Key elements of this include, on the one hand, the recognition of homelessness as a systemic failure of housing and social policies, not so much as an individual issue, and also strong political commitment to ending homelessness, not merely managing it. So moving from managing to ending homelessness, it's must be stressed. And maybe the European Platform on Combating Homelessness, it's a policy tool that better illustrates this shift. The EPOC, that's the acronym for European Platform on Combating Homelessness, is an initiative that advocates for the eradication of homelessness in Europe. And it includes member states, EU institutions, and relevant actors such as Fianza, working together towards the goal of ending homelessness by 2030. This has been ongoing since 2021, more or less, since the Declaration of Lisbon. And it has three main strands. On the one side, strengthening evidence with data collection, mutual learning. In mutual learning, Fianza has played like a leading role in these last 2 years. and also, of course, improving access to funding. Apart from EPOC, what are other current priorities at EU level? One would be the European Affordable Housing Plan, which was published at the end of last year, 2025. And in relation to this, Fianza's challenge is to secure money and attention to housing for people experiencing homelessness, which is not a given. There's also a new anti-poverty strategy. A new package was published in May 2026, so not so long ago. It includes a revamped European child guarantee, which it includes child homelessness. I heard something about child homelessness this morning in one of the panels. It includes also a proposal for a council recommendation on housing exclusion. And we believe that this is a step forward in the promotion of evidence-based policies to tackle homelessness. It recognizes the shift from managing homelessness towards progressively ending homelessness through integrated, person-centered, housing-led policies. And I'm not going to bore you with more EU jargon, but I think probably it deserves mentioning the next EU budget, which is being negotiated, and that will change greatly the current framework. Social expenditure is expected to be smaller, and there is a risk that a separated dedicated fund for social issues will not exist anymore. Let's say that there are other competing priorities, such as defense, for example. But overall, across the EU, homelessness is increasingly seen not only as a social issue, but as a structural housing problem and closely connected to poverty and exclusion. And this has reinforced the role of housing policy within the anti-poverty strategy. And I think for Ukraine, this is a particularly relevant thing in the context of reconstruction and housing policy making. I think large-scale housing investment, which is going to happen or is happening, including with support from the Council of Europe Development Bank, should avoid creating parallel systems for the homeless and for the general population. Initiative, according to us, must ensure that new social and affordable housing includes homeless people. And the challenge is to ensure that housing is affordable, accessible, and allocated to those most in need. So talking about housing-led approaches, and housing first is a housing-led approach. In the EU, there is still a predominant emergency response and temporary housing, but there is also a strong consensus that prevention and rehousing, so rehousing in long-term housing, are the path to progress. A core lesson from EU experience is that emergency and temporary accommodation cannot end homelessness. So if this is the goal, emergency and temporary accommodation is not the best way. But housing-led approaches are a much better response, starting from accessing permanent housing and adding the support that is needed. As I mentioned, Maria or Isalo also mentioned, housing first is part of these approaches. These approaches not only are more effective, but they're more humane. They're often also more cost efficient in the long term. And again, in reconstruction contexts, there is a real risk of investing heavily in shelters and temporary solutions that become permanent. We believe that Ukraine has a window of opportunity to get ahead of this risk and avoid making the same mistakes that are happening in Europe, let's say. And maybe this could include developing a distinct homelessness strategy linked to the reconstruction and housing reform, ensuring that homelessness is addressed as a public policy responsibility. I don't want to leave out a few words about rights and criminalization, because I have a legal background and I work on decriminalization of homelessness. Another key lesson from the EU is that criminalizing homelessness does not solve homelessness. In many European countries, punitive approaches have worsened exclusion and have made exits from homelessness harder. And I believe that in context of war, displacement, and trauma, people experiencing homelessness should be supported and protected, not penalized. So, what's the relevance of EU frameworks for Ukraine? Even outside the EU policy developments can be relevant as reference points, as sources of lessons learned, and as an inspiration for integrated housing-led strategies. I think EU work on homelessness provides an opportunity to embed homelessness prevention and housing inclusion from the beginning, rather than trying to fix structural problems later on. And I would like to finish my short intervention by just saying that we should not only be looking at rebuilding homes, but also about building inclusive housing system that prevent homelessness and offer support to those most marginalized, and for them to exit homelessness permanently. And this is what I had to say. I hope you will be able to progress in this direction, and Fianza will make available our experience and expertise to all those that need it. Thank you very much.
Maria, thank you very much indeed. That was incredibly helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mark, I just wonder about that point about, kind of missing out the kind of it's like missing out the shelter stage and the emergency stage, and you just move straight to housing first. I think that's a remarkable ambition. It'd be great to do it, but do you think that's feasible?
I think that we have to aspire to it for the reasons that have been mentioned. There's no doubt about it that the shelter system is not an answer to the long-term issue of homelessness, and eventually we have to look at housing or housing-led approaches with support wrapped around it. I suppose that there is one separation I'd make, which is that that's probably more difficult to do at a time when you're in conflict or at war. I mean, there is a need to provide emergency housing for people very quickly, en masse, to do it. So I think that that shelters in that context, we have to say are okay, but the evolution towards housing must be the long-term ambition, I think, for Ukraine.
Yes, I think that as well about the Finland model, which I have great respect for, but the context is different, isn't it? Finland's a very wealthy country with, a very kind of robust social system, social care system behind it. So I think I wouldn't say to people, you can't. It's not easy to leap to that, and even Finland, it took them 20 years to get there. So great practice, but not so easy to do. Nick, do you want to come in on that? While we find Pete, I saw him up on the screen a minute ago.
Just on that point. I mean, I think the argument I would make is you need to start working today on the long-term solutions and moving to the to the housing first model. But that doesn't mean at the same time you don't need to deal with the person in front of you who's got nowhere to stay tonight. Right? They aren't opposites. They are. You need to do both. But what is important, and the mistake I think sometimes people make, is that their emergency programs become their long-term permanent solution.
Yeah.
So you need your emergency programs now for the people you see and work with every day, but that should not be at the expense of working on the long-term solutions.
Yep. Good. I think there's also something we can touch on with Peter, if we can retrieve him. I think he's done a lot of work on how you move to more preventative models. He was with us just about 30 seconds ago, so hopefully we can retrieve him. There we are. Peter, how are you? Can you hear me?
Good. Yeah, I can hear you.
Nice to hear from you, Peter. Are you in England or which part of the world?
I'm in New York today.
New York, there you go.
Not in my hometown of Wales. Yeah.
Well, so far we've had New York, Brussels, and Finland, so we're doing well. Peter, thank you very much for joining us. For those who don't know, Pete is currently the executive director of the Rough Institute for Global Homelessness, based in Chicago. I've known Pete before that with his work as professor at Cardiff University, and does some excellent work on homelessness there, particularly developing concepts around prevention. Also in Peter's role, he advocates on behalf of the IGH at the United Nations to try and make sure we keep homelessness on the agenda and potentially a sustainable development goal. Sorry, Peter, I didn't want to steal your thunder. Over to you. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks, Ian, and thank you, everyone. Like others, let me start by just saying how humbled I am to be asked to offer a contribution here. You are the experts in your own experience. What I'll offer is some thoughts that I hope will be helpful, but this is your journey, and we're just there to help. I am sorry not to be there in person. It was my hope, but as has been mentioned, I'm in New York, and here we're trying desperately to get homelessness on the UN agenda, prioritised at UN level. It is not prioritised in the way that it is at the European level. So I head straight from here to an event we're running as part of the high-level political forum to pursue that. And that's one strand of our work, is to prioritise homelessness at an international level through the UN, particularly in partnership with UN Habitat. But a second, and arguably the key area of our work at the Institute of Global Homelessness, is working deeply with cities, states and countries. And we do that in 18 places around the world, on all 6 populated continents. And the goal of that Vanguard program, that's the name that we call it, is to support those areas to prevent and end homelessness. And we've got each of those has its own unique context, but there are more similarities than there are differences, is the lesson that I can offer. We only work in places where there's strong political commitment to change and to prevent and end homelessness, and where there's cross-sector support. And our approach, our methodology, our way of working, though incredibly flexible in each location, broadly conforms to setting a set of goals collaboratively, agreeing a set of actions that will be monitored and will hold to account. And then, crucially, we connect and support. We are a conduit to other expertise, whether that's in enumeration, whether that's connecting to colleagues in Finland around Housing First, or connecting to other nations who've been through conflict and etc. That's our modus operandi. That's how we work. We connect and learn together. Pivotal to all of that is data. And I say that unapologetically as an ex-academic, but knowing the routes that people take into homelessness, how people become homeless. And the causes are far more complex and deep-rooted, but triggers are far easier to identify and resolve. Knowing people's routes in, knowing what works for whom in what context, you need data, you need evidence. And that takes many different forms, but that's a big part of what we help to advance. And I think the research report that's been presented today is such a wonderful example of the value and power of evidence and data. And for instance, having read a synopsis of that, the proliferation of women's homelessness in Kyiv is quite unusual, and leads to a different set of responses that you might otherwise have pursued. And that's the key thing about data, is it's not data and evidence for evidence sake, it's evidence that is actionable, that you can do something with, that will drive change and change lives. So at IGH, we place a particular focus on prevention. We've heard a lot of people talking about that today. If we could just show the slide. I've got one slide, I can't help it, sorry, I have not left my academic life behind fully. It is useful to have a visual in this example, because this is the framework that we use to think through with cities at what points we might intervene. It's a time-based typology of homelessness prevention. It just helps us think through. It's a tool that we can use to think through how we build back fairer. And I use that quite deliberately. I've done quite a lot of work in post-conflict cities, and we'd argue that build back better is a really useful concept. But this was a colleague introduced me to it, that whole idea of building back fairer, that it's not just better, it's better in this way, in that it's fairer for society. And this typology just might give us a way of thinking through what that might look like. So let me just spend 2 or 3 minutes talking through the typology. We start with universal prevention. That is about the key protective factors we need population-wide that will help us prevent homelessness, full stop. And we talk about 4 key protective factors. One, and crucially most pivotal, that we've heard lots about, is sufficient supply of affordable homes in places where people want to live and that people can get access to. And that's the point about we can't just build more homes. It's who gets access to them, and that it's in locations where people are going to want to live. And that deals with the migration point. It's also about having a decent income, whether that's through social welfare or access to jobs. It's also about access to good health and in context where there has been such significant trauma, that is going to be crucial. And then finally about social relations, that connectivity is arguably the most protective factor, is having those connections and supports. Then we move to upstream prevention. And that's recognizing the fact that with the data we have, we often know who's most at risk in our different contexts. Ian, you talked about people at risk of homelessness living in prison in the UK. We have that data, and then we're really poor at intervening, and that's true almost everywhere in the world. There are groups of people we know are at greater risk, and we are not taking sufficient action to prevent homelessness for them. Whether that's people leaving the armed forces, et cetera, but upstream is where we need to move our resources and our efforts. Crisis stage prevention, that is when homelessness is foreseeable. We often talk about evictions from rented accommodation in many parts of the world. Simple things like in Belgium and Austria, where local authorities are notified or services are notified when somebody's going to be evicted, that gives you the opportunity to act and intervene. And in the UK, that the legislation demands action at that point. Then let me just talk about emergency stage and repeat prevention. This is where the majority of funding and services lie all over the world. It's when homelessness is happening today or it has already happened. The mainstay of the response globally at this stage is shelters. And as Maria said, there's evidence, and I've contributed to that evidence, that tells us sometimes shelters can do more harm than being on the street. That is proven. So we do need to work towards a response when crisis, when an emergency happens and somebody is homeless, that is, as others have described, housing-led. And Ukraine will not be alone in this challenge. Most nations are struggling to move to something that is more housing-led. And we've heard about housing first as a model that is about access to housing with supports, and globally that's the best example. And there are nations that are much poorer that have been able to introduce housing first. We've got wonderful colleagues. One of our cities, Santiago, has introduced housing first in Chile. And there are many others. And of course, there'll be unique challenges at that emergency stage, whether it's internal displacement, housing, land and property rights that Nick talked about are going to be pivotal. And there are examples, international examples of where that's gone well and not so well. And crucially, the psychological support that's going to be needed at that stage. This is just an introduction to the framework that we use when we sit down with our cities to support. And I hope it's going to be a useful framework as you think through what your strategy and your plan looks like. I'd just like to end by saying that I was fortunate enough to attend a meeting that Mayor Klitschko was presenting at. We were both at the event very recently. And he gave us a message that was one of unity and collaboration. It was a very, very, very powerful talk that he gave. We share that belief at IGH. We are all about connection and working together to achieve that shared goal of ending homelessness. We'd love to explore at IGH the possibility of partnering with Kyiv as a vanguard city. And and are very open to those conversations. So, Diolch, thank you very much, and thanks again for putting on this event and for involving me.
Peter, thank you very much indeed. That was incredibly helpful and very clear. And I think that offer to, well, I don't know quite who the offer to is of becoming a Vanguard City, because I was involved in very early stages of the Vanguard City programme, and I think it would be very beneficial to Kyiv, in particular, if they could learn from that whole programme. That's a very, very kind offer. Yeah. Peter, thank you very much indeed. Nice to see you. Hope to see you in London sometime soon. Thank you. I'm just going to ask Nick and Mark if there's any kind of final comments, but if there are any questions in the room, if you want to, anything you wanted to ask Nick or Mark while they're here, then please just stick up your hand if you want to. Please.
Зараз, секундочку. What Maria said really resonated with me. She said it would be very good to take into account European experience, which tells us that it's a good idea to shift from our temporary accommodation, temporary shelters approach to more sustainable decisions. I think it's an excellent idea. My request to you would be, when you talk to international organizations and partners, mention this. The forms of support that we are receiving, the forms of support that we could potentially receive from international organizations should come from them with the understanding that temporary shelters, temporary accommodation are not a sustainable long-term solution. Thank you.
Didn't get most of that. Could somebody quickly translate that for me if there was a question? Sorry, Nick.
The point is about whether, if there is support from international partners, that should be based on the understanding that emergency shelters are not a long-term sustainable solution.
Okay,
I think
thank
that
you.
was the, and I agree. I mean, I think it's the point I made before. You have to deal with what's in front of you, but right, emergency shelters are not a long-term sustainable solution. But if you've got somebody outside in a Ukrainian winter, then bring them in. You know, it's not a quite a binary point. But for the longer term, and I think you have to be thinking many years ahead, right? It's not. One of the things I wanted to say is, in answer to the very first speaker today, it's not just a question of repairing the war damage and rebuilding the houses, right? Because there will be new population pressures that will create homelessness, and there'll be social issues to address. This is not a building and construction problem, not just a building and construction problem. It's a social issue as much, I believe.
But certainly on the specific point, I have seen it myself. I've seen in Zagreb, in Croatia, where after the war, the conflict there, the Red Cross, brilliant organisation, they came in and they built lots of temporary accommodation for displaced refugees, and that temporary accommodation is still there 25 years on, right? And it's now housing families of the families who moved there. So it is a danger that we have to kind of learn the lesson of. Mark?
I'm just interested, could you put your hand up in this room if you're from an NGO background? Oh, okay. So I think that one of the things that needs to happen, it occurs to me, is that Nick is exactly right. You need to start to plan now for the future. That's absolutely right. But you have to do that with one voice. And I think that's very important as well. And I think if anything comes out of this, do not make this a one-off gathering or occasion. Use this to create a national network on homelessness, agree your primary goals, and then represent them to government. It won't happen by accident. So my advice would be get together, find one voice, and make sure you advocate hard for the changes that you want in the future.
Nick, final words, then we're going for coffee.
I did just want to have one final word, because and I was going to ask the same question Mark did about who here works for an NGO or who works with homeless people directly. Because I think for those people, for those of you, I think it's really important that while you wait for these long-term, bigger solutions, you do not undervalue the difference you make every day in your lives to the people that you support now, right? And the long-term solutions, they're long-term, they'll take time to happen, but we should say thank you and value what you will do tonight, tomorrow, and over time with the homeless people you work with. And I think in this sort of conference, which is talking about policy and ideas, you're the warriors on the front line dealing with these issues, and we should thank you for what you do.
Very well put, Nick. I think that's a good point to finish on. Thank you to Nick and to Mark and to our other contributors from abroad. And Slava Ukraini.
Дякую дуже нашим шановним.
Thank you so much. I think this experience sharing was quite precious, and we hope that the state representatives can hear about that. Right now we have coffee break, but the last panel discussion will start soon, and I think it's the most important one. We will discuss the current situation with social housing. All the speakers, Deputy Minister Kozlovska-Shulyak will join us. So if you want to hear about the latest news, what's happening to the social housing reform, will it start functioning? Please stay with us. We will meet in 20 minutes.
Катерина, сама з Херсонської області, з лівого берегу. Чоловік у мене з Сумської області. До війни ми жили в Сумській області. Я була в декреті, бо в мене 5 дітей, це я вже 6-та вагітна. Чоловік працював. Будинок взяли під виплату, все було, як кажуть, добре. Жили з дітьми, діти в школу, в садочок ходили. Коли прийшла війна, то ми в Глухові жили. Це 7 кілометрів від кордону. війни, за 2 роки, ми домовились, нам власниця під виплату дала будинок. Ми мебель повністю, ми ремонт зробили, ми провели воду, туалет, ванну, все зробили повністю. Поли муж сам міняв, все повністю. Ми вже виїхали, коли там сильні прильоти почались, і нам вже сказали, що будинку немає. 28 лютого ми якраз і евакувалися звідти. Буквально ми 3 дні просиділи в підвалі і зв'язалися з колоною, зібралися з людьми і виїхали. Поля ми в 9 годин виїжджали до Києва, а потім уже з Києва в Франківську їхали. Ми приїхали в Франківськ, ми знімали подобову квартиру, бо ходили по центрам. Ніде з проживанням не було допомоги. Ми знімали квартиру дуже дорого, нам ніхто з дітьми не хотіли здавати. 1,5 місяця назад сюди приїхали. Моя родичка, вона в Києві проживає, і вона отримувала просто гуманітарну допомогу. І вона побачила, що вийшла програма допомоги сім'ям іменно з проживанням. І дуже нас добре тут зустріли, і коли ми приїхали, ми ще буквально через неділю ми отримали грошову допомогу. Чесно, і такого фонду я ще ніде не бачила. Тому що за 3 роки війни ми ніде не отримували грошову допомогу. І скажу, що проживання тут дуже добре. Ми приїхали, нас зустріли, Шодиполь, там зустрів нам зразу продуктовий набір дали. І тут, в хостелі, в цьому, дуже нас добре зустріли. Нам, так як нас з чоловіком 7 чоловік, то нам предоставили повністю кімнату. Ми самі в кімнаті. Все чистенько, все постіль, все чисто. І дуже руководство хорошо відноситься тут. І ще Поля, позвониш, вони по всім питанням все відповідають, допоможуть. Ось чоловік тут влаштувався на роботу. З вересня місяця від Поля буде працювати водієм. Надійна буде, з проживанням треба вирішувати, тому що у нас проблема, що у нас багато дітей і ніхто не хоче, чесно. Тільки дзвониш по об'яві, тільки чують, скільки дітей, все, до побачення.
Я Катерина, 46 лет. Я приехала из Запорожской области, город Приморск, небольшое курортное городишко. До війни останній час працювала в комунальному підприємстві мастером участка, руководила участком благоустрою. Получилось так, что у меня перед самой войной заболел ребенок. Мы, когда началась война, лежали в Запорожской областной больнице на обследовании. Получилось, день мы еще так сидели, на второй день нам уже сказали, все, собираем вещи, начинается эвакуация. Всех с больницы эвакуировали по домам, мы ждали результатов анализов, и вот только дождались результатов, нам назначили какое-то лечение, и стал вопрос уезжать домой. Муж договорился в нашей больнице, нас эвакуировали скорой помощью. Быстренько нас посадили, вещи собрали, мы уже ехали, конечно, видели наши войска под Васильевкой, видели уже горевшие машины вдоль дороги. Еще ходила, конечно, какое-то время на работу, все ждали, что это скоро закончится, все вот-вот-вот-вот, потом, когда уже пошли войска, видели, когда уже начали орки потрошить отделение полиции, машины, начали вытаскивать оттуда матрасы, все такое. Работали нам выплачивали зарплату, но когда уже пришло новое руководство и сказали, или вы подписываете заявление, переходите работать под новое руководство, или уходите. Соответственно, мы написали заявление и ушли. Оккупация у нас получилась буквально, наверное, через неделю, как началась война, ну пусть 2, я толком не помню, но очень быстро. Я с первых дней была категорически против этого русского паспорта, потому что они нам столько зла и горя принесли, и стать гражданином этой страны просто для меня это, ну, вообще недопустимо. Мы нашли ссылку на бесплатную эвакуацию, связались с волонтерами, реально рассказали нашу ситуацию. У меня брат военнослужащий, у нас было много раз обыски ФСБ, что нас жаловали соседи, приезжали и ко мне. Выехали, конечно, ехали 3 дня. Маршрутка была очень неудобная, водитель тоже такой был, не совсем. Ну, выехали, конечно, все. У меня дома осталось родители пожилые, муж остался дома. А здесь я с дочкой приехала. Потом получилось так, что мы ж постоянно на связи с Деполем. И я хожу на профориентацию, рассказала же специалистам, что с киберзахистом у меня ничего не получается. Думаю, давайте щось таке плюс-минус педобразование, которое дотычное. Мне предложили, а попробуй логопед. Логопед вроде бы как и не... зарплата тоже небольшая, но частные уроки очень сейчас затребованы, востребованы. Я все занятия, которые были, посетила. Специалисты Центра занятости научили, как писать резюме. Я никогда этим не занималась. Тоже мне специалист Центра занятости посоветовал еще рассмотреть вариант учителя украинской мовы. Получилось так, что я, когда оформляла заявку на помощь от Деполя, я писала, что мне психологическая помощь не нужна, я как кремень. А у меня ребеночек, ей 13 лет, вот сейчас 14 скоро будет. Ну, у нее подростковый период, то есть свои проблемы, свои эти нюансы. Я писала, что мне нужна помощь психолога для ребенка. Так мы с ней, конечно, с психологом из Деполя хорошо поговорили, ну, обсудили то, что у нас было, мои проблемы, правильно ли я их понимаю, правильно ли мы движемся, в нужном ли направлении идем. Все-таки верю и надеюсь, что я получу ту профессию, которую я хочу, найду ту работу, которую я хочу, которая будет нас кормить, устроится жизнь у нас в Киеве, все наладится, ребенок выздоровеет, ну, конечно, закончится война.
Я Степанов Алексей. Сам я с Херсонской области, с города Геническа. Приехал я сюда, лет 10, может, больше назад, на заработки. Потому что там у нас была только сезонная работа. Ну и здесь, в Киеве, оказался, грубо говоря, на улице, из-за алкоголя. Ты утром встаешь, у тебя первая мысль пойти у каких-то знакомых, взять каких-то пару гривен, чтобы пойти взять дешевой водки, выпить. На второй день войны мы пошли на вокзал, и 1,5 месяца я разгружал гуманитарную допомогу. Ковельский поезд, день в день 5 вагонов мы разгружали. Жили в метро, как в бомбоубежище. Мы сюда еще не обращались, мы купались зимой в Лыбеди, чтобы у нас был человеческий вид. Стирались и купались мы именно в Лыбеди. Потом шли на вокзал, сушились, а потом вот я попал сюда. Люди просто дали возможность опять встать на ноги. Я без документов, документов у меня нет. И возможности нету сделать, потому что мой город оккупирован сейчас на данный момент во время войны. И я пока здесь. По совету знакомых я попал сюда, вот, благодейный фонд «Деполь». Я 3 ночи здесь переночевал. И я поехал, потому что я сам не мог бросить алкоголь, я поехал в репцентр на реабилитацию. Я уехал в Винницкую область, пробыл я 1,5 месяца, вышел от алкоголя. И когда уже вернулся с реабилитации, я пришел сюда. Если бы не эта организация, да, я бы уже давно спился, замерз где-то бы зимой на улице, это 100%. Я работаю в охране, посменно, я хожу на работу, алкоголь не употребляю. И я более-менее выгляжу как человек, а не так, как я выглядел раньше. Если бы меня видели, когда я употреблял спиртное, то это небо и земля. Разница такая была, что ты постоянно грязный, вещи грязные, борода вот такая. Ну, а здесь просто люди помогли, дали возможность почувствовать себя человеком, жить. Здесь практически есть все. Здесь я могу спокойно покупаться. Здесь я сдаю стирку, постирать. Я сплю на постели, выдается чистое белье. Коллектив хороший. Те, кто проживают здесь, тоже переселенцы есть. Практически все бездомные. Никто не ругается. Мы здесь как одна семья. У каждого есть своя мечта, по-любому это. Чтобы все восстановилось, как было до этой войны, как бы сказать, проклято этой войны. Чтобы было как у всех. Семья, работа.
Саша, 37 лет, Луганская область, Лещанска. У меня 2 деток. Как утром встала, поубирала, кушать приготовила. Ну, все как у домохозяйки. Все было спокойно, нормально, пока орки не ворвались. Слышу прилет, только бабах. Опа, думаю, точно, все, война началась. Но мы никто не верили в это. Мы думали, знаете как, ну, месяц там какой-то побудет, ну, там где-то поприлетает. В 2014 году тоже ж прилетало, но не так сильно. А это реально... 3 месяца мы там жили, получается, уже ни воды не было, ни света, ни газа. А боялись, почему не выезжали? Боялись даже пройти. Там у нас эвакуация была на пожарной системе. И туда даже страшно было дойти. Транспорт не ходил, ничего не было. И туда, чтобы дойти, пока дойдешь, может и град засыпать. И с детьми, ну, страшно было. Нам парень просто ВСУшник, Царство Небесное, он умер. Он нас просто довез от калитки до эвакуации, посадил нас на броневик, и мы уехали в Киев. Воду муж ходил там привозили воду или на родники. Покушать готовили. Сначала газ был, потом, когда его выключили, на улице костер разжигали. Под бомбежкой ты сидишь, готовишь, то есть дома ты нарезал, там сидишь уже в котелке, там готовишь, и только видишь, как ракеты. Шифер на голову сыпется. Я даже как-то так готовила кушать. Муж говорит, ой, что-то там прилеты все ближе, ближе. Я говорю, что-то мне, Жор, говорю, сыпется на голову. Он ложись, говорит, ну, а то земля уже, ну, просто там ужасно было. Нам даже до сих пор говорят, там, если созваниваемся где-то с кем-то, он говорит, вы уже не въездные сюда, вас сразу там расстреляют, убьют, завезут россияне, потому что нас не любят там, так как мы любим Украину. Мы вообще поехали, честно сказать, без копейки денег, ну, там 2000 гривен было там на карте. Мы не знали вообще, куда мы едем. Просто никуда. Сюда, когда приехали, я в интернете, в Фейсбуке нашла ваш хостел. Позвонила мне Ира, администратор, приезжайте. Как бы ничего не переживайте, пока адаптируйтесь, пока там работу найдете. На 3 месяца пока мисс говорит, тут поживете. Здесь и оказались. Честно сказать, я даже отсюда не хочу. Мы даже с мужем думаем так. Когда закончится срок, мы, наверное, квартиру не будем снимать. Мы, скорее всего, тут будем платить и тут жить. Мы настолько уже привыкли. Тут контингент хороший, мне понравился. Кушать, например, мы готовим все дружно. То есть никто никого не толкает. Там посуду никто не бьет. Нам тут нравится. Душ чист. Тут всегда вот тетя Галя у нас, например, уборщица. По комнатам нас заходит администратор, смотрит так, все, чтобы чисто было. То есть нам тут нравится, реально нравится. Соцслужба приезжала, и записывают деток, в каких условиях. Предложили работу помощницей воспитателя в садик. Я согласилась, но у меня Еву положили в больницу. И Лена, ваша с Деполя, звонила туда в садик. Вроде как попросила подождать, пока у меня все стабилизируется с детьми. Не знаю, думаю, мы обустроимся. Как-то это будет. Муж устроится на работу, дети, кто в садик, кто в школу. Сейчас мы на онлайне учимся. Я, наверное, тоже на работу. Не, наверное, уже, если в этот садик пойду на работу, туда и Еву устрою. Ладно, естественно, свое жилье нужно. Всю жизнь ты в хостеле не будешь жить, даже и платно. Думаю, все поменяется.
Мене звати Юля. Ми з Херсонської області приїхали сюди до міста Києва, з міста Берислав. Мені 38 років. Приїхали ми разом із сім'єю, з мамою, з чоловіком, з 2 дітьми. Пізніше до нас приєднався батько чоловіка. У нас було маленьке, чудове місто, у нас дуже гарний парк. У нас була собака, з якою ми весь час прогулювалися зранку, лабрадор, яку прийшлось нам лишити. Діти ходили до школи. Було дистанційне навчання, але ж все-таки була своя школа, були друзі, з якими вони спілкувалися. Я працювала в приватному БТІ, складала техпаспорта. Мама працювала в адміністрації. 24 лютого, близько 5-ї години, прокинулася з того, що було зарево. У нас вікна виходять на місто Каховку, і вона вся світилася. Був дуже великий шум, зриви. Я дзвоню своєму начальнику, і він каже: Юль, я розумію, війна, все. Війна війною, а робота за розкладом. І виходь на роботу. Я кажу: як? Стріляють на Хесі у нас росіяни. Магазини закриті, банкомати закриті, ніхто ніде не працює. Кожен постійно на телефоні, зв'язок то є, то немає. Коли вони заїхали, і я була на кухні, і чую, коли малий кричить: мама, у нас за вікнами танк. Чесно, ми не знали, куди діватися. Ховатися в ванну, ховатися, і ми не знали, чи зайдуть вони до нас, чи ні. Вони окупували все місто. Ми перебували там 10 місяців, тому що допомагали літнім людям, носили їсти, гуманітарку, прибирали в кімнаті, допомагали їм. Запам'яталися перші дні війни, коли не було закриті магазини, в тебе на карточці гроші, а ти їх не можеш зняти. І не купити нічого за карточку не можна, того що немає інтернету. Але коли почали привозити продукти в магазин, це видавалося по 300 грам на сім'ю. 300 грам макаронів, 300 грам пшеничної крупи, наприклад. Ти можеш взяти 2-3 види. Але інколи не вистачало на це грошей. Взагалі всі рашики, вони дуже-дуже полюбляли випити. Дуже. І коли у нас за вікном з однієї сторони 5-поверхівка, з іншої сторони, і 3 п'яних, неадекватних рашиків, вони просто почали стріляти з автоматів. Ми виїхали, тому що там уже більше з дітьми дуже важко було знаходитися. Це якби рулетка. Попаде в твій будинок, попаде на вулицю. чисто так випадково моя подружка подзвонила мені і каже: Юлю, тут в інтернеті я знайшла волонтери Диполя, пропонують хостел. І коли ми приїхали, я дуже вдячна волонтерам, тому що вони не тільки якби дали нам прихисток, вони розказали, як до них добратися. Вони нас зустріли, вони нас напоїли чаєм, розпитали. З дітьми поспілкувалися психолог. Нас привезли до хостела. Нам надали гуманітарку, того що зрозуміли, що в нас, окрім речей, ні продуктів, толком, ні грошей не було нічого. Тому я дуже їм вдячна, що не лишили нас наодинці з проблемою. Вони допомогли нам психологічно. Вони спілкувалися з нами, вони спілкувалися з дітьми, допомогли нам освоїтися і трошки забути оту ситуацію, яка була, і жити далі. Окрім гуманітарки, вони також нам допомагали речами. Це от ця стартова подушка, яку ми від них отримали, зараз дала нам поштовх в дальнішу життя. Ми можемо зараз жити спокійно і можемо допомагати іншим. Да, ми переживаємо за будинок, да, ми все втратили, але ми живі. Мрію відбудувати наше місто після перемоги, і я надіюсь, яка буде скоро зовсім. І так як ми мріємо з нашою подружкою, волонтершою, на руїнах ГЕСа зробити рок-концерт.
Диполь Ukraine щодня допомагає людям, які опинилися у скруті. Ми працюємо, щоб підтримати кожного, хто потребує.
Ми виїжджаємо щодня з понеділка по п'ятницю, окрім суботи та неділі. У нас мобільна команда, називається наш проєкт «Допомога на колесах». І ми надаємо допомогу людям у вигляді гарячого харчування, речей або те, що потребують люди, намагаємося задовольнити їхні потреби. У нас унікальний проєкт в тому, що може люба людина, яка нужденна, звернутися без будь-якого запису попереднього.
Шановні гості.
Dear guests, we are starting the final and most important panel discussion about the instrument that can not only end the problem of homelessness, but be also a long-term solution. Our international partners have already mentioned it. And right now we are witnessing the reform of social policy. So we are looking forward to, we are expecting to have real discussion. So let's meet our guests. Ms. Natalia, Deputy Minister for Communities and Territories Development of Ukraine. Olena Shulyak, Chair of the Committee of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine on State Power, Local Self-Government, Regional Development and Urban Planning. Oleksandr Slobozhan, Executive Director of the Association of Ukrainian Cities. Volodymyr Balabanov, Social Housing Program Manager at Dipoll Ukraine. And Dmytro Levitsky, Social Housing Expert at European Investment Bank. The moderator of the discussion is Alina Moskalenko, Director of the Housing Institute. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. We have talked a lot about homelessness in Ukraine, and if you look at it in broader terms, it encompasses many population groups and quite a high number of individuals. These are people who are left without the roof over their heads. But traditionally, homelessness was viewed in the context of social protection and social services. These instruments remain crucial today, and they still have to support most vulnerable groups of population. But today we can finally talk about approach we will speak not only about social protection of homeless people, but about long-term housing solutions as an element of economic policy of the state. That's why housing reform is so relevant today, and which is happening right now in Ukraine, namely development of new mechanism of social housing within the scope of new legislation. Draft law on social housing was presented by the Ministry of Communities and Territories Development. Many stakeholders, a lot of them are involved in this meeting, including DPOL organization, can propose their suggestions on the draft law, but this draft law lays foundation of the European model of social housing for rent. That will be accessible rent prices that are lower than the market price. If people cannot cover these costs, will be supported by state mechanisms as subsidies. In this context, I want to give floor to Deputy Minister of Communities and Territories Development of Ukraine, Ms. Natalia Kozlovska, to find the answer to the question, how does this draft law support homeless people? How can this draft law tackle homelessness problem? And will homeless people have access to new model of social housing? Ms. Kozlovska, please. Sure, with the onset of full-scale invasion, the question of the quality of housing rose to another level when a big quantity of Ukrainians, due to armed aggression of Russian Federation, was forced to leave their homes, and we realized that we need to have clear understanding of how to form solutions on the local levels that will help to deal with housing problem. At the beginning of full-scale invasion, we used to have housing codex, which was approved during Soviet times, and all the principles that were stipulated there were built during that Soviet period. So many Ukrainians who had to leave their homes, who had to become refugees, received housing solutions, but IDPs did not receive those solutions within the territory of Ukraine. So by the initiative of our ministry, we created draft law that we worked on with quite a wide range of international partners. When we involved such a great number of international partners for the first time in our history. These were World Bank, Euro Commission, EIB, IOM, and many other partners who tackle housing problem. The Parliament supported the draft law. I want to say thank you to our colleagues who supported it, but also the Association of the Cities, and the cities themselves supported that draft law. They realized that we have to change the system, and this great coalition of support helped us to support this draft law, and it is already signed by the president. It's a complicated step, but it's very important. And right now we are working on the second step, the draft law on social housing. International partners are involved here too. We have already worked with OCON on the law that has to become a quality instrument for local authorities in forming social housing funds. It stipulates the responsibilities of the managers of social housing, and it provides an instrument that will help us to create funds of social housing. When we learn about European experience on implementation of social housing, we realize that we look at the instrument that has been working for decades. Some countries have had social housing for 60 years, for 40 years, and Ukraine is in dire need to have this kind of housing, and we start from scratch. And that start has to be effective, and it has to enable us to scale up this instrument to become a great support for local authorities to implement both internal and external resources to create the fund of social housing that will pay for itself. We have talked a lot about homelessness today, and I'm very much grateful to DPOL for their research and for their quality work. Housing plays key role in this conversation, and we realize that social housing in implementation, in dealing with homelessness will play crucial role. Will social housing help tackle homelessness? We think yes, it will be additional instrument for social institutions, for institutions who provide jobs for the. It will become a clear place where people will be confident in the future through the institution of social housing. And the synergy of these comprehensive solutions will be reflected in the law on social housing. So we believe that this work that we do together with European Commission, EIB, and a wide range of international partners who work on this draft law, including DPOL, all of it will provide us to have effective legislation. From our side, after this project is supported by the government, we will give it to committees so that it's supported by it as well. Let's say thank you to Ms. Natalia for her optimism and for the hope that homeless people will finally have hope. And we can be talking about access of homeless people to social housing, social accommodation, as it is the case in many other countries. Colleagues, please think about the question you want to ask, you want to pose to Natalia. I will ask you to interact with our speakers. I want to ask a similar question to Olena Shulyak, chair of the Committee of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine on State Power, Local Self-Government, Regional Development and Urban Planning, because the legislation that Natalia mentioned was supported by your committee, and this is the law that stipulates the principle of social housing policy of tackling the problem of homelessness. It's stipulated on the level of legislation. We don't want it to remain just a motto. We want it to be reflected in the new legislation on the level of practical instruments. Ms. Shulyak, how do you see the further implementation of this principle of tackling homelessness in Ukraine? Dear colleagues, good afternoon. I want to say thank you to DPOL for this discussion. Thank you for the research. I was able to have a look at it yesterday, and on page 20, she circled it. What what was the main reason of losing your housing? And the third reason that because that talks about fraud, real estate fraud. Recently, last month, Kyiv City, Shehavic's Street 26, 76-year-old male lost his apartment because he didn't have utility meters. And I think that housing cooperative ascribed to him illegal debt, so his flat was illegally taken away from him and he became homeless. So we are working on the change in the social policy legislation. We will speak about it together at the presidential office with the experts. We will show you those changes that we worked on. We have started criminal investigation of the case of that 76-year-old male, but we cannot do nothing. We can do nothing with that case, unfortunately. The person became homeless, but we can do nothing about it. Although we try to involve all the social services in this case. We have to work on the solutions together today. And I want to say thank you to DPOL once again. This problem is not just a couple of cases. It's quite widespread, and we have to respond adequately to them. Speaking about the question of social housing, we are waiting on the draft law that will be looked at by Ukrainian Parliament, and only there will be voting for this draft law, and I hope that it will be supported by our parliament. That will enable us to use legal framework and start social housing and scale it up. But the legislation framework cannot work without practical steps. We have recently analyzed finding data of 2025. We found out that 176 communities in Ukraine have social housing. We looked at the number of those social accommodations. It was also a case 700, but when we looked at the number of people who lived there, because only 2,200 people live in social housing, and a lot of them are orphans. Of course, this is critically low figure in the context of challenges we face today. It's basically nothing, and we have to start from scratch. I'm very much glad that my colleague Oleksandr is sitting next to me. He is executive director of the Association of Ukrainian Cities of Local Authorities. And despite the fact that the ministry is still working on the law, as of today, there are projects on the field level, and the work in the field is going on. It's not a secret for you that communities have gone through the cycle of strategic planning, and up to almost all the communities have strategies up until 2027. After 2027, they will work on the new strategies of development, and it's important to include housing component in those strategies that will encompass social housing. When we work with communities today, we draw their attention to the fact that no strategy without social housing component will help you support IDPs, will help you support people who lost their homes. So today communities that are working with their strategies have to take that into account. Another topic is public investments profiles. They upload all the data into DREAM system. When we have housing component, it's important to understand what kind of infrastructure will be built with public budget, with the local budget, regional budget, what kind of infrastructure will support communities in terms of social housing. These can be not only schools, kindergartens, or social housing. There is a need to think about engineering networks. Communities have to allocate budget, think about the project, and the sooner they do that, the sooner there will be tangible result. And another topic is spatial development. It's impossible to live according to spatial development plans that were developed even 10 years ago. All of those master plans did not take into account the challenges we face today. We have to work on them. And since January 2028, communities have to have new master plans, new spatial development plans, and we are sure that they have to take into account the housing component. If we don't do it right now, if we have no new master plans, no managers of social housing, no private investments will be available because the rules will not be laid out.
And the third aspect I would like to mention is Verkhovna Rada at the end of 2025 updated legislation with regard to private-public partnerships. So this is a law that basically removes all of the restrictions from the older, outdated legislation. And today, in many spheres, and earlier, some restrictions were imposed on those spheres. Many spheres are becoming paramount in terms of different types of partnerships starting to work between communities, municipal level, national level, and the private sector. So we understand today, the government understands today that we need private capital as well, and we are expecting the development, quick and intensive development by the Ministry of Social Policy of different decrees and resolutions, bylaws that would actually enable this law to be implemented. And it states this law that private capital, once upon it enters the market, what kind of, for example, share of the housing the private capital sources are entitled to. So this law gives us the opportunity right now to look at different possibilities of implementing projects that would help us to realize the housing policies in order for communities to start looking even today for efficient solutions in the sphere. And recently, the Ministry for the Development of Communities and Territories, together with our international partners, EIB, they launched a project for some communities on the construction of social housing. Just 5 communities, am I right, Natalia? Completed this project. These financial models are right now being assessed by the Ministry of Economy, 5 communities is definitely not sufficient, but we are talking about experimental and pilot projects that show us, unfortunately, that not all communities within Ukraine are ready to take this task on. So not all of them have the necessary strategies, the urban development plans and strategies. Not all of them understand what kind of land can be used or have the land. Not all of them are capable of connecting those land plots to infrastructure. So we need at least 500 of such communities, not 5, but that needs a lot of work, sequenced plans, and a lot depends on communities and how they prove their capacity, their ability to carry this plan out. So in terms of self-government, I would say that a lot of the responsibility rests with the local authorities and the association of local self-government, because we need to make sure that within local communities, these strategies really are updated and start working. And then we look at the social housing law on the central level and implement the European mechanisms that it entails. But my worry is that we'll have the necessary legislation, we'll have the funds, we'll hear from our European partners, like, for example, EIB, we're ready to give you money, but meanwhile, on this ground level, at the local level, we will not yet be ready to implement the plans. As of today, we have millions of people who need us to find sustainable solutions in terms of housing. So together with regional and local authorities and the ministry and the parliament alike, together with organizations like DPOL, we, together with our European partners, EIB, I hope we will be able together to improve the situation in Ukraine and show a good example, indeed, for European countries as well, show them a good example of how we can deal with these challenges. Thank you to Olena. A round of applause for her. I would like to express my personal gratitude to you because in your presentation you draw on the findings coming from the Housing Institute as well. So we did a study involving all the territorial communities, local communities in Ukraine. We were interested in the housing stock that they have, the quality and the quantity. And I think that what you're talking about makes clear to us all that the topic under discussion today is very relevant. I myself was in communication with the communities that provided the statistical data you mentioned. I answered their questions. Unfortunately, I gave them access to my personal phone number, and so all of them started calling me. But right now, I have this big experience of working with the local level communities, and what I can say is that they need institutional support, they need training, and we need to speak the same language. Within this room, all of us, we have an understanding of what social housing is, but this term is not necessarily obvious, self-evident to local level communities and the rest of the society. And the biggest problem, as I discovered, is on the local level, social housing, as people think, is any kind of housing provided to IDPs and other people needing housing solutions. So, temporary housing, shelters, dormitories, and so on. Although we're talking here about very different categories of housing. So yes, there is a lot of work ahead of us, but we do have an understanding that local self-government communities, they should have the capacity, but also they should have the will to launch the mechanisms of social housing in the context of homelessness. Self-government bodies have the mandate to implement measures combating and preventing homelessness. They organize the register, the records with regard to homeless people. They ensure that the social protection of homeless people is implemented. Despite this, Ukrainian legislation basically says that self-government bodies should respond to the consequences of homelessness instead of trying to combat and prevent it through different mechanisms. So basically, the priority is today to record and register, provide social services and temporary accommodation. Here, I would like to address our speaker, Oleksandr, from the Association of Cities of Ukraine. What do you think? Is it possible to shift from this model where we provide overnight accommodation and social services to the model where we provide housing as a tool of societal reintegration? And if legislation does provide us with a mechanism for this, will local communities, cities be able to implement this approach through local self-government mechanisms? And will actually the bodies of local self-government, will they be interested in funding or co-funding the new mechanisms of social housing? Thank you, Alina, and good afternoon to everyone. I see that we also have people online with us, so I hope to address both those present in the room and those hopefully who are still listening to us online. I know why you asked me this question the way you asked it, because based on the previous working experience, I can say that when you are developing a strategy, Olena referred to what Ukrainian football trainer Lobanovsky said, different things can happen during the match, during the game, but the result is the score that you can see. So talking of strategies and our discussions and our debates, the development of new initiatives on strategic policy level is a difficult process, but very often we think that when the law is finally adopted after a long process of discussions and disagreements, that is the end of the process. But no, actually, that's not true. I worked as a lawyer in Odessa region, where I come from, in a city with almost 150,000 people. In Soviet terms, in terms of housing stock, the municipality had this reserve housing. So let's say people divorce, someone becomes homeless. And by the way, I would like to express gratitude to DePaul for this publication, for this report. I was given access in advance by Marichka. So people online, just briefly mentioning for you that it will be published, you will be able to access it, this report that I'm referring to. DePaul, everyone who participated in the development of this report, you did a very important, very good job. So in terms of my previous experience, I would say that I'm seeing basically a confirmation of my own previous experience in the report. So people lose housing because families break down, people divorce. That used to be the case in the past. That was a typical reason why I went off on this tangent. So let's say there is a person who loses their home and is not provided with temporary accommodation. If this does not happen, if they don't have temporary accommodation, they become marginalized in society. And then even if they have a job, they experience this mindset shift, I would say, and they become homeless. So early intervention is very important within the first 4, maximum 6 months. Local self-government, many people in the country in general confuse the concept of social housing and housing provided to you by your employer. People sometimes misinterpret. So let's say there is a certain businessman who relocated the enterprise, and the employees of the enterprise from one region to another evacuated, and then essentially they build some houses providing accommodation to the staff. But this is not social housing. This is the housing provided to you by your employer. These are different things. So let's remember and not forget. There is another controversial thing I would like to say, and you can criticize me, feel free to. There could be housing constructed with different money coming from the donors, coming from the state, coming from private parties. Let's say the housing is then privatized. And let's say we have this person who needs temporary accommodation. So there is early intervention within the first 6 months, and they are provided with temporary accommodation. And then, hopefully, they get a chance to get reintegrated into the society because they have a job or find a job. They have a chance to earn money, and then they either rent or they maybe find an opportunity to live with friends or relatives and so on. So anyway, it's much cheaper to have a stock of social housing than to later provide social services and provide temporary shelters and have to provide for the registering of homeless people in Kyiv. To give you an example, in actuality, there are 6 times more homeless people than the official data tells us. Kharkiv, 25 times more homeless people. So when the law gets adopted, I hope that the communities will become more aware of the fact that having social housing stock is much more cost-effective than this other alternative set of instruments, which is being used right now, which is temporary accommodation, crisis housing, social services, centers for homeless people, and so on. The second thing I would like to point out is, and Natalia, Viktorovna, and Iryna also talked about this, people are confused over different types of housing as to, in particular, what this or that type of housing is, what is truly social housing, what is housing that is managed by private operators. The most important thing, however, is social housing should not be privatized. The resistance we are facing, the resistance that we faced when we went through the vote, when the law went through the vote, the resistance came from people thinking that upon the construction of the social housing, hoping that it will be possible to privatize this housing. So if you are given some kind of housing because, for example, you work for this or that employer or community provides this housing for you, so the hope was you will be able to privatize it. And then that means that upon the housing being privatized, the community will not be able to use this housing in order to help other people who find themselves in need. So we needed to do away with the stereotype, the stereotypical way of thinking, where once you are given a certain type of accommodation, your goal is to privatize it. In terms of private practices, pilot projects, experimental projects with the communities, the 5 communities that the previous speaker mentioned. The idea was for us to identify, so generally there were 25 communities, but then we have only 5 finalists because we needed to establish the best practices to then replicate and scale up the experience. So we now see 17,000 projects within the DREAM system. Today, earlier, we talked about this experimental project. The first question people typically raise is that of money and how money should be distributed. With regard to these 25 communities, they definitely will receive funding. The idea of our open call was to then replicate the best practices. Finalists, to tell you the truth, and I don't want to give you particular names, but the finalists within this project, they are not the poorest communities. They are, in fact, communities with more capacities, communities who are able to write the grant applications more convincingly. Yes, there were communities from frontline regions, and it would be difficult to fund them. When a community sees that it will be able to save money by adopting long-term solutions, any European donor, I think, would in fact be happy to fund their sustainable approach. And also, and this is something that we talked about, you said even 500 communities within this project would be not enough. Generally speaking, if we look at this report and extrapolate it on the level of communities, we arrive through modeling at the number of 121,000 homeless people. The first 3 categories are people who lost their housing because of the war, because of the breaking down of their family, and because of the fraud. Also, of course, there are ex-prisoners, people experiencing significant health problems, and so on. But anyway, if within a community there is a stock of social housing, that they can respond to problems faced by citizens within the 6 months after the loss of the home, the solution would save a lot of money in the future that otherwise, the way it is now, is spent on temporary instruments. So the person is not marginalized within society, the person finds a new job, the person is then able to maybe buy a new flat or house or rent it. I can assure you that we were truly happy to have this discussion with you and to join this initiative. The process of adopting the law always entails a discussion, and the law has to change, of course, and to be updated. We had people telling us, okay, so this law should be made even more perfect, it should be made better, but at some point we decided that although we're not quite happy with some paragraphs of the law, it has to start finally working, it has to be adopted, and then we can fine-tune it in the process of its practical implementation, based on the examples, practical examples that we have from Zhytomyr, from Sarny, and so on. Because, I mean, different communities are vastly different. What's happening with regard to Lviv, for example, and with regard to communities displaced from Mariupol, these are quite different processes. Last but not least, this stock should not be privatized. I would like to reiterate that once again. It should only be used by the community to provide assistance to people in need. So today, this could be one person, tomorrow another person. This stock has to be something that the community retains ownership over. And I think this will be a point of contention during the committee discussions and in Verkhovna Rada. Yes, this was a very comprehensive answer. Thank you. You addressed all of the questions apart from co-funding, community level co-funding that I also asked you about. But apart from that, this was very comprehensive. Thank you, Oleksandr. A round of applause for Olena, Shulyak, and for Oleksandr. Olena has to leave us. So goodbye and thank you very much. Natalia? Thank you to Oleksandr as well. I want to suggest something to the Association of the Cities. You are actively working within the working group, coming up with the amendments to the social housing law. My suggestion would be let's communicate with the main stakeholders with regard to the law and our positions on social housing, because we needed to have this law passed by Verkhovna Rada. It's direly needed by Ukrainian society, so we need to find a compromise allowing us to get it adopted by the Ukrainian parliament. With regard to privatization mechanisms, I would like to remind you that the law on the basic principles of social housing actually eliminated this stipulation with regard to privatization by canceling the provisions of the law on privatization. So I think we are thinking alike. Let's do what we're doing together. Let's get it done. Thank you to Natalia. And I also wanted to address our international partners as well, who are also in person or online a part of our discussion and who are listening to us. Oleksandr said a very important thing. He mentioned the fact that basically there is this return on investment in the case of this social housing stock, and the return on investment is much better than in the situation where the community has to provide for the temporary shelters, social services, and so on. So I would like to address our international partners, ask the Association of the Cities of Ukraine to provide us with a report, with an estimate showing us specific numbers, because we're talking a lot about this, but rather abstractly. We don't really know what the figures are, what the numbers are, so please work together with the Association of Ukrainian Cities and commission them to provide us with a piece of research, with a report. I would like to also give the floor to our next speaker. Since we're talking about the approaches to social housing on the local level, we definitely need to discuss the experimental project of the construction of municipal social housing, which started with the support of the European Investment Bank. So we have with us Dmytro Levitsky, a social housing expert at the European Investment Bank. Please tell us what you think about the potential and about the real capacities of communities. Are they capable of implementing big-scale projects of social housing? And is there a place for homeless people within these projects of social housing, which you're currently launching together with the ministry?
Thank you so much for the question. I will start from the end. What are the features? It will resonate with what our other speakers said during this panel and previous panel discussions. What are the features of social housing as a response to homelessness? Success doesn't belong to the countries that don't create. Success belongs to countries that do not create separate social housing for homeless people. The countries that integrate them in the general beneficiaries are successful. Thinking about European experience, about Finnish experience, about housing first, what does social housing give unlike temporary housing? It gives stability. And then there is a need for social services, other kinds of assistance. But first and foremost, housing is the most important, and it provides for stability. The second aspect is inclusivity. We don't want to create ghetto of homeless people. Thinking about social housing structure in EU countries, Natalia has already mentioned that it was being created for decades. But Ukraine has to start from scratch and quickly progress. Although there is some advantage for us, we can see the mistakes our colleagues made. We need to avoid ghettos. We need to avoid privatization of that housing. And I do agree with you. I think there will be a discussion on that. There is a legislation on social housing, on social stock, but I think we will have a lot of heated discussions, as it was in European countries, when some of them allowed for privatization and then they ended up in housing crisis. So we mentioned inclusivity, we need to avoid privatization. I can say a lot about social housing. That's the answer for the first half of your question. Yes, our communities are capable of managing that. EU countries, a social housing stock was being created for decades. If we go back, it started with charitable initiatives. And in decades, in hundreds of years, that big scale of social housing was formed. We don't have so much time in Ukraine. We need to have funds for quick construction, and international finance institutions can provide for that. That's why I represent one of them. Are Ukrainian communities capable of managing those processes? Yes, they are. We still need to experience, we still need to learn, but we are capable of it. And one of the problems of implementation of housing first principle in EU is just a lack of housing. We can privatize some categories, but if there are no buildings, it's hard. That's why we take first steps, and international financial institutions are ready to support us in that. During Ukraine Recovery Conference, we signed a number of agreements, so we will receive 50 million loan and 50 million grant funds to implement the project that you just mentioned. But that's only a first step. We plan that the total amount after successful implementation of this pilot project will sum up to 400 million funds that will be provided for us. But the ambition of EIB is 4 billion euros invested in the social housing in Ukraine. EIB traditionally sees territorial communities as their partner. The backbone of European system is local self-government and municipal housing stock that is used as social housing. The communities that were selected, 5 communities we chose, are Dignified are worthy of that choice, and we hope to successfully implement that. Thank you so much, Dmytro. I want to comment on what he said. Recently, we were studying social housing in Germany, the experience of Berlin, and we did it together jointly with our European Commission colleagues. And we noted that it's worth having collaboration with the partners in order to help local self-governments to create social housing stocks. So we've agreed to have extensive collaboration of different partners, including EIB. So I want to call upon all the financial partners who are interested in cooperating with local authorities on forming social housing stock to join this institution. We are sure that this mechanism that we are currently working on will end up in quality implementation. Speaking about ambitions of EIB in this scope, by having other partners, we will enable local self-government have enough resources. Dear colleagues, let's applaud to Dmytro. And the last question is for Volodymyr Balabanov, Social Housing Program Manager at DPOL Ukraine. As to the person who organized this event, the organization that does its utmost for homeless people. Is there a model of social housing that DPOL suggests? Are homeless people ready to benefit from social housing when they have stick to certain requirements? They might be required to fight their addictions, to find jobs. We have already talked about the availability of social housing, but are homeless people ready to occupy it? Thank you for your question. I think they are within the scope of the reform of social housing policy. Homeless people have a chance to cease to be homeless through receiving that accommodation. But it's a complicated process. Some people are afraid that homeless people will receive accommodation, but they will not cease to be homeless. And there are reasons for that thinking. DPOL has been working with homeless people for the last 20 years. And we have not only experience with shelters and in other service provision centers. We do have social housing. There are flats in Kharkiv, Kyiv, and Odessa. We do provide social housing for homeless people, and we do have that experience. This is the work we do with homeless people, and we realize that one of the conditions of good result is social support for them. And there are a couple of conditions for a good result. These are, first and foremost, as members of working group on social housing legislation, we have our own suggestions. One of them is about how we add homeless people into registry even when they don't have documents. Because restoring documents takes time. It might take quite a lot of time, up to a year. So we want them to be registered before that. There's also a right to receive 100% subsidy, but we realize that it's not a duty, it's just a right. And we think that our suggestion is if homeless people have no income, their subsidy has to amount to 100% during the whole period of their social reintegration. If they have no income, they cannot pay for rent. And the second suggestion, and the second part of that this subsidy has to last for the whole period of their social reintegration. We realize that there has to be return on investment. We don't want to make them depend on that subsidy forever. So there has to be social support for those people, and they have to be required to find employment, to restore their documents. They have to receive enough support in that. And for that reason, they need social support. There is no mechanism about social support stipulated in that legislation, in that law. We do believe that this social support will be the condition for the success stories for homeless people to stop experiencing homelessness. As of today, during one of the panel discussions, we've heard about that it should also concern local self-government. We realize that these services will be provided by the services of local government. We know that there are standard social services, and it's a must to have standard operational procedures for such social support. Maybe there are additional legal acts that have to be also approved alongside the law that will stipulate the conditions of that social support. We need to work on that beforehand. Sometimes we tackle homelessness at a very late stage when people almost end up homeless. The person has to agree to receive social support, and there has to be an informed consent. This is what we do with these homeless people as a social service. But if you have this nationwide, countrywide project, these functions have to be performed by social services. If they monitor, they will see the situation on the field. They can act as mediator. If there are any complicated cases, they can coordinate medical services, media literacy, and help them find employment. I believe that's the secret of our success. Thank you so much, Volodymyr. I think you highlighted the question that we asked during the first panel discussion that I was able to listen to, but we did not answer this question during the first panel discussion. Let's try to answer this question right now. And the question was the following: what ministry is responsible for housing for homeless people? We wanted to ask that question. We wanted to find the responsible ones. Ministry of Social Policy did not attend that first discussion, so we did not find people who are responsible for that. But let me share my personal opinion about it. And concerning what Volodymyr has just said, and then I will give the floor to Natalia. Personally, I think when we're thinking about housing for homeless people, there are two components: housing and homeless people. One ministry is responsible for housing, but the distribution of housing, distribution among vulnerable groups, the provision of social services, this is the responsibility of another ministry, Ministry of Social Policy. Natalia, the floor is yours. Thank you, Alina. Yesterday, together with our colleagues from DPOL, we talked through the issues of housing and issues of homelessness equal. Both of these are very complex and they encompass a lot of factors. Homelessness, Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Economy, Ministry of Social Policies, all of them are involved in the issue of homelessness. When we think about the instruments to resolve homelessness in the country, we need to think about general basis of the housing policy. How can we deal with housing for homeless people? Here we can think about subsidies and support that are needed by homeless people, instruments that will help them live in social housing. This is the task of Ministry of Social Policy. We need to create the stock. We need to provide quality instruments for local authorities. We need to have the opportunity to provide social housing, to provide different categories with social housing, including homeless people, by taking into account the instruments we have. These can be supported living, employment opportunities, social services, legal support, because homelessness is a much broader issue than just housing. Our task is to create social housing stock, and other ministries have to minimize the number of homeless people as such, and on the other hand, to have instruments to work with people who are already homeless. And these social housing stocks will be formed by local government. So let's talk to Oleksandr about it. I think he can answer a lot of questions.
So my grandmother is 80 years old. I'll start from this approach. She grew up in Soviet Union, and she always tells me that I shouldn't turn a task into this algorithm where we are passing the buck, where someone else is made responsible, and then this someone else also passes the burden of responsibility to someone else. So for people online and for all of you here, let's remember that we never have enough money. You ask a mayor of a city, either in the United States of America or in France or in here, the funding is never sufficient. And I am positively impressed by the way, by what you mentioned. With regard to USC, I didn't really go there. I didn't really attend, although I did watch it as well as Natalia, the broadcast online. But this is a very positive story, very positive development. So what I mean is the 50-50 mechanism. When you have grants and when you have loans, that's a wonderful initiative leading to success stories that can be replicated, scaled up. But 400 million or 4 billion. Still, even this sum is not enough. And you can stop the train. Sorry, you cannot stop the train by simply telling the train to stop. And so, we have the necessary stakeholders here, but this is not enough. And I am especially grateful to the Institute, Housing Institute, because you provided us with the specific numbers, with the evidence, with data. As someone with a background in financing, I can tell you for sure that if a local self-government authority, if a community is given concrete proof that it's going to be much more cost-effective for them to have a housing stock, social housing stock, then they will act. So when we don't have reserve housing to be used by people in need, this is a huge problem, because at some point this reserve stock of housing got privatized. But this is not just Ukrainian problem. This is also the experience that European countries went through. I'm not going to pass the buck. I'm not going to find the person to blame, the scapegoat, because there is this concept of electoral responsibility. After all, if I am a head of a certain community, a leader of a local community, and if there is a problem, we have with us the mayor of the city of Lozova, Kharkiv region, and he can tell you what the community is going through right now. So he could be on vacation, sick leave, but when it comes up to a certain decision that has to be made very quickly, he will do everything possible to find the resources together with his local community to implement this or that initiative. They just need the central authorities not to hinder. So they still have heating and energy despite the shelling and the missile and drone attacks, because they were inventive enough and they took the initiative upon themselves. Despite the limitations imposed on them, despite the limitations that they face because of the legislation, regulations from the central government, and so on. So if you show local communities that it's actually much more cost-effective not to spend money on social services, temporary shelters, rehabilitation, and so on, it's important for you instead to provide the social housing, and then within 6 months, basically you can change the entire mindset of a person who was homeless or faced homelessness. They will be able to become reintegrated into society. Social housing is needed for that. Before the war, we still faced different disasters. There could be an earthquake, could be a fire. I mean, we tend to forget about that, but this still happened, and your home gets destroyed, and if you, on the level of your community, you have nowhere to go to, the community cannot provide you with any accommodation. And at the time, there were no procurement procedures, which meant increased risks of prosecution for the community authorities. So anyway, if you explain to local communities what they need to invest into, because this is going to be much more cost-effective for them, they will respond to that. Everything we do is connected to specific indicators, specific figures. Thank you to Oleksandr, and thank you also to our interpreters. This was very passionate and laced with references to jokes. I think that based on how you engage with international experience and draw examples between Ukraine and France and US, speaking of mayors, it's a joke, but I think you could actually become not just the head of the Ukrainian Association of Cities, but you could definitely work on European level as well. Unite cities across Europe. So, right, I agree that we need the legislative initiatives if the law provides for the general mechanism of how the responsibility should be distributed among ministries, things will swiftly move along. Thank you to all of our speakers. Today, we once again heard that the problem of homelessness is actually a problem that involves many different spheres and the need for their cooperation. So we need to think about how to tackle the problem of homelessness through our joint efforts, the efforts of national and international partners, Ukrainian government on its central and local level, civil society organizations and other stakeholders. Hopefully our discussion today is one step that brings us closer to social housing becoming a real instrument that enables people to return to their normal life. Thank you everyone, to our audience and participants alike for today's discussion.
Спеціально, Олександра, на останню панель, коли вже всі такі стомлені, що всі прокинулися.
I know that Oleksandr wants to continue this discussion, but we can do it informally after the formal wrap-up of the conference. And yes, this is the time for us to wrap up our event. We started the conference from saying our aim here today is to find a common vision, a consensus on how to move forward. I would like to invite Mark McGreevy, founder of DePaul International, to take the floor. In Great Britain, Mark had this great experience of working with Tony Blair's government on decreasing the problem of homelessness, number of homeless people. So he has this practical hands-on experience of combating the problem of homelessness. Upon listening to all of our discussions, to all of our speakers, Mark will offer us some final remarks.
Long way and that and must be very tired, so I'll keep these remarks short at the end. Just to say from the three of us that have travelled from the UK today that we find it incredible that in the middle of this war that you take time to think about homelessness and the future. It's truly very inspiring to us that you're thinking ahead, not just in the moment. So that's the first thing I wanted to say. Thank you also for the report, which I think has generated a lot of debate today, but I think it will continue to generate debate going forward. And I think that's exactly the kind of discourse that we need to be encouraging in the future. I picked up a few themes that from today. I'm not going to go through all of them. I probably missed some in translation, but some of the things I heard were, let's ensure that that displaced people have a priority for housing, not just shelter. And let's make sure that that happens for the sake of our children and our children's children. That would be important. Secondly, that when we look at veterans, we have to make sure that they get the housing and support that they deserve, the healthcare, the counselling, the employment advice that they get moving forward. If we don't do this, then there will be a crisis post this war, with the numbers of veterans that will return and the number of displaced people that will come into the system. So let's legislate in advance to see what we can do on this. Every crisis is an opportunity. So let's see this as an opportunity for Ukraine to recover. There's a huge potential for people here to get involved in the reconstruction of Ukraine, and not only just to tick over, to manage things, but actually to bring value to the economy in Ukraine through this building of housing. And as Nick said within his remarks, You know, we can learn lessons from the Second World War, from what's happened in different parts of the world in terms of planning ahead, doing it now. If we're going to turn a crisis into an opportunity, then it requires cooperation, so between government and the NGOs, between central and local government, cooperation with international partners, cooperation with businesses. And as Ian said, that cross-sectoral cooperation is needed between the different government bodies. So the Ministry for Housing, Ministry for Social Housing, Ministry for Veterans, Ministry for Health, Ministry of Economy, all of these need to participate with each other. And I think, as I remarked, I think you as a sector of NGOs need to find a time to come together and agree one coherent voice. Obviously, we touched on the issue of stigma that homeless people face. That's all of our responsibility, not just in this room, but government and other sectors to make sure that we correctly describe the people that we're working with, the homeless people that we're working with. Minister that came on first this morning, who was online, what he said was, shelters are not the solution. And I think that that's right. Shelters are not the solution. And social housing is obviously, as the last panel has demonstrated, is going to be the most important thing we can do going forward to combat homelessness. However, that said, it will not be a revolution, it will be an evolution. Shelters in the short term will be necessary, especially during this period. Prevention is needed, and we can start planning for what prevention looks like now as a thing. One remark that really moved me this morning was the story from the two chaplains that came in. And what they said when they went to DePaul, Odessa was, I felt as if someone listened to me. And if you heard what Sergiy, the minister, who was also said, he said, nobody really listened to what my needs were. And I think this idea of listening and responding is a terribly important dynamic. And it's something we can all do. Even as we leave this building today, you can talk to homeless people. You can have a conversation with them. You can make them feel included. We've all got that power to do that, even now. You've got the chance to do this right. You heard a lot of tales of the fact that we didn't do this right in many parts of Europe. So I think learn from our mistakes and learn from some of our experiences of maybe what's worked as well. Right, that's it. Just thanks now. Thanks to all of our donors and the supporters today, and thank you to all of our speakers on the different panels. Thanks to Anka and the staff of DePaul, Ukraine, for what they've organised today. Thanks to all the other NGOs and churches that are present here, because you're doing work in partnership with us, and that's a very important thing to recognise. Thanks to the government departments who attended and presented for their willingness to engage with the issue. And to all of those who've helped in actually the event itself, the staff of Hyatt, to the people who work behind the scenes, giving out these badges and doing all the work. I'm very grateful for that. To the translators, who have done a sterling job. They even had to wrestle with Ian's Scottish accent, which is not easy for English people, okay? So that was very kind of them. And a special thanks to Maria here. I think she deserves a round of applause for holding it all together today. So from us, thank you all for coming. It's been great to be able to spend time with you. And I think from us visiting from the UK, we wish you a really safe journey home. And we wish you and hope for you to have a long and permanent peace at some time very soon. And from us, Slava Ukraine. Yeah, thank you.
Дякую, Марко, за вашу.
Mark, thank you so much for your attention to Ukraine and for your commitment. And just a technical remark or announcement, there is the QR code on the screen. There is a QR code on your name tag as well, on your badge. Please use it. And thank you once again for attention and participation.